Here, I really hope for a Fortress, especially, you know, I never really even played this, so this is my chance to, like, really understand what's exactly going on Fortress. And I was agreeing
I still don't think any of it's fully understand. We're not at that point.
It's always evolving. It's always evolving.
You know why he's really here? It's because we get the second monitor where we can see top down, so we get to really see Fortress now. He's here for it. That's why he's studying, no other reason.
Yeah, a little insight. The casters have 2 monitors here. They have the POV of the observer that everybody sees, and then, of course, they have a top-down view. It's like your eyes in the sky, and that is an absolute dream as a spectator. But going back to the match, I was really thinking a secret 2-0. And I think and I hope we make it to Fortress. And especially Labs to start this off, absolutely banger map. I'm a huge fan of spectating, and maybe I'll be a fan of casting. You never know.
You really don't. And just a heads up to you at home, yes, we are doing a little bit of fill here. We've got a couple of lobby problems we're getting sorted out now with the admins. We'll keep you updated as we hear more about that. But this is my favourite time of broadcast because this is where you have to fill time, and this is normally where I talk absolute private nonsense.
Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about, Bo?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we were going to, you know, start like hugging, maybe a little smoochy here.
Yeah, it's Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to all the beautiful people out there and spending that wonderful day watching the 6th Invitational. Hopefully you get all cozied up, bottle of wine with your loved one, and ready for a great banger match for hopes and dreams of many players today.
I'm not sure I'd get away with watching Siege on Valentine's Day
Yeah?
with my wife, I'll be honest.
I think I could convince it. You know, it's my bread and butter, right? It's like, listen, I'll give you this here, you know, and then we'll do all the nice, fancy Valentine's Day steak dinner, everything else.
I mean, it's, you know, outside of the Siege, it's quite an interesting, because I haven't been at home for Valentine's Day for 8 years. But
We are
it's
always
not
having to
even
make it up.
I always send her a gift, I always make sure there's a card, but it's not really a thing.
For sure.
I'm always working.
Yeah, Siege players, Siege casters, Siege talents, they know the struggles of the absence of Valentine's Day. It just comes with the life.
You'll be really doing it to us, huh?
Yeah.
They're making our life back home hard. What are you doing, guys? What are you doing?
It just comes with the
We'll see when we get into it, of course, quite soon. Paris itself this year has been quite good fun. It's been a while since we've been back as well, Tim. It's been nice being back here this last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we were fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in Paris through the ODUL days, and we, you know, I can speak for myself. I absolutely love the city. I think it's a brilliant place, and you know, being back here for the biggest tournament of all, of course. We had that Paris Major years and years ago, but being able to see the 6th Invitational back at the home of Ubisoft in such a beautiful city, it's been a phenomenal thing. I think, you know, the staging that we've got, the Toile de Jouy hanging off, the sledgehammer, just everything about it is just chef's kiss.
I want to be the guy flying the drone around. During rehearsal, we saw it just whizzing around the arena. Yeah. Real cool. Obviously a beautiful stage as well. Like, I promised we wouldn't talk about the flowers, but I'm going to talk about the flowers. Lovely stage setup we've got. I love the glass doors, my favourite. When we open those up, mwah.
Well, it's quite interesting because I was talking to you earlier, but wasn't I? Said because I took a photograph earlier when it was quiet from behind
the big screens, and there's just some Polish man saying go walk left, and now we have stained glass doors, we have doormen in Paris. I mean, honestly, it makes sense. It really
ain't that different because we've now got Danish people who say to us, okay, go.
That's true.
Producer Tommy and the team behind the scenes, of course, doing a wonderful job here. We'll get ourselves into it very shortly. As said, we're just waiting for a couple of lobby issues to be resolved, and then we can dive straight into this game. Of course, not forgetting that whoever wins this game is also then got to play later on as well. They'll get a little break in the middle to, I won't quite say rest and recover, but they've got to be ready, Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you manage that kind of a day, boss? So you get up in the morning, and often you're going to play one game. You're focused on that one game. Like, what particularly I'm thinking about the prep. So a lot of prep goes into a game from all the analysts, the coach, everything else for a team. How do you prep for that second game? You don't know who it's going to be. You've got a limited time to find out. You know, what's the process
I mean, that is all behind-the-scenes magic by the coaching staff, right? Every event, all the coaching staffs, they forfeit their sleep. They prep and prep and prep because, of course, you're going to prepare for the best case scenario. We're gonna win this loser semi. We're gonna play loser finals. Then the next day, we gotta play grand finals. So it's just nonstop. Every map, every variable needs to be accounted for so that the players can be rested, ready, and prepared for their match, individually recovered, and of course, leading into the next series, it's just a breakdown from the coach.
So they kind of try to take as much of that weight off you as a player as possible, so you can just be focused.
But I've got a question on that, because obviously then you as players, like, it could be very short time before that next game. You get dumped, okay, here's all the counter prep, here's how they play drones, here's how they play that map, here's what you've got to to do to respond to it. How do you internalize and store all that? Because that's a lot of info to get dropped on you.
Well, a lot of people, they're like, okay, is it a advantage by not playing and waiting for your opponent, or is it an advantage playing the loser bracket and winning? And I've always been in the side of, if you had a 100% guarantee that you would win the loser match and then go into the second match of the day, I would take that every day of the week, so you have the reps, you have the warm-up, you have the chemistry on the day, and you know you're battle ready.
You feel like you're just going into that one. It's kind of like map 4.
Yeah, it's like another wave. It's like another wave.
Yeah.
It's interesting, very interesting. It's a part of the game that we don't really get to see. Like, we know that analysts and coaching staff are absolute socks off at these events as well, because like you say, there's so many games they can come into every single day, but same for you guys.
Yeah, there'll be times at events. You see your coach, you say good night, you come back in the morning, same spot, good morning.
Well, we are pretty much ready to go, guys. Thank you for your patience. Labs await in the first game of this series. 9 for 1, can't wait to see how it's gonna go. Let's lock in. Here's Labs. Here we go then. Fluxo starting things off on the attack. Secret on the defensive. Labs, it is Fluxo's map pick. And we're confident we can see a fortress here, Tim.
Interestingly, you know, we've got to look at the last time these two teams played on this map. It was just a few days ago. Team Secret came away with the win 7-5. So there's already a little bit of form, a little bit of history here. Again, from a player perspective, is that playing in your mind a little bit? You've lost this map to this team recently.
Honestly, it's a little bit intimidating. But at the end of the day, whenever you have a rematch with an opponent that beats you, the loser is in the advantage. They have the driver's seat because they lost, which means a lesson was learned.
Yep.
Every lesson comes with an L. And so you know what went wrong, what they did right, and how to counter it. And in the event that you run it back, no matter how many days later, if they do the same thing, you're a little bit more prepared. And then it's on top of the winning team to determine, okay, guys, we won. Are we going to just leave it at that? Are we going to go on to the next one? Are we going to think about what we did, how we won, and how to switch it up?
You touch on these operator bans real quick as well. Somewhat similar to what we saw the other day. Fluxo during their game took away Tide and Bandit to kick things off. Mira was their third ban. That's now here in round 1. So you might see the Bandit getting brought out in this first half by Secret. On the other side, the Grim banned away. One of our best and most picked attackers at the tournament. Ying is a new one. Only saw it picked up the one time by Fluxo, admittedly, but it was enough for Secret to be scared of it, enough that they've chosen to take it away. So we'll see how those bans have an impact. We are starting things up here on the top floor. Let's see how Secret do in round 1.
We've seen the clash brought along there, but again, we've seen a lot of clash use here at the tournament. How much of a frustration is that for the attackers?
Oh, it is a huge, huge frustration because at the end of the day, if you want to go Raptor side, if you want to go anywhere like Aqua, it is just this non-stop force. And a lot of people, the Ying is banned here, so they're thinking that maybe there's going to be a shield, and they're already preemptively taking the clash to prevent an Aqua.
That was thumbs up because you thought you did really good.
Oh, okay. There you go. I'm like, what did I do? Did I mess up?
So you guys weren't seeing me. And Tim at the same time went thumbs up, like, yeah, that was great, really good. And he was like, what?
I stopped. Thank goodness I brought my good underwear on, just in case.
Lucky underwear for Valentine's Day and a semi-final. Who can complain about that? Well, to get things off, then, we've of course got the beautiful top down here, so we can see everything going on off towards our left-hand side. Tim, we've seen frustrations throughout this event where teams have made things very, very one-dimensional, only taking over IT and looking for catwalk later. At least here, there's a bit of pressure out towards the meeting side. You've, of course, also got the clash currently sniffing around Aqua as well, trying to make sure no one's pushing in on that balcony.
Yeah, we're seeing Fluxo W7M just try to create those multiple pain points, as we call them, as we talk about often. We can see in front of us there, the Maverick just doing a little bit of work on IT wall. Palu is straight out onto that connector wall. So they want him to just let them know that this is not going to be all from one direction. Another big factor in Fluxo W7M's game, of course, has been that clutch ability, Des. You know, we look at Team Secret, they've been super organised, they're the top on KD, entry kills, whereas Fluxo W7M, they're right up there with the multi-kills, with the clutches. Big start from Savage, though. Talking about those entries, manages to hit dots. It's an oldie but a goodie that Nitro finds him.
I thought he'd get two then, Tim. I saw the rappel come down. I thought, oh no, surely not. That could have been disastrous.
Yeah, Dots is going to be eating himself up because that wall is still banded. That Nitro, if it touches, it's gone. Dots made the hole that ended up in his demise.
Wonderful stuff and a great start to it. Indeed, they can still get the ball opened up. They just take a little bit more time. Secret here, really trying to run that clock down and just see Fluxo struggle in the dying seconds.
You've got Lobin now starting to pressure on Catwalk. This is going to be good for W7M because it's going to take a little bit of that pressure because Secret have to start fronting this up. And there you go, it opens up a little bit of space. Volks manages to pick up Adrian. That's the clash gone as well. That's a real big pickup for Fluxo W7M. Volks manages to take a quick peek and get another. Can he find a third? No, he can't. Savage steps out with the shotty.
Even with the flash coming on through, he finds his man, and that takes away a lot of that IT pressure. They've now regained that ground, and 2 kills come out for Dodeds. Paolo in for the last round 1 to Fluxo.
Absolutely huge round out of Volks right there. Honestly, I was scared with this clash because it seemed like everything was kind of falling apart. Dots, opening kill on that breach, losing the map. They had to re-evaluate what they wanted to do. Nade the bandit, ace the wall. But if they wanted to go conside, which it seemed like they were setting up to do, that clash would have been a huge wrench in their plan. And Volps just said, you know what? I'm Volps. I'm going to just walk at these guys. I kill the clash. I get a great shot on a zombie, opening up more pressure into the pillar. Huge round out of him.
I think Fluxo W7M again showing us that it's that ability, like I said at the beginning of the round, they are, when you look at the numbers to this tournament, Fluxo W7M are biggest when we're looking at multi-kills and clutches. It doesn't matter that they've lost that entry kill. It doesn't matter that they're on the back foot. This Brazilian side have shown such an ability through this tournament to turn those rounds upside down, particularly Palu. I know it was Volps in this case, but Palu's numbers for those clutches are top of the table. They're off the charts, and it's just, it must be difficult to play against a team like that, because surely you sat there thinking, right, yeah, we're 5v4, with, you know, maybe even 5v3, but in the back of your mind you're thinking, these guys keep winning these.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's one of the, to kind of tap into the Brazilian mindset. It's like everybody's a gunner. Everybody can clutch. And of course, you have, I mean, I'm gonna play on the Volps harp again here right now. He is such a smart player, but he will still make those plays. He will still play those wild card entries and just open up the round completely. And it's amazing to see.
Let's see how this round plays out then. Looks off to a flying start. Secret, admittedly, yesterday, Tim, they clutched out a lot of man disadvantage rounds that came out pretty big. They've just been shown in round 1 that other teams can do exactly the same to them. So there's going to be a bit of composure required. Dots across onto the blitz in this round. Tim, when we've seen a lot of blitz throughout this tournament, it's because the team wants to go pretty fast. They don't want to slow it down. They want to be aggressive at some stage. It doesn't mean straight away. They can start slow and go fast later, or it can be an outright rush.
That's it. It's not always, you know, necessarily aimed at sight. It can be aimed at an aggressive roam clearance. It can be, you know, aimed at, especially on a site like this, you're going to have those players up on top floor. Get in there and bully them away. Create that space.
Straight in as well, Dots down pretty low as he takes straight with a nasty shot towards Doded. Comes across for the second, almost finds the third, but Palu gets him first. Down to a 3v3. Initial chaos started to settle here, and it's Secret coming out on top. The C4 meaning he doesn't find Lobin as he retreats back or backward, but both Volps and Lobin are low. This is looking bad, Tim.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Fluxo W7M at the minute. They've got Volps just kind of wandering around site at the minute. He's just having a little look underneath, see if he can find anything, get anything going. He does manage to down Noah. That brings us back to a 2v2.
Not looking too bad. Diffuser still to be recovered up on Cargos. We've just seen Noah will get finished off here. Dancing around the pillar is very, very best. As we come towards that latter half of the round, it's easy to forget. There's still 75 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared for Volps here. He is in a 1v2 inside. I think Lobin is just kind of waiting for anything to happen here.
It's really on Volts to make it happen here. Flash comes forward to at least try and push the man away and does so successfully. They know that diffuser's up in cargo. They know they've got to fight for it. And really, maybe it's on Lobin here. He's still working his way up, as you say, on that first floor. He's not going to be able to assist his teammate here, trying to get a bit too much done. Does get the diffuser and has a minute to clutch, Tim.
Yeah, I think the loss of that diffuser in no man's land there at the top of cargo has really cost Fluxo W7M here, because like you said, but Volps was in sight for so long on his own in that 1v2, and as soon as Secret recognised that, they just doubled up on him and got the kill. So now they're in a position that they can just hold their angles there.
So smart as well from Doom and Savage that they realise as that frag comes through, they won't have the 2v1. Back straight in towards Sank. Doesn't want to stay there for that engagement where the swing comes in from Lobin and leaves his teammate in a 1v1. Very smart close.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what Ace was saying in the prep right there. When they have the blitz, they want to go fast. And on that lineup, you might have noticed no vert. But the thing that sucks is that Volps continued that plan. He kept going through, hit the site, but he doesn't have case.
He's like, where are you guys?
It's like,
where is everybody?
Lobin, I need help. There's 2 guys on me. What are you doing, man?
Someone wrote that down wrong on the strat sheet. It was meant to be get kills, like you say, but instead it was get kill. Both players falling down so early as well. It's a shame because you could see again the brilliance of the plan coming together with the line, the blitz, but it did collapse in front of their very eyes. But Tim, my favorite thing about it, both teams have got a round on the board. Nice warm start for both.
Yeah, we know that this is going to be a close matchup. I personally am very much looking forward to Fortress if we get there. And one start at least starts lining us up like that.
What does the script say?
What does it? I mean, I'll just
say
check,
Fortress?
but I can't reveal that. I can't reveal that.
I actually see it right there, and I mean,
this is it. You know,
we're
on a bound to keep it under wraps.
We're contractual, we can't talk about it. You can leak. It's totally fine.
Yeah, maybe we need a drone operator over here to do a flyby.
Right, that's how things were back in round 1 with Adrian across on towards that clash. Slow start for him, had a brilliant series yesterday. Top rated for his team overall. Him and Mowgli. Absolutely lights out, and admittedly playing on a clash, you're not expected to walk away with tons of kills, Tim, but of course we don't want to see him going down in the entry in this round as he was previously.
No, absolutely not. It's something that Secret just need to continue, essentially, you know, keeping on top of Fluxo W7M in the beginnings of those rounds, getting the entries. They've got both of them so far. They're going to be looking for a third here. The question is, how do Fluxo W7M shake that up here? Is it, do you think, Bo, going into the roamers, given that it's that mid-floor side?
It's really hard to say. I think they're going to try to isolate something up top here because the positions are all mainly top floor here, but I am scared about this clash because very similar to the CC setup we saw, but it's a storage. It's a bit more layered. They can fight the top if they see the attackers giving them a little bit of space, giving them an opportunity to get some picks back. They can just fight and scramble on the top or peel it back and just play it layer by layer by layer.
Oh, the timing on the C4, it could have been beautiful, but doesn't quite find his man. Not like we saw back in round 1, Bo.
Just going to be continuing to try and hold on to this top floor Secret, giving up absolutely no ground at the minute. It's impressive from them. It's organised. It is, you know, really great teamwork to be covering each other's positions. They're creating a lot of difficulty for Fluxo W7M to actually move in and get any real progress or ground here on this top floor clearance.
I will say this is very much like a a wave attack where all of Fluxo is all on one side. There's no real external pressure. There's nothing else. They're all just fighting bodies with bodies, and hopefully the trades work out in their favor. But as you can see from Secret, they're standing their ground. They are fighting. The clash is here. They're comfortable with the aqua hit, but now they're peeling. Now they're peeling. They realize, guys, minute left, 5v5. They're not doing anything. We can give them space. Maybe they don't have vert. We can peel back and play the time, play the utility, and work the execute.
I love how they use Adrian as well. Just sat at the top of Aqua, just feeding information the whole time. So we see no one's coming from below. We've got no one pushing in towards Aqua itself. There's very little they can do, and admittedly, he's danced around grenades, and as you're seeing here, flashes all sorts. He's played it brilliantly so far. Might not have got a kill, but it's the time that is being wasted. Air jab comes on through, and it's a cast a curse there, Tim. I'll set him up to fall.
It is, Des, but we're 2.5 minutes into the round that's been burnt there with Fluxo W7M trying to solve this problem. They've now got a lot of work to do. Just like Bo said, they've peeled back that defense now to the core, now back to site. It's 3 versus 4, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. And Secret, they can just keep doing this. They can play this game of attrition now. Kill for kill for kill, keeping the trades. The teamwork is there. Volps, he's so low health. One bullet does this. He knows Noah's position, but Noah knows his and finds his man. 2v1. The time is down. There's no way Dots gets away with it. And Secret lock it out.
I mean, honestly, attrition is the name of the game. Like you just said, layer by layer, utility by utility, walls open, burn some nomads, burn some flashes, they peel back. And then at the very end, minute left, they're like, okay guys, we've won the roam. We've won the first half of this round, okay? Let's leave Adrian, which I do think it's a good idea. It sucks that it didn't work out in his favor, but burn a little bit more of that time. Because what's scary than hearing your teammates say, all right guys, they're giving up top, and then it's like, oh, there's a clash. What am I gonna do? Granted, Nomad was the perfect operator to be in that position to completely counter him out, and then it was just a bottleneck because they kept going and going and going. They didn't say, okay guys, we have top floor, let's reevaluate. Maybe let's go storage, maybe let's work workshop. They just kept going and going. It's like shark in bloody water.
Very masterful. And wonderful from Savage there as well. Just as the C4 came out of his hand, still to find his man. And there's that C4 that you saw place a second ago. Huge from him and Noah. Also retaking Aqua. After they lost the clash, for him to get back in that spot and make it a thorn in the side of Fluxo was absolutely wonderful. 2-1 to Secret then. I think we'll have a quick rehost coming on through. We have had a chance, of course, to see our operator bands coming out. Bandit going to be the band that I said. we might see coming out here. It's a small swap around of the Mirror and the Bandit, and on the other side, the Ace, which was also banned away in this exact situation the other day.
Do you think that Bandit Bambo is like a direct response to that first round struggle that they had with the IT wall? They lost the player on the Nitro, they didn't clear the batteries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very traditional kind of lineup on bans. It's like you usually get the Cade, the Mirror, the Bandit. And now the question is in which order, because there's a lot of talk about the Mirror and the long-range breachers. And if you have the Mirror up and you don't have the long-range breachers, nightmare for attackers. And for every Labs attacking team, it's wall denial that is the main thing. You have to open up so many walls. You have to open up IT, you have to open up connector, and then depending, rafters or the connector wall into pillars. And it just makes the job easier. And as we saw that very first round, it was a long, long time before anything even happened on that IT wall. And then we lose the map. And then you have to bring nades and then your ace. So it's like, it takes a 2-man job to a 4-man job, and now it just expedites everything else. And I think it's perfect ban for Fluxo here.
Back into things in just a second. Do you want to kind of touch on how this has started, by the way? Savage 7-1 after just 3 rounds. Normally, we see these as one of the best attacking teams in the world. We said coming into the tournament, Team Secret, best attacking team in the world, bar none. They were unbelievable. And Savage we always think of as a shield player, but here he's showing his defensive chops as well.
Well, it's actually flipped. If you look at the numbers here at Six Invitational, you're absolutely right. On the way in, Team Secret, #1 attacking team. We even saw them strong on the attack at the beginning of the tournament. That's dropped down a little bit to in the 50% now, but their defensive win rate has actually jumped up to about 65%. So if anything, they are stronger on this side of the game at the minute at Six Invitational. And the other strength that I want to pick up on for Team Secret, because by the numbers, let me tell you, they are one of the top teams that we've got left at the tournament at the moment. I'd put them up there top 2 in terms of stats and numbers. Absolutely brilliant from them. But I'm looking at the flexibility in the team. Mowgli goes big. Noah goes big. Savage is going big. Adrian has these moments. You know, everybody, Doom doesn't even need mentioning. You know, it's not like they've got a front line of 3. You know, they've just got 5 that are delivering. 5
capable killers on a roster. And I think a lot of people would kind of compare like Brazil and EU. Brazil is very much heavy gunfight, heavy chemistry plays. But I think Secret, these players are all so capable at doing absolutely anything in a round to make a hero play happen. But you're a European team. You've got a little bit of that pizzazz on like the strategy. You got a little bit more like layers to your attacks and your defense, more cheese, which I think is what I was going to say, is that I think Fluxo needs to have something else kind of happen with their attacks. It's very defaulty to me right now. They open, they see what they can work. It's a wave attack, all 5 people at once, which granted works against some teams, but I think they need a little bit extra here for Secret.
And I think that leans into what we've been seeing in the stats when I talk about, you know, Fluxo are topping clutches, multi-kills, because they're finding themselves in those situations where an organized team like Secret, it's going to be more difficult to get away with that.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, back underway. Let's see how things continue from here. Fair to say, Secret have shown a very impressive defense. We've seen some good ideas coming out from Fluxo, including that good start in round 1, but we've got to build on more and more off the back of that. It is their map pick. You do expect them to see struggling a little bit more on the attacking side rather than on the defense, Tim. As I always say, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. It could be very different once we get to that round 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see there's a bit of a switch up in the attacking lineup here. You know, rather than the Mav, the ace has been taken away. They've said, you know what, we don't want to deal with those struggles again. This time, it's going to be the Thermite, 3 exothermics now, of course, and also Palu reverts from the ace back onto the Hibana. We've seen Palu play a million hours of Hibana. He's great on this operator. So, yeah, Fluxo definitely going for a different approach this time.
Yeah, I think a lot more emphasis on utility.
Cheeky.
That is.
This is so good because the IT wall right now is jammed. They couldn't get it open. They wanted to make use of the Deimos to get underneath and shoot it away. Have now dealt with it with the micro EMPs, but I think realized there the power play coming out from Secret to get rid of that Deimos. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think that's a huge pick, because with this lineup, they can kind of go anywhere with this. But I think they're going to go pillar side with the Deimos to track below for that close generator position and the cap to force out any other spots. And now that variable is gone. They have nothing for under.
The one big question mark I've got for Fluxo W7M at the minute is Lobin. He's just been lurking out by the top of Aqua, and he's just stepped in and got himself a kill. He's on the Nomad, so he's pretty self-sufficient. He can cover his own flanks, and he can just push in and just be a thorn in the side from that opposite side of sight.
It's now that phantom pressure that he provides, right? They've lost their main cover, and you've just seen the air jab go off as well. They've got to be careful of him. Palu stepping his way forward. Oh! Mowgli the snake on his belly finds one more.
So Lobin has relocated now to Catwalk, but it's still taking 2 Secret players over towards Aqua. But I tell you what, it's not mattering to Secret because they're putting that utility to outstanding use. Mowgli, Savage, and Nitro kill a piece. Dots manages to pick up a late trade, but the damage is done, and surely it's a matter of time now for Secret to see themselves at a 3-1 advantage.
Here he goes, pushing on through with the bulletproof cam, of course, giving him away. You've got to deal with the utility coming out from everybody else.
What can you do?
Wonderful round.
Horrible you do.
Oh my goodness, you don't have a bailiff there, buddy.
Horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think out of that round, Fluxo had a little bit more kind of uniqueness to that attack. They had the Deimos, they had the cap, a little.
Gatilho, tá? Acho não, a gente vai fazer cima garagem, só que precisa prestar atenção no bagulho. Eu quero abrir a garagem embaixo, eu quero literalmente tirar toda essa pressão aqui e eu quero ter gente na entrada da pilha, eu quero ter gente na entrada da garagem, gente no TI, gente no azul e um lurker vindo pelo Matoe. Algum vai ter espaço pra jogar, tá? E aí a gente vai ganhando.
O Matoe joga L depois?
Hã?
O Matoe joga L depois?
Isso,
o cara aqui rápido.
isso, exato, aí depois pode descer, tá? E no barril, eu quero fazer o ataque do barril, lembra do punch rápido? Esse aqui. Só que eu não quero fazer rápido, eu quero trocar também essa Ing por Termite, que é matar a garagem, e eu quero trocar esse cara por Nomad, e eu vou momentar lá embaixo, dominar marrom, com vocês aqui, a gente vai ficar fakeando plant e fazendo eles bater, entendeu?
Bora caralho, vou trazer porra.
I truly wonder what he said in that timeout, because what I was saying is that I actually liked that attack a little bit more. You saw them trying to do a fast play with that thermite on the IT wall, fast rafter door. In the end, it didn't work out because, of course, there was a jammer. The timing wasn't there. And they had the Deimos for lower, but such a huge pick to die so early. So it was a much more like efficient attack with utility encounters and everything else.
I can't claim to speak Portuguese. That has not changed between our last broadcast and now, I'm afraid, Tim. But to me, it looked very prescriptive. Deliberately do this, pointing at a layout on a map for them as well, and knowing how they need to approach things. I imagine Norris has seen the Secret are doing things they didn't expect here, and therefore the plan has to evolve.
It wasn't a vibe timeout, as we call them. You know, it wasn't coming in and saying, "Come on, guys, you can do this." Let's be, you know, that was a very specific. You know, we've seen these opportunities. This is what we need to work on. Interesting stat for Fluxo W7M: 69% win rate.
Nice.
The round after timeouts. So we're expecting a big impact coming in here. On the flip side of that, if Secret can respond to that and win this round, that's got to be a hammer blow to W7M.
For sure.
We'll see if they can evolve. This time around, we have got that vert on side, looking in towards the ram of Dodez, and no shields come charging on through and barrel across that first floor like we saw last time around. So there is a change in the game plan here, Bo.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, honestly, again, it's like, okay, so we got a little bit more vert. We have the Deimos, so we've got perfect pick. Now they're aware of a Capcan. Honestly, it's so hard to get prep drones on lab sometimes, so maybe that death saves his teammate, even though they get the opening pick. That Capcan's presence is now aware to the attackers. Now they see the Legion. They're like, okay, guys, these guys are running heavy traps. Be careful. Let's clear the map. We have the Doke. We have the Deimos. Any stragglers left alive up top, we will find them. Once we find them, we have the Ram. And now they can end either side. They can go Animus box side, Pillar. They can go Assembly Exo. Really, this round is Fluxo's to determine right now.
Especially with the amount of advantages that they've found so far, absolutely. Yeah, you are right as well. It's again Secret leaning in towards slowing things down with the 4 trap operators they've got on side. Dodez getting rid of Mowgli. This is the problem, I think, here, getting maybe a little bit too aggy here. Secret, it's worked well for them so far, but Fluxo found the answer.
Yeah, they're starting to largely be forced back as well now, Secret. That top floor presence is gone. If we look across, everybody is now back towards that mid floor, and they're going to try to hold on from there. But Fluxo W7M can now, as you said, both start to dictate the pace a little bit. They've got the top floor, they've got the Deimos tracks coming out. This is going to get real problematic for Secret real quick.
Super low, but look at this. It is just suffocating Fluxo, finding anyone that is not in the bowels of this site and tearing them apart. The 9-1 Savage, all that stands between those 5 players. The team is moving about that 69% stat. I think it's just about to get a lot better.
I think it's definitely about to go up right now. Savage fighting back. He's had a big game so far, 9-1, but can do nothing about that. I've said 69% win rate after a timeout. I wonder what the percentage is for flawless rounds after a timeout.
Don't get Smoothie too cocked. He'll keep on going for days to find those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the
So,
that
siapa-siapa
just, it
yang
just sucks.
berminat,
It sucks
siapa-siapa yang
for
memang
Secret
arsik,
on that because when
boleh
you
pergi, boleh
lose
check
the
apa,
first pick
checkin aku
on a
punya
defensive roam and they are clearing you,
Twitch
it's
channel
just it's the
AyahGAMER
first domino
TV.
to fall. Labs,
So
it's a
kalau
layered
dekat
roam.
Twitch
You
game
have your
korang akan
basement
dapat
boys,
drop,
you have your first floor,
and
you
drop
have
dia
your second
adalah
floor,
skin
and it's all just like
bandit.
peel and take, peel and take. When you lose that first one, then it
uniform
gets all
hit dia
uncontested
dengan
first,
gun.
and it just starts falling because you would need to play
So,
that power
siapa-siapa
position.
berminat boleh
You wanna
boleh
play
check out aku
storage. If
punya
you're playing a
Twitch
roam,
channel.
there's a storage player and he wants to play there
Follow
to
dulu
die.
aja,
He
stay
wants
ada
to
kat aku
kind
punya
of
Twitch
see
channel.
what he can get and see
Nanti korang
what he
dapat
can
drop lah.
disrupt for the attackers just to make it a little bit
Pastikan
slower.
kau
But
punya
when you have the dope, when you have the Damos, you have uncontested burst over
Twitch channel tu
storage,
dia
there's
sama
nothing you
email
can do as a
dengan kau
defender.
punya
What I
account
love
dekat
as
R6
well about that
game
round
kau.
was that we had Secret playing the trap comp, as we said. They
Nanti
were
kau
trying
dapat ada
to spring trap,
punya
surprise the
apa
other side.
ni, skin
It
tu.
feels like the first 3 kills that came through in that round from Fluxo were all them springing their own traps, right? Look at, for example, the round breaking open IT and getting the freebie on there that they didn't expect. And then look at the Deimos from above, just like bam, 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 bam. They just were kind of being caught off guard throughout. So it's very much a spin of the narrative for the round, which is wondered from Fluxo. And you think you saw that come out of Norris as well. His reaction to me was, we fixed the problem here. We've got that one right. And they could still be on for a 3-3 half.
Yeah, Secret could be in a little bit of trouble here, and in all honesty, it's one of those rounds that I talk about where if Fluxo W7M come away with the 3-3 half, you can feel like it's a robbery. You know, they've really stolen it away from Secret
WSM,
because
satu
they
lagi.
have been in the driving seat
Yo.
for so much of this game, and then just one great timeout can really turn the tides in terms of that. And right now, we're going to be attacking onto that third choice site. It's going to be storage again, and Fluxo W7M. It's more of what we saw in the last round.
Yeah. I think kind of what you were saying is just the importance of a coach is just like it can really turn the tide of a game because at the end of the day, one round can win you championships, and it's amazing to see that we have so many amazing coaches that have the stats to back up their performance.
Well, last time around it was a big 3K from Savage on this site to keep them going, but I'd say it's pretty comfortable overall in terms of a round. So if you look at history, you probably say Secret quite looking likely for a 4-2 here. But as we've seen after that tack timeout, Fluxo can change things up. That 3-3 could still be on the way. We've got Dots going across on towards the shield. We spoke about the threat of the clash in previous rounds, Tim, but here the shield is on the other side.
It's a really nice team performance from W7M at the minute as well. If you look across, there's Dordes on 6, everybody else has 3 kills, everybody's chipping in, whereas Secret have got a couple that are just a little bit quiet coming into this one so far, and if they can get that extra little bit of juice squeezed out of them, then it again is going to catapult them into a couple of rounds, might get them that advantage, that breathing space that they had back.
Things can change dramatically once you go into the next half. We'll see what happens when we get there. Question for you, Bo, because I do this to everyone at least once on a broadcast. You want to do a bit of play-by-play?
A little play-by-play.
You want to do that?
Honestly,
you can take the round-ending
well,
moment.
it's about to be a fast one, so you better get ready because we are stacked up on forklift window. They looked at top and they said, we're not doing this, guys. We looked at Raptors, not doing this. So I think their best avenue approach is Volps in from the basement, coming up barrels, huge power position. Control has no idea he's even there. June taking the shot from the back. Mowgli trying to assist, but both the damage game is being won, but it's traded out immediately by a beautiful Nitro, but there's so much control. Dots has this guy cornered. Monty ADS, a little scary, but Mowgli in a corner. The Frenchman backed up. What will he do? He's getting tracked. He still barrels, though. This is still such a dicey play for the attackers because there's still back pressure from Aqua. Monty's pressuring.
That was good. That was very good.
Like that?
And it's still the pressure. Oh, I love it, man. Just don't fall asleep to that. That was incredible. But here we go. 2 kills.
Kenapa lah kau buka shield kau?
The pressure building up. The shield was the big one for them. Lobin in on the backside.
Whoa!
Gets rid of Adrian. Converts onto a second onto the Frenchman. We're into a 2v2.
Yeah, this crowd here in Paris needs absolutely no invitation to cheer every single Secret kill and every single one that Mowgli finds as well. It's going to give them something else to shout about. Savage continues his great game, takes down Parlu. 2 versus 1 now. Secret, 15 seconds left to go. They can use that third man, the clock. They can just let it tick down. They know that the push has to come, and Savage is going to pick up that final kill. Beautiful stuff from Secret.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, like they opened up IT. They were droning out Rafters. They have the Deimos, which is a perfect Rafter counter because Azami, the easiest operator to ping on that. Deimos, he loves that. Monty, he's looking around. He started to op IT, then he went mud. They're like, okay, guys, this is a little bit too sketchy. Let's rotate this around, which I think is a good play, but at the end of the day, they had no map control. They wasted probably, what, a minute just working and seeing what they could work, and then Volps working basement, up barrels, which is a great pinch. Forklift jump, up barrels, outer pressure 90 side, or maybe even a lobby walk. I'm unsure exactly where the positions were. But at the end of the day, the trades looked like it was going in Fluxo's favor. That damage out of Bulbs, absolutely huge. But one Nitro, Mowgli, a huge, huge throw to help his boy Joom secure the first floor. Gigantic, and the trades just worked out in Secret's favor.
What I love is it was a repeat. We were speaking about it at the start of that round. Oh, last time we were here, Savage got a 3K. He's coming in round 6 and done exactly the same thing against him. He's got 12 kills to himself now, more than the rest of his entire team combined. We speak about IGLs around the world. You know, Spiker, me and you love watching him at the minute. Yeah. You said you wanted a Spiker jersey. Did you get one?
I have not got one. I don't know if the message has got back to Spiker.
Sort you out.
This guy's fake. This guy's fake.
I've been loving watching Spiker this tournament.
But to come back to it, Savage, he's only 22. An IGL of a team that's won an event already throughout this year as well. You say Unk. You're aware who you stood next to, right? But no, for someone so young to be IGLing a team and playing the way that he has done so many times over, it's wonderful to see him also really thriving at this level.
Mowgli just hitting that Nitro, I think inadvertently, but it might have just saved his life.
He did.
Because otherwise he was definitely getting taken out by that.
Yeah, I think that was Savage. Savage was like, you've done your job, Mowgli. Godspeed. But Mowgli's like, nah, fam, I got this, bro.
Well, now we get to see how, and he's coming into the tournament, the best attacking team in the world approaches Labs. Now, we did see, of course, this exact matchup the other day. On this map, it was the third and the decider. There will be a lot of changes, I imagine, for both sides. We saw Norris and his words to the team to get them that extra round on the board in that first half. But Tim is still an uphill struggle.
Yeah, now we're seeing Secret going for the Cade, Bandit, both wall denials. But as I was mentioning earlier, now we have the Mira. But Adrian on the Habana is going to be the best absolute option for this wall because IT, huge wall you need. Anything to happen without cheese needs this wall. And of course, we've seen many Habanas. You would think they're pros, but they will mess up on this wall if they do not play it properly. You guys don't know how hard it is. It's pretty hard.
We've seen some messy ones.
Yes.
This is one.
Hey, it gets the job done. If it gets open, it gets the job done.
I will give this always that tiny little bit of, I mean, fair enough. They got the job done. They got to kill them, then get inside. That's all you're really looking for. Though it does look like a very, very interesting piece out of the Louvre, Tim.
Yeah, Dordes is going to manage to find one, but Noah is there with a response elsewhere. We've just got Savage kind of floating around on that Monty. He's a little bit undecided as to where this push is going to come. Looks like he's going to use that shield to try and take the ground on Catwalk, which is going to affect Palu in this position. He can't continue playing. IT door if that Catwalk is taken. So right now, this attack is kind of waiting for Savage.
Yep, and I think honestly, Savage is going to play the Monty a bit more efficient, a bit more by the books rather than Fluxo. They're going to take it a little bit slower. They're going to get that Raptor control. They're going to open up. You probably use the last two Habanas on one of these walls for Raptors and then just pinch out CC. But of course, the picks are just not working in their favor. No death falls to the IT wall. It's a 1v4. You just have to see what you can get. Peek and peek and peek and peek. Smoke is the best operator for this. But you have such long angles. The attackers know the aggression is happening. They know
trying, man.
This is the only opportunity for Volps to win, but he falls.
Secret just so good at not giving up those clutch situations. We saw this yesterday. And where it made me a little bit worried for the series coming into him is Fluxo. They're a massively clutch team.
They've been so reliant on it. You know, like I said, coming in at the beginning, I repeated it for that is their biggest start. That is their biggest success at the Invitational. And as much as it's impressive, you get the clips, you get the plays, but it's not something you can keep relying on to win a championship.
Will it win a championship? Yep. A great team wins championships. Great players. They don't, not so much. You might get the Twitter followers. You might get the cool clips. You might have Ace and Dez scream your name at the top of their lungs. But at the end of the day, if you don't do it as a team, cohesively, you will go home. And this is a testament. This is a testament for Fluxo.
Have you got that as your wake-up alarm each morning? Me and Tim just going, Bolo!
Yes, of course. I mean, who would not love that? Imagine everybody at home. Imagine if these beautiful, wonderful casters that have blessed their voice with so many Siege games, the absolute Siege greats, screaming your name. Wait a second, you guys might need to do like a little cameo or something, you know?
When I retire, that's what I'm making money.
There you go.
You know what? I always thought, would that ever happen in a game? And it did happen once, but the funny thing that happened was I got into a game, someone was like, is that Dez, you the caster? I was like, yeah. He's like, can you say bottle of water for me? And I was like, bottle of water, and he was like, yes!
Wow.
Oh, the things that you see and come across, the things that you see. Well, right now we're seeing Secret up 5-2, looking very commanding. However, that first half did start out with a Fluxo round win. So maybe we see a little bit of fight back, Tim, but it's definitely feeling a little bit nerve-wracking seeing your opponent 3 rounds ahead and 2 away from taking away
Yeah, and Secret with a little bit more, kind of very similar to Fluxo, where they have the lineup to basically do absolutely anything. They're going to open the walls, they're going to see what they can get top, they're going to count the numbers, because Siege is a number game. Labs, a huge map. 2 people over here, that means there's 2 people not here. Play the numbers, take the control that you can see that is free. And now they're just droning out the side. They see the Echo, a huge pick. Kind of counters out the Dokkaebi here with the roam clear, because they're going to be clearing the roam, but they're going to have the Yokais on the top floor to help and assist, make it a little bit easier.
You've got Lobin up on top floor. He's going to come under some pressure at some point. He's at the top of Akko's stairs at the minute, and Secret are very much looking like they are intent in taking that. We've got Savage just holding the angle there. They know it, that there's a little bit of presence. It's going to be Doxo that manages to punish Noah. A great Nitro to pick up the opening kill, and look who he's got. He's taken the Dokkaebi offline. You've just lost that roam clearing ability with those calls.
You still do have the demo, so not all is lost. But in the event, that Secret get down to the execute, and if Paulu is still alive with the Echo, if he has a good Echo for a plant, which I will say is hard on Labs, but in the event, that Dokkaebi is absolutely huge. I know he's licking his lips when he hears that Doke call is dead.
Not really much more they can do except try and recover at this point. Mowgli's certainly helping out with Dodes being taken down. Still going to worry about Lobin of upvotes him. They're starting to look towards site, and Palu is still going pretty big here. They've got the right idea, but Palu's just too good. A 2K in the round, assist with the Echo as well. He's
doing it all. He's doing it absolutely all. And now, why not?
Well, that's a Palu round.
You're going to do it all, you might as well do it all.
He started the round with the pick, he ended the round with it, he was droning, he was shooting. I mean, that's Palu, right? He's been in the game for so long, and he's about to be a dad.
I'm about to say, dad to be buff.
Yeah.
Did you get better or worse?
Well, I mean, I hung it up. I hung it up, right?
Before you can find out.
I mean,
nobody can ever prove that you didn't get better.
You're right. I mean, my rank stats are looking pretty good, right? So I think there's that.
There's got to be something in that.
I got to have something here, guys. I got to have something.
There's such good use of it. I've always loved seeing Echoes being used aggressively.
Yes.
I think we first saw it pioneered a few years ago by Deepak, if you remember.
Deepak was a big sort of proponent of that, yeah.
He was massively aggressive, out drone holes outside the building and using it for all kinds of purposes. And we've seen more and more teams really build into making use of it, playing a lot of robot wars around the map with enemy drones, but as we saw, it was all they needed to get themselves around on the board. Big round now, Tim. We always talk about the importance of round 9. Yep. Why is it important?
Well, we've got a 5-3 scoreline, and the difference, and I'm sure you'll be able to attest to this, Bo, as well, the difference in a 6-3 scoreline and a 5-4 line is just, it's gigantic. It can't be overstated. Either you've got Fluxo W7M right back in the game, 1 round in it, or they're facing 3 map points.
Yep, and even though it's a number with such significance, it's also such a psychological thing for the players, because just seeing that match point, whenever the round finishes, you see match point pop up and it's like, oh my gosh, we're either gonna win. Yeah. And then the nerves kind of hit in. It's like, are you counting your your eggs before they hatch? Or is it gonna intimidate you? Are you gonna play a little bit less? Are you gonna play to not win? To not lose, I should say.
We hear this a lot where teams always say, well, like, coaches say it during time. It's just 1 round at a time, guys. Like, forget about the score, it's 1 round at a time, but you can't really ignore it.
Yeah,
it is there.
You have a coach saying it for 45 seconds, and then round starts, match point. Match point.
Straight back into hell. And all the flames that come with it as flames burn out next to Dodes there. One of his flare canisters being removed. We've got the Capitão on the other side of Savage. So keep an eye on where those firebolts and of course the smokes go. That's a hell of a lot of utility in back pocket. IT now being opened up too. They're getting a lot of pressure starting to build up, Tim, around IT and Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really confident round for Secret. Last time we saw them attack onto this top floor, they dismantled Fluxo W7's defense 1 piece at a time. It was organized. It was a great team round from them, and they're going to be looking to do more of the same. They're getting the Roteros in, they're doing the work, they're softening up the site, they're taking away that utility, but they're doing it in a number of areas. They're giving themselves options, they're giving themselves avenues to attack.
Yeah, and does with this lineup and with these positions, I do want to say maybe they're trying to go for a Raptor hit here, because all the Habanas are usually used up on the IT wall, but typically when a Raptor hit, you want to open up the CC wall, so they can't play the mirrors, they can't play the deep, but they have the Ying waiting and waiting for that Aqua hit. They have the backstab of Jen, and just I think it's actually going to be more of an Anaconda, I would say, where they all just surround and just squeeze the defenders until some control happens. And of course, Wolps wins his winning fight with Mowgli, and I think that was Jen's side. Mowgli loves that position, but it doesn't work out, because what happens when you have a pump? You get pumped.
Try the best to step in here is June, but no, Dode's a little bit sharper in the moment, unfortunately. Does lose his HP. I've looked used to the laser gates, by the way, to protect the mirror windows throughout the round, Tim.
Yeah, it's just been about gunfights as this round versus the last time Fluxo tried to defend here, and Fluxo have come out on top. Adrian, he's out on that connector side on his own, low health, trying to get something going, but there's little hope because one bullet will see him done. Savage, again, working from IT. Secret are so separated at the minute. They don't have an opportunity. There'll be no trade comes in here because there's no opportunity from Secret to be in touch with each other, to be in a position to contribute when your teammate is dying. Again, there will be no trade there.
They certainly tried, but Fluxo looking a bit different gravy in that round.
And I will say that's one of the downsides of the Anaconda, right? Like, I mean, maybe that's not a common term. Maybe I made that up right here, right now, right?
I've never heard it in my life.
Well,
we're keeping it.
yeah, there we go.
Mate,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
make
use that
sure,
for the next
write that
year.
down, write that down. But anywho, that's the downside because you have one all over the map. And as you saw, Mowgli was the first to fall. And usually Mowgli is the one to kind of open up that space. He's the one to kind of chisel away the defense and say, guys, I have an opening here. This guy died. This means space. This means overreaction. But he lost. And then the other guys on Aqua side lost their fight. Pillar lost. And let's listen to the timeout.
They just started the mode extra swing, and that's the only way that they saw that they can win, so they will be trying to extra on that one. You guys are okay with just holding the angles and try to play to punish them, or you guys just give away your lives over there, like not holding that much aggressive, and just wait for the execution? Because both of these would work, you know. The round wouldn't go to the execution if they are extra swinging, or the round can go to the execution after if we allow to, but then we cannot be trying to get the kills. You know, you guys decide which one you guys want to play, and we play out together for that one thing. Okay.
We just make them with the resources here and take a big DMR and just to show them up.
Use the time, guys. The time of the round is ours anyways, because they're playing that aggro. So let's use it, okay?
Yeah, just don't make mistakes here, guys.
We also good breaches, guys. It's good.
Which try hit there is to swing or not to swing. That is the big question. He's saying just do it as a team.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing is like, you know, if you're going to play stupid, play together. If you're going to play smart, make sure there's no stupid players, right?
Ape strong together.
Yes, ape strong together. You can do whatever you want. Make that decision in the round. The coach is giving the players the freedom because he's not in the lobby. He doesn't know exactly the emotions and what is being faced with the players because we see all. We have the all-viewing eye right now. But the players, you don't know what's happening. You don't know how many you're being faced with. And if you just do it together, no matter what you do, your success will be higher.
It's a nice attempt on a 2 versus 1, but I think it would have all been futile there towards the back end of the round. Fluxo starting to cook across these last two. Gee, I wonder which side the crowd are on, Tim.
There is absolutely no question of it in the Adidas Arena. Let me tell you, it only gets louder when Falcons play.
Do you say Adidas Arena?
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
I swear we say Adidas in the UK.
I know.
I got told... You're not one of us.
I keep
You
hearing
say Adidas?
I say Adidas.
See,
in the Adidas
we were having this conversation the
Adidas.
other day. Is it Adidas? What did Parker say? Parker said they said it in a really weird way, like Adidas or something. And I was like, no one else in the world says it that way. You're a special breed if you say Adidas, because no one else does that. Parker, I'm really sorry for cooking you here without you being able to defend yourself. I can't
Kali niya,
What's a kilometer? Adidas. Adidas.
All right, let's get back into it then. We had that big round 9. Fluxo are back within touching distance. They are 1 round behind. It isn't so far-fetched to imagine that a Secret win this round. Fluxo can win the next 2 and take us to OT.
Yeah, they've moved on to storage now. It's the first time that we've seen them play this site because they kind of muddled up their
Malah aku
rotation a bit by
pilih-
going
aku
top,
pilih
bottom,
face
and then
betul.
back up to top. They obviously thought
Tapi
that they had the
masalah.
answer to that top floor, which they did. So let's see how they do on the mid floor. A lot of the time, the defense here is all going to come down to the top floor hold. We've got Lobin, Carlu, Dodes all up there. There's 3 of them to support each other. They need to make sure they're covering each other's angles. Don't let Secret pick them apart. And by contrast, Secret need to go in and disrupt this top floor defense.
100%. I mean, again, you see all these traps, and the executes
Ah,
are kind of
mampus
happening.
ni Boom.
Lobin losing such a crucial spot, and now that gives so much space to the attackers. IT wall, gen control, and now it's just going to be an absolute flood from the attackers once they get this pillar wall open. And I think Adrian is here right now, and now we're going to see whether or not Fluxo says, are we fighting? How important are we going to put value on this top floor? If they open this wall, do we peel? Do we stand our ground? Do we fight? Do we trade it out? And it doesn't matter because June is taking control. Wow, triple kill from Jen. And now I think Bolts is going to give, but he's going to wait for his moment to try to strike back and try to get some of the picks back. because it's been an absolute slaughter top floor.
That's all it's going to be sometimes. Someone walks in, has a life round. He had 1 kill prior to this point, but finds 3 in the round. And what a critical round it could yet prove to be. Volts and Dots with a lot of recovery to do, but I don't see Secret giving up a 5v2.
No, I really can't see that happening. Volps has dropped back down to that ground floor put. He's on a flank desk. He's going to try and move up meeting, but it's going to be too late, surely. He's going to move cross through connector, but Doom has done the damage, a 4 kill. It could be an ace on the Blackbeard. Volps moving across. Plant is down, now's his time. He's going to have to just ace, clutch this, no other option. Sees the first, can't get him, and the problem that he's got now, they know exactly where he is. Hit by the air jab. The challenge was a little bit slow from Adrian. He's let him get back to his feet. 20 seconds there's for Volps to do something.
He's coming. He's coming. They're trying to give him the A7. He's chasing him down through this top floor. About 10 seconds to go. Here he steps. And Doom gets
Yes.
I
God,
absolutely
dude.
love that. Not a lot of players would do that, but what's a better time to get an ace in a semi-final loser match? I'm sure Joom is feeling himself so good. He's already been playing such a good tournament, and another ace to just make him feel even a bit more warm and fuzzy, especially on Valentine's Day. We gotta love that.
I mean, I take it all back. I said Adrian was a little bit slow on the challenge. Never for a second did I dream at this level they'd be like, no, let's get Joom the ace. That was more about, we know where he is now. Come get him.
Adrian, our humble king, he is 1 in 8.
So
he has flashes. He has a shotgun. This guy is right on top of him. He says, Joom, you've done so much for us. Let me pay you back a little bit. Let me give you that ace.
I respect that from Adrian a lot. Like, this way, my
100%.
king. Through you come.
100%.
What a great way to get it done. It isn't map over yet. It's 6-4. 2 rounds of Fluxo to find in a row. But like I said, Tim, if we're following our pattern, these next 2 sites could be the ones that Fluxo get over the line and take us to OT. How's your Tim impression, by the way? As you say the line.
I would not even
He does
dare.
this to everybody.
I would
You're
not
gonna do it.
even dare.
It's a trial by fire. You've got to do it.
Really?
Don't worry. Fett really messed it up, so you can't do any worse than that. You'll be all good.
We need,
Let me
what
talk
line
to
is it
production
going to
real
be?
quick, and I'll let him test it out real quick. Is it valid?
All right. Can they do it, Tim? Do you think they hold on here, Fluxo, or do you think this one's going Secret's way?
Look, I really think this is going Secret's way at this point. Fluxo, I think, have adapted well throughout the game. We've seen a couple of key moments, the tactical timeout, and then we've seen a change a couple of rounds ago that have got them a bit of momentum back. But Secret are just, they're ever evolving, they're ever changing, and they're responding to everything Fluxo W7M do. And so they're constantly trying to hit a moving target. And for me, I don't know if Fluxo W7M have now got another adaptation in them to, face up against the latest version of Secret that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, a wise man once said, be like water, right? Secret is just flowing through this. No matter what, they're going to get open their prerequisites. Open this, open that, drone, C. And then they just go where they can. And the trades are working out in Fluxo's favor. I don't even know what happened. But the lobby fight loses out to Lopin. I think that is a perfect thing you want to see as Fluxo in a 6-4 deficit. Huge 2 kills out of him.
Just looking at the Fluxo lineup across the bottom left of your screen, we can see that there's still Lobin and Volps up on that mid floor. They're looking to hold on to those verticals for a while, and they need to, because Savage is there on the book. So Secret have still got the utility that they need, and that gives a little bit of hope for the home side.
Come on,
Mowgli taking down
W7M.
Lobin, Savage still on board, means that they can use these verticals. They've got the hard breach, they've got the exothermic. There's plenty of work still that Secret can do. If they get the kill onto Volps here, there's big trouble coming for Fluxo W7M.
They've almost reversed what Secret are doing to them and trying to pressure them around the map, run that clock down, but in the process of trying to waste time, have wasted 3 players on the other side.
Everybody from Fluxo W7M has just recognized the situation and gone back to side. They've decided now is the time to turtle and hold on, and it's working perfectly as Paolu manages to take down Savage. 3 versus 1, and Mowgli, he's got his work cut out. He'd love to do it, but Paolu says, no, not today. That's not happening. And I love that moment from Fluxo W7M. In the 3v2, they recognize now is the time, and you see them as a team just collapse back to side. We're just going to hold the angle.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
the thing is, I love 3v3 Siege. 3v3 Siege, to me, is much more entertaining than 5v5, because 5v5 is a chessboard. All the pieces are on the board, but what happens when you lose your queen? you cry and cry. Guess what? 3v3, you wait and see who the third guy is. They saw Volp's cargo side. That's one guy off. We can assume that after this roam clear has been won by W7M, which is already a huge fight, that they're going to be back to side. They're going to be layering it back. The first guy we see is cargo side. That means he's on his way. So that's a hit. That's a call to hit the site and just try to take our chances. 3v2 the guy's side, wait for the straggler. And I think it is a great choice, but at the end of the day, Fluxo was already ready, because when you kill so many guys on the roam, when you win that first half of the round, you say, what are they going to do? Very much similar to the attacker mindset to a 3v1. They're going to get aggro. They have to flood and flood and flood. Their only chance, and they were ready.
This is one of my favorite stats. I spoke a lot about clutch, but I'm also looking back at the number of 3Ks we've had from players throughout the tournament. In our top 6, we have 4 players from Fluxo. Collectively, we're just shy of 60 3Ks or better at the tournament. No team is even close to that number. Parlo has found 2 in this game. We have seen that Secret have got a few of their own. 4 throughout the game so far. They've been doing very well. And that entry could be a good starting point to slow that down, as Lovin's the first to fall. This is where they hold on.
They've lost the DMR as well, of course. The Arune, the laser gates will already be deployed, but that DMR offline is a big bonus to Secret. We know how quickly those guns will race through fights, why we're seeing so many of them brought along. So big start for Secret. They're going to get that RT wall open, and what I like here is we've got Mowgli out by Electrical, we've got Doom out towards Aqua, we've got the RT wall open, we've got Adrian over by Connector. They're in the Anaconda again.
Yes. That is such a comp. It's staying.
I love that.
Oh, Mogians for second.
Right. What a better time to win it. He lost it earlier, but not on match point. He finally wins it. Jabbing off IT, secures the aggression IT, because again, 5v3, what did the defenders do? They get aggro. Mowgli containing the aggression. Huge impact, makes it a bit more available.
When the team played the other day, it was 7-5 to Secret Team. It looks like we're lining up for the same scoreline again. Dodes or Palu, massive clutch to disavent him, but they've got to do it bigger than ever.
Mowgli just got a little bit lucky there. He switched to the air jab. There was a little look around the corner from Palu, but he wasn't quite ready to take the challenge. So Mowgli survives for at least a little bit longer. 5 versus 2. Palu, Dodes desperately trying to hold on to Fluxo's map choice here, but you just get the feeling that Secret are circling. They are looking for the fight that is going to end this one. Palu, though, fights back, manages to find one onto Noah, but Savage is there with one of his own. Mowgli backs him up and gets the second. And Team Secret, they take map 1. And here in Paris, the crowd goes wild.
I mean, that's a bar burner. That's what we're all here for. And Labs is a perfect map for that. It's battle of wits. It's battle of mechanics. It's battle of everything. And right now is where Fluxo really needs to dial it in on Chalet. Granted, they just had a perfect, amazing match versus Furia, sending the previous world champions home. But now, can they survive? Can they do it on Chalet and bring us to Fortress?
Well, that's the big challenge, and is the answer that we all need. So let's go to break, and when we come back, map 2 awaits.
Dia kata kita casual juga. Lang-lang tunggu dia. Lang-lang tunggu dia. Sekejap. Aku kata kita casual juga. Pun baik lah. Okay, kita casual kejap lah. Alang-alang tengah rehat ni. Casual dapat baik tak? Tamatlah sudah Alkisah kami. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi. Du 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 du. Du, 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 du. Du 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 du. Lambatnya nak buka game. Ni aku dah ada. Tarik lagi. Alamak, map bosannya. Na 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 na. Ni background apa ni ya? DP. Oh, Praskia. Koyak banget. Belum start lagi, belum start lagi. Ready. Orang yang dah start. Let's go. Sambung balik kita punya game.
I would love to see Fortress, and even though I said Secret, I really hope Fluxo comes in and upsets me again, because it would be a shame for a loser semi-match to go down 2-0. Like, we gotta really live it and have every little round and detail come through to really experience the 6th Invitational. And we've got Fluxo banning the Line and the Doke, and then Secret with the Azami and Thorn. So I'm excited for these bans. I'm excited. A little bit emphasis on map control for the Azami, and still with the Thorn, you can kind of, make it a little bit faster. We've seen a lot of Thorn play recently. We have with this addition of the buff.
I'm just really hoping this goes the distance, because I want to give Bo the true, it's not really a true Destiny SI experience if we don't have overtime at some point. So I'm just even if it's just in this map and Secret, we were close in the last one. I'm just hoping that we get that overtime moment.
I'm really hoping for the same. I want to ask you more about the Thorn, because I found the Thorn so interesting. Obviously, pick rate through the roof, seen it banned a few times now. What's your take on I don't want to call it a rework, but the changes?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I might have been in the minority on this, is that I enjoyed Old Fortress. Granted, wasn't a pro league.
Thorn, sorry.
Oh, Thorn. You said
We'll
Thorn?
talk about Fortress after. Thorn, the operator.
Thorn.
Yeah, it's noisy, man. What
Okay, well, that's a little bit different. I did not like Thorn, and now with the faster activation, with the increased traps, you're seeing Thorn bans.
Yeah.
Like, tell that to a 2022, 2023 player, and it's like, why? What are you talking about? Why are we banning Thorn all of a sudden? And even that CZ, another small thing is that CZ FOV change. You see so many loadouts with the shotgun, the M870, which honestly a lot of people would regard as the greatest shotgun in Siege. It's small, but it packs a huge punch, and you have a fully auto CZ to boot. I mean, you have firepower, you have traps, and in the meta that we currently have with all these shields, all these fast plays, these aggressive rushes, Thorn is a huge thorn in your behind. Oh, here he is.
He's fitting right in, and he's fitting right in.
You're welcome back here anytime, Bo. That's it. That's your entry. That gets you your ticket.
If you're gonna start dropping puns on us, then
Amy,
you're in any
keluar
time.
masuk.
I'm all here for it. Remember, guys, I'm a dad now. This is my bread and butter.
That's it. You got to get on the dad joke train. That's what it's all about.
Just you wait till I hit the creme de la creme. I'm waiting for it.
We'll be getting into game in just a moment. As you can see in the top left corner of your screen, a quick technical pause while we get our lobby rehosted. So back into it in no time at all. Do you expect a 2-0 here, Tim, or do you think there is a world where Fluxo do get us back onto that third map?
Like I said, as we were coming into that, I do expect the 2-0, and it's because I look at Chalet, and both of these teams, it's kind of similar preference for them. They've got a similar record, to within a couple of maps. They're winning more than they lose on Chalet. They're both very capable here on this map. And I just think when I look at what we've seen so far today, Secret are playing the better team Siege. Yeah. And I think that's what's going to win the day for them, unless Fluxo W7M can come out and show us something different. But through the tournament, they haven't really shown us that difference. What they've shown us is an ability to win those difficult rounds, is an ability, to get the big multi-kills, to have the hero plays. But I'm looking at the Secret side and I'm thinking, as the steam run out, have you come to the end of the line being able to do that if you Fluxo W7M? And right now, I think they might have done.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of going back to the Fury game with Fluxo versus Furia, where there was a lot of hero plays. Granted, I think Furia was playing very not Furia-like that we're expecting. Fluxo, still the absolute better team, and it shows because they won. They beat them. They sent Furia home. And I do think what you were saying, the Secret is playing a better Siege. If you look at it all on paper, if you look at it top down, it looks so clean. It's in unison. It's cohesive. It looks like these guys have been playing forever together. And Fluxo, I still see that, but not as much. And I actually would want Fluxo to win. I would want them to win because I think for Fluxo to win, they need to be playing good, but I think one of them has to have a sensational life game performance here. And I'm all for it, because I feel like as a caster, it probably makes your job easy if one guy's dropping 20 kills. Let's watch this guy. Let's watch this guy.
Let's watch this guy called Bolo a lot, actually. It was amazing.
He got one or two.
He clutched up on the Goyo, on the mirror, That Vector, he was a bit of a demon with it.
Tahu ah.
We need to get the ball or spin lessons in while
Soal
we're
tu
here.
kena 8 bilik ni.
Yeah,
Tak
I'm
besar
on
tu.
trackpad.
Take a
Bring me the
chance.
mouse.
There's
Bring me
no
the mouse.
I mean, you could try and do a spin on the trackpad. Des might not be too happy when his laptop
Break
will
the
start
wall,
flying
man,
up
if
and
I
down.
don't know.
Whatever tabs are up here right now.
What you don't know, he's an absolute nightmare now. He's like a whirlwind. He walks up to anything, just spins it, and it's off flying. Spinning stage, you can make that spin, you can give it a go. I don't think we'll get quite far with that one.
Maybe one day.
We are now back into things. Thank you for your patience. It looks like we're loading in, and everyone is happy and ready to go. Secret start on the attacking side, and one thing I'm looking forward to, with a little bit of trepidation for Secret and their fans, is they did not win a single defense against Falcons on their game on this map the other day. So we hope there's some work that's been done, because they've got to be better than the other day.
I mean, luckily for Secret, they are starting on the attack, so, you know, at least they might be able to get a few rounds before they have to face up to that difficult side, you know, where they struggle. But Flux or W7M, they are a side, as we've said, that can turn over surprises quite easily. We may well see them come into this, and, you know, we certainly don't want to make it sound like it's a write-off. They could come in here and just thoroughly surprise us. You know, they've got the capability, like you said yourself, boy. You have Volps come in here and just do Volps things. Palu take over the game, and all of a sudden it doesn't really matter what Secret are doing. But let's get into round one. We're going to be defending up on the top floor, the Brazilian side, starting up there in Master and Office. We can see they've got half of the wall open on the breach side. They've got a real presence out towards Library as well. It looks like Dodes is going to be playing on Mezzanine, so they are looking for a complete top floor hold here at the minute.
Yeah, and I mean, you see this very traditionally now. This is the current Chalet meta, where it's a heavy bar extend. That is a great push round usage, but also kind of a blunder out of Dodes, I feel like. As a Mez Mira player, you need to be ready for that, because that is one very direct operator to just stump your whole entire setup. And that Mira being open is not good whatsoever, and huge to this Library attack if Secret decide to push it. It seems like they're kind of rotating elsewhere. I think they see this Mira, these Elemines, and of course Lobin just already taking out Joom, their ace, which is instrumental for the Solar, because that wall being closed and having no chance of ever being open for the Solar take is so bad for Secret.
It's honestly the catalyst. It's one of those maps a little bit like Border in a way, where you do have to challenge outside the building as best you can. Get a replay of that one here. Lobin just full sending it, so you can see why there was a little bit of trepidation from Savage to try and go too aggressive on towards him. Causing a little bit of bother. At least now we've got the air jabs down, so we can't push out in towards Solar Tim, but I don't think that'll stop him.
No, I wouldn't have thought so at the moment. They're going to be looking for the nades to go in, clear some utility as well. Flash will go with it, and that allows now Savage to get a little bit mobile on those stairs. Does he know about the man underneath? That's the big question. I think that's where he's being sent. I think he's being sent to sort of make that challenge and make sure that that area is clear. We're going to see, it was the Ella that you were looking at, Palu. He's going to dash his way back towards those blue stairs. He gets himself back safely to site. So again, it's just more time wasted by Flux or W7M.
Palu here on the side on towards the piano window. Could be a bit of a challenge coming in here. 2 or 3 players swinging all at once, and we know this is a horrible spot to be in. Noah's gone, but elsewhere, 2 kills fly back the way of Secret, making a third. They've got this round rolling now, and looking in for Palu, who's dug in on piano. We've said how big a clutch player he is, but he's got to go massive, Tim.
They've missed the opportunity there as well. Palu sends out the Gasmot mine. It's going to create that shield break, but he can't challenge onto him at the right time, and ultimately he's punished at the piano as the 2 come in, and they manage to take him down. 2v1 now with one of those. A Blackbeard Bolt is in serious trouble, but he manages to do some damage to the Blackbeard. Can't find the feet on the second challenge. Can't find the man as Mowgli. He peeks on through, finds his kill, and Team Secret take their first attack.
That was a beautiful effort on that 1v2, but really, what can you do when a BB is staring you down in your eyes, and just this BB is just like, he's just ready. He's ready for you, and you have a DMR behind. But I will say, a beautiful 3v1 jump out on that guy on the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
That was absolutely stunning. Bathroom window swing, jump out piano, Ivy window. But all that's 3 bodies for 1. Secret responded perfectly. Perfect response for a perfect aggression play on the bathroom. Mowgli takes Library, hits the guy in the back. All these guys swing in Solar, and they just explode, and they punish the capitalization on their attacker who died.
Well, let's see how things go for Bar and Gaming then. It's a good start from both sides, really. I thought you just kind of touched on it yourself there a little bit, Mo. Fluxo have had some great plays in the moment. It's just the Secret were a little bit better when it came down to the sharp end of things. Started last map at a 1-1 scoreline. Secret get first blood here. And Fluxo bite back. We'll find out.
we won't get too far into it, but the chocolatine pan chocolat rivalry continues. We can confirm.
I tell you what, this is looking a little bit scary here.
Ay, kena double
Can't
table
see himself
M
as
ni
form
kan.
peak, almost lost his own head in the process.
I do like this energy, though. I do like this. This is something you would see in these deep runs. Nothing is out of the question. Spawn peaks, aggression, fast rushes. This is where real siege happens.
Looking at the Vigil on board from Dordes there, we often, we talk about it being quite a selfish pick because you're not bringing much utility. It's all about getting out there, wasting time and finding kills. Is that kind of the role it's seen within the teams as well?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you really break down Vigil to his core, he is the best roamer, and there's a fast jump out of Savage, but there's 2 defenders waiting for him. The pressure's there. Slaughter, perfect sync on the defenders, Lobin and Volps, and Mowgli.
They've got a cut. They've got the 90 held down. Adrian's gone absolutely nuclear. Volts and Pilots are full. Mowgli back into another. He was the distraction. He was the bait. And everyone on the side of Fluxo except for Lobin is down to him.
Plant's going down as well. Noah's managed to get into position just inside of that double window. There's absolutely no chance for Lobin to move back in. Mowgli's got the cover, and Secret, they are feeling it. Right now, to me, they look like a shark that's just smelled blood in the water. They know they're circling, and they're just taking bites out of Fluxo W7M at the minute.
It's kind of what I was saying on Labs. Siege is a number game. It's pieces on the board.
Kunci pun tarik kali keluar lah.
For all the Portuguese speakers.
Saya kat yang mangga tu dekat kali tu.
Imagine we'll get that restarted in a second, as you can't hear them at the moment. But what does that say in terms of panic stations for them? They're already slamming the brakes on Tim in round 2.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got a really early tack time out there, which I don't hate, by the way. If you can, if you can see that you're off the tracks, you got to try and put it back on. You got to pick it up and sort it.
For sure. And I mean, again, it's like, I feel like Fluxo is playing good. They're doing the 2v1s, but maybe their backline is like not holding it together. Maybe their side players are straggling a little bit too far away, which sometimes is a good thing. But if fire is matched with fire and you aggress and they react with aggression, and you can't hold your back line, everything falls, everything crumbles. They're still playing good, but they're not playing as good as Secret.
It feels for Fluxo, I look at it, I feel like it's kind of a rising tide raises all ships. So as Fluxo improve, so does Secret. And, no matter what Fluxo seem to do, Secret are going up there with them, and they're keeping that extra 10%. They're just keeping themselves on top. So like you say, this is not a bad game being played by Fluxo W7M. It's just a very good one being played by Secret.
For sure. And again, it's like, I don't even know what, as a coach, I would tell my players right here, because it's like, that's good communication. It is showing, even from our perspective, that they're communicating so well. One guy jumps in trophy, 2 to react immediately, 1 guy in bathroom window, crucial for a solar take. 1, 2, 3 involved in the kill to give space to the defenders. So it's like, what do you say? Hit your shots, run back to site. Don't do these aggressive plays and overextend your hand. So this is a tough one.
I think Mowgli's soaking up that time in front of the home crowd. Him and Noah especially have been very vocal up on that stage so far. If that momentum can carry them all the way through, then what is the complaint? The big question comes for a lot of this crowd, Tim. These fighters are getting a bit like a following behind them, but let's not forget, they've got Falcons waiting. They are the French team.
This is the problem for Team Secret now. They're looking at potentially facing off against Falcons, and they've had so much support so far, and that will continue.
Yep.
But it will also be tempered when they go up against Falcons. We can hear the timeout now, I think.
Lobão, eu preciso que você vá de Denari e faça aquela Denari que a gente viu no treino, que os caras estavam zaralhando a janela do Solário, tá ligado? Ô, Lobão, a gente vai voltar para aquela tua antiga que você joga de Castle. Tá? Não tem recurso para quebrar isso aí, e a gente vai pegar e tampar, vai tampar saguão, etc. E a gente consegue jogar unilateral, peitando só uma área deles. E realmente, guys, desculpa, é muito mais atenção e comunicação, muito mais proativa de onde eles estão. E se não tomarem moscando, que a gente não tava essas porra, tá ligado? A gente não tava com novidade nenhuma. Então não desanima por causa do primeiro round, não, porque o primeiro round vocês jogaram pra caralho, os caras tiraram o primeiro round. Então bora, caralho. Bora, energia, caralho.
Bora, guys, é muito bom a gente pegar a Les. Eu acho que eu vou pegar as das ligas,
Very silent timeout from the players. It's just coach had the floor. But honestly, it kind of sounded like he was a bit frustrated. It sounded like something that he noticed was very, very crucially wrong with their defense. And again, this is the third round. 2-0, timeout off the rip. Surely he sees something so early on that he has to address right this very second to salvage as many defensive rounds as they can.
Well, look, that's what was said on the interview with Maria. Is like, you know, we've got some plans in mind. We know what we're doing. That to me looked like a coach that was like, right, this is not what we planned for. And this is where the demand is now going to be on the Brazilian boys to recover and fight their way back in, because Tim, we spoke about it coming in, Palu yet to win a major or a hammer. We can't imagine a timeline where that is not a thing. Is this his best chance of getting there finally?
It certainly is a chance, put it that way. You know, they've been playing very well so far.
Is it a slim chance right now?
It's narrowing, we will say that. Another interesting follow-on from that timeout, as you've said, you know, it looks like Norris has seen something there and wanted to rip that timeout forward immediately. They're going back to the same start that they were in round one. They're not continuing that rotation, so again, that screams to us. Usually we would see teams just finish out that 3 rotation, make a ban, and then go back. This screams, no, we can do this. The plan will work. This is what we need to change.
Yep, and you already see there's a bit more traps on the board. We had Ella, but I'm unsure if we had the Denari and the Legion, so a bit more emphasis on holding this BB because they are expecting, it's secret, there's always going to probably be a shield. They had a shield before, and they're expecting it again. And they're going to reinforce their site a bit more. So even if, say, Library side, 3v1-1, if they hit the site, they run into all these traps.
Try and slow Secret down. I certainly do not blame them. We've seen what happens when they start moving at breakneck speed. Every team in the tournament has struggled to stop them. That is why they stand here as one of our final few. Let's see how this round, of course, changes up to Secret. You've already seen Savage being a little more cautious on that Blackbeard. It doesn't change to them. They've got to work through all that utility first. That's why the Flores is going to help them clear their way through.
Exactly. Again, it's a great response from Team Secret. They had the Flores back in round one. They brought it again this time. The changes are the Legion and the Castle. That was Mirror and Warden last time around. So as you say, it screams slowing down. But the Reteros are there. The X-Kairos pellets are there. The Ash Chargers are there. They've got everything they need to deal with this utility. So it still seems like Secret have the answers. And they managed to find one in the round. Adrian picking up Lobin. That is an entry. So not only a Secret responding to Fluxo W7M's changes, they're actually overturning the one area that Fluxo have been winning so far. They've had both the entries, and now Secret have come in and found it. There's no trade. There's man advantage. It's looking good for Secret again.
Yeah, I honestly think right now the panic is kind of settling in because, again, they have all this utility for the Solar, and they've already overplayed their hand by putting them under default. Denari extended out default, and then just already picked off. Granted, it's 55 seconds. A lot of time has been burned. Not a whole lot of solar pressure, but now West main control is obtained, and now Solar will fall. 90 calls. Trades are working back. I don't think it's enough, though, because Secret is just waiting for the overextensions and the aggression.
Volts was the X factor there that could have made a big difference, but he was handled so comfortably by the player on the window. This is Secret to lose, Tim.
It certainly is. Dot's just taking that challenge out there onto Solar Stairs. He's just trying to hold them back at this point, but the problem he's got is he's going to be faced up with the shield pretty soon. They've got the double window control as well. June manages to find another in the round. Savage on the shield is the one to close it out. His game just continues to get better and better today, Des.
From one step to another, Secret are slowly working their way forward. I do hear, however, we have got Maria on hand for a translation of that attack timeout. Maria, are you there?
We don't have resources to break that. Let's play with Legion too. And let's be real, guys, I'm sorry, but it's much more about the paying attention and communication about telling to each other where they are so you don't get killed out of nowhere. Let's not get upset because of first round. You played it good. Let's keep the energy high.
Thank you very much, Maria. What do you think of that one, Bo?
Interesting. I mean, yeah, it sounds like already after like such a good 3v1 on that first round. It's like, okay, it's a solar hit. This guy's in the bathroom. Let's aggress. But of course, what I was saying, there was no utility in the site. So Secret just capitalized. And then as Maria just said, that they were a little bit upset. You could hear it in the comms. It was a little bit kind of bad. But also the thing about like not paying attention. So maybe if there's 3 people aggressing on this side, the other 2, the back line, like I mentioned, maybe they weren't cluing in. Maybe they're saying, okay, this is happening here. What do I need to worry about? And maybe they're in their own like idea. Maybe they're in their heads because it's not involving them. we need to be a full functioning like engine. Every cylinder needs to be going and going. But if two aren't, you're misfiring.
And that's what Secret are doing
Yes,
right now.
I was about to say the same.
Yes, because Secret, they have the front line, the 3 on the windows. They want to do a solar, they have the 3 pieces, and then they have a little bit of back pressure here. Under and up, taking dining, taking solar, working the pick, working the over-aggression on Fluxo's hand. And I think it's not looking very good, but I think it's salvageable.
Playing into the trap operators again, playing into a hell of a lot of stall with the Kai and the Tub on side along with the Clash. Now on the other side, what is their game plan going to be? It's going straight towards Ivy,
and hunt down Volts. The Denari is gone. In the blink of an eye, we weren't even 20 seconds into the round, Tim.
No, the utility will be there. It'll be done. That's not the end of the world. The big problem for Fluxos W7M is 2 things here. One, the manpower, of course. You're now 5 versus 4. You've got no trade, no response, which screams to me, again, that communication issue. They're not in a position to be able to trade, to play off each other. But the other problem is that confidence issue. This keeps going wrong. This is now a slippery slope. Does it become a mental block for the team?
Completely, because Volp's solo play, which is a good thing to burn some utility, burn some drones, and we're having the Mav play, which is absolutely huge. Usually you would have somebody doubled up with Adrian, but I think Secret are just feeling themselves so much. Maybe they're skipping steps, but maybe they're able to. And Mowgli has so much confidence.
Bait building up here as well. Forget about upstairs. We're going straight in towards site here. Shield is in with Doom, looking for his man. Misses out on the flash. The flank on towards the side. He's just better. Mowgli in for another. He is absolutely flying this map. Dodes now to try and recover along with Parlu. They get 2 down, so it's a 2v1. Can Mowgli clutch up big?
Secret starting to find out what happens when you skip steps. Sometimes they've not cleared the vertical, and Fluxo W7M have seriously punished them. Mowgli could really do with getting somebody back on their feet here, but he goes for the direct challenge onto the Clash. He nearly gets the job done, but Parlu just using his experience to get himself out of danger there. He knows it's more important to keep that utility on the board than to try and take any part of that fight.
Great read from Mowgli, sees the 2 upstairs and knows he has time to get outside and get his teammate up. This is winnable, but they're stacking up. He almost gets Dodes, who's good for a 3K in the round, and now in a 2v1 with 1 being the Clash. Surely Secret can't get this one done.
Certainly looks that way. Savage is going to take his little peek. He's taking his time to think. He manages to grab the diffuser. He's got options now. He could think about maybe putting it down in a spot where there's no vertical above him. It at least changes the paradigm a little bit. It means that he becomes the defender in this situation, and he is successful. Guns are back up, but he's got to deal with a Clash shield, and he's got to deal with Parlu, who hits a beautiful shot past the bomb chassis. Fluxo W7M get themselves around, and Dez, the Brazilian, start fighting back.
That was a war, Bo. Yes. Absolute war that round.
I mean, that was such a fast play, and what I was talking about is like, Secret, up until that round, the very beginning of that round, Mowgli, 7-0, so confident and just running. That guy might not even had drones for the prep and just sent it at Volps, over-capitalizing on him trying to start out for some utility, which again is a good play. Mav, remember what I was saying? Usually there's somebody doubled up with a Mav on the office wall, but there's a reason for that, because he denied the half-wall pressure. He allowed the BB or the blitz to run through short, because he knew even if there was verb, which there isn't, there would be nobody watching because he's scared for his own life on the top. That was a beautiful, beautiful play out of Secret to gain the site control, but in the end, Fluxo's trades just worked out in their favor.
Here we go for Baron Gaming again. I think we almost got teased a little bit during the prep phase last time round, Tim, but we could see a fast hit coming in for the execute itself. We did see an execute in the end, just not quite in the fashion that we expected. The cutoff at 90 was absolutely beautiful out of Secret. Really kept Fluxo guessing the entire way through. Could yet see the same again, because Fluxo jumped back into a similar setup to last round, just as Solus being brought along as our new operator.
We've got some really nice counterplay coming in here. We've got the Brava being brought along, who can deal with those gadgets, of course, like the Clash, you know, the electronics that we're going to see on there. We've got, you know, plenty to go at with the Denari, with the Kaid, lots and lots to be looked at. Secret, though, they're going to be looking at the main execution coming alongside that Capitao in the glass. That's going to be a big focus on the Grim in addition to that. That's going to help you control all of that site area whilst you go in and get the diffuser down.
For sure, for sure. I mean, honestly, a lot of things could happen with this lineup right now, but they do have the Kaid. So even if a lot of people use the glass and the cap for a top control pressure, But if Secret goes for that, they have the cave. That is one hatch, maybe a second in library. I think it is open, actually. One hatch completely denied, and they can't open it up. And Savage with the opening kill onto Bar. A huge pick on the Cade nonetheless.
It's very much the spine of this defense being broken now that it's been moved out of that spot. And it's not that we won't see a Fluxo player stepping into the grave of dots, but still means they're down a man, and now Secret, by the looks of it, are getting themselves ready. This is that set piece play that I was on about. Here we go with the smokes going in. Jumon towards Lovid. It'll be a nice shallow plant and nothing coming out to stop him at this point. There is no one nearby to stop this from happening. They're going to completely crumble here. They at least managed to get the down, but the fuser sticks on the back of it. It's a 2 versus 4, Tim.
They've got Mowgli on the top floor window as well, looking through library. Secret are ticking all boxes here, but this is a beautiful attack. They've got the cutoff from above. They're not going to get hurt on the verticals like they did before. No, they've got the plan down, and now they just hold the crossfires. This, for my money, is one of the most difficult retakes inside a siege because you've got those external positions. You've got to go out of the window here. You've got to win those fights, and this is what happens. They are ready. Savage, he manages to get the first. There is redundancy after redundancy here. Adrian is ready on the cut. Savage can take the fight. Mowgli's above. There are so many options for Secret. The time runs out. Bolts can do nothing, and Secret take another round and another step towards moving on in the Invitational.
Yeah, a 4-1 is something you do not want to see on a second map. Oh my goodness, and that was actually a beautiful rush out of Secret. It was slow, but it was still a rush nonetheless. Savage got detected as the glass on the game's window, picks the first guy in the site, and he's like, all right guys, it's showtime. We're compromised. They are aware. That was the catalyst. That was the domino. And if you notice in the prep phase, they hid the Clash. They hid Palu on the Clash. Maybe for a top pressure. I think W7M was expecting a top floor clear with all that utility, the Clash, the Glass, the Denari, but instead Secret says, nah, we are hitting the site. Savage opened it up, and then it was just, everything was cascading. Smokes and Glaz versus a Clash. Glaz wins every day.
We had a little bit of heat in the chat so far between Mowgli and Volps. Clearly Secret in Fluxo's heads here, and well inside of their walls at the same time, because everything is just crumbling around Fluxo right now. Even with Norris' intervention stepping in to try and stabilize the team, they've struggled to find anything. We've got a similar comp coming out again, leaning in towards these trap pots. But Tim, it's almost like Secret are used to teams trying to slow them down with trap comps.
They have all the answers. It's like they've seen the test paper before sitting the exam today. They are so prepped and ready, and it is exactly what I expect from a Twister side. You know that he's going to come in there, he's going to have the plan, and he's going to look to execute it, and Secret have done so brilliantly so far. Last defense coming in now for Fluxo W7M. It's Master and Office again. If we have a look back, they've lost this site twice, and boy, do they desperately need it now. 5-1 down at the half. Is pretty much as bad as it gets. Of course, it's 6-0, but it ain't going to make a massive difference.
Yeah, the blitz here is going to be huge, because this is the first time I think Secret is actually committing to a full library, and usually everybody fights this. The round is determined right here. They're giving Mez space. The blitz is staring down a Warden right now, top blue, but he needs help. He cannot do anything, and they're doubled up blue. He needs his attackers to be on him and ready to react. Adrian with the opening pick onto the site. The blitz falls. Blue is instantly traded out, and it's a 4v2. They have all control except for Mez.
At least the one back. Palu, as I've often said, has been the clutch player for these boys. Nova a little bit better. First kill on the map, but it's a crucial one because now Volts, already a little bit rattled from the last round, has got to win a 1v2, Tim.
You know that he's always got it in the locker, as the entire roster of Fluxo W7M, but you just don't feel it from them today. I often say that teams will have these ebbs and flows at tournaments, and it just feels like Fluxo W7M are maybe not setting the same pace as they have previously in this tournament today. Noah manages to secure that plant just in behind the half wall. He's going to hold his position. He's got Adrian on the cover. They are locked and loaded. They know where the fight's going to come from. I love the use of utility. They just buy themselves 5 seconds there, and a nade comes in. More utility being used. 10 seconds now. Burnt out from Volks' opportunity to be able to take this fight. There's so little that he can do here as Noah peeks around the corner, and Team Secret go 5-1 on the half.
Nice.
If you want to see what domination looks like, just go back and watch those 6 rounds at any time. I mentioned earlier on that we didn't see a single defensive round win coming out of Secret against Falcons, but they look different gravy today, Bo.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it doesn't even matter about the pass. When you have 5 clean attack rounds such as Secret, it doesn't matter. You have such a buffer, 5-1. Even if you're traditionally bad on a defensive side, on a map, a 4-round lead is like, surely you can squeeze something out. They can give 4 more rounds and you're still in the lead, or you're still tied and you're still in it for the map win. And I'm scared. I'm scared really for Fluxo because, again, I do think, though, with how I saw them playing in the early round, I think actually after like the first 3 rounds, they started to falter a little bit more, or maybe Secret just kind of ramped it up. Say, okay, I see your timeout. We're gonna increase the dial. We're gonna hit harder and harder than ever before. But now it's Fluxo's time to see if they can match what Secret did and explode on the attacks and overwhelm Secret.
As you said earlier, Des, Secret, of course, previously against Falcons, struggling on the defensive side of this map. Fluxo W7M's best hope now has surely got to be that Secret come in and drop the ball for a couple of rounds and give them a little bit of a way back into it, give them an opportunity to grab a toehold in this. You wouldn't back it at the minute. You think that Secret are going to come out here and keep the pressure on. They're going to keep that aggression. They're going to keep on top of them. And now that they're on the defense, they can kind of dictate the pace of that. They can, when a barricade opens, run to it and take the fight. They can make life a little bit of a nightmare for Fluxo W7M right now. Secret then will take us to the top floor to kick off their defense. They need 2 rounds to move on to that matchup with Falcons.
Won't that be a bit of a spectacle, Tim? We've seen that matchup so many times, and it's a rivalry that is only increasing intensity over time. And to know that we've got a French player on one side, 3 on the other, and a chance to really go to war for a spot in the grand final against FaZe. Don't really fancy anyone's chance there. It's going to be a hard battle against FaZe, but maybe it's just what they need. A little European showdown to see who might take down the reigning world champions.
Yeah, and I think we have another little bar extend right here, right now. Very similar to Fluxo, but I think it's a little bit lighter. But Secret is always known for their 2
Any
Mez
sort of
guys,
pressure,
their Mez,
if
they
the
have
bar
contact.
guy,
If they have any sort of pressure, and if they have contact, track, the defender's first identifier, that it is a library. A huge identifier, that it is a library. Securing library control, and I think this huge pick out of nowhere. Securing library control, and I think this attack, because him in the corner, they have to reevaluate. They can attack, because him in the corner without the library guy. They cannot isolate the bar guy without the library guy. And Savage, it's a running over to help, kills the lower flank. It's not good. It's not looking good. This is all coming down right here, right now.
And they've already got low HP, so they've lost down 2 gunfights they were going into. And they've already got low HP, so they've lost down 2 gunfights they were going into.
Just fallen short. And this is where you can look at teams that beautifully just fallen short.
Sometimes you've just got to hit your shots in here. Sometimes you've just got to hit your shots.
Just watching the angle here, he knows these.
Every single one.
Just watching the angle here, he knows these. Fluxo W7M at the minute, just isn't with that opportunity to have a little look at Savage to take that opportunity to have a little look at Savage to take the Solis out of this. Let's not forget how important Solis could be in the late round here. If there is an opportunity, if Fluxo W7M fight their way into a plant spot, it could be Savage that denies that opportunity. So taking him off the board would have been huge, but it just wasn't to happen. 1 minute left to go, 5 versus 3. Secret, it's almost hands off keyboards at this point. Just let them play into you. Mowgli manages to pick a kill up onto Dots. 5 versus 2.
Mowgli hasn't had to move his feet all round. He has stood there and just waited, and he has been rewarded. Every gunfight going their way. Savage let him know what's coming.
Nila, TPM, koyak na to.
The first round will go. How about flawless, Tim?
You can just see there's a little bit of needle creeping into this matchup with the little bit of body shooting at the end there. There's, you know, I think Secret know that they're in the mines. They're winning the mind games at the minute.
100%. And as a previous player, if I lose an attack that catastrophically, and I see the last guy dump 50 rounds into my dead body, I am fuming. Now the question is, what will Fluxo do with that emotion?
What's the response?
Will it fire them up, or will it keep them down? Will it keep them submissive, and Secret will just run over them?
Imagine if you're Secret now, having played a lights-out series like this. You look on top of the world. You're coming into that game against Falcons so on it. I'm scared for Falcons at this point. These boys look so good.
Yes, and one of the side effects of a 2-0 on a loser semi is you get just that little bit of extra time to prep, to recover, to rest, to recollect yourself, because it is this is a huge match right now, but a couple hours later, there's an even bigger, larger match for a chance in grand finals.
The blessing for them almost is, if this does end now, it's been a quick series. They haven't exhausted themselves out for 4 hours playing a series.
It's almost perfect.
Because that adrenaline does come plummeting down after a game, so it'll probably be a good thing for Secret. They haven't had to expend all the energy at this point, and like I say, I can't wait to see that next game and how it plays out. Fluxo, they've got one hell of a recovery mission to pull off here. 5 rounds in a row needed, and then they have to win OT if we're going to see map 3. At least finding their way forward is Logan on towards 1. Doesn't let go of that left mouse button, gets rid of 2. Great start for them.
Absolutely love that from Lobin. Little bit of intel there, just telling him there's another man coming. They're coming for the trade, and he punishes Secret. I've talked about Secret's team play and trading throughout the game, and it's been one of their strengths, but I love what Fluxo W7M have done there. They've taken one of those strengths, they've reversed it, and they've made it a weakness by getting that second kill. Brilliant stuff, 5 versus 3.
Trying to do what they can though. Volt's marching his way forward for 1. Part of also is getting June. The team play is looking good in this round from Fluxo. But as I often say, Tim, when we're at these kind of score lines, Fluxo have got to be right every single time. Secret have only got to be right once.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do in a 1v5 at this point, right? You just have to get aggressive. You have to see if Secret messes. It's not you playing well, it's Secret messing up. And of course, Noah could be the one to do it with a Scorpion, the best gun. The best gun for that situation. But Noah was not able to do it, which, although it literally impossible, but Noah could have been.
For a second there, Noah just had this crowd in Paris on the edge of their seats. You could feel it. It was palpable. The tension was rising as those first couple of kills come in. They look like there might just be a moment there. But there's going to be a moment here for Team Secret.
Everything that I want to say is so good. Guys, the thing is about this round over there, let's try to see if we can focus a little bit more to cutting their drones, okay? They're trying to replace those drones so they can have the info in the early round to make this fast plays. If we cut it, it's half of the round done already, you know, because they will need to go in blind. Also, if you guys want to put layers into that with more traps or everything, make them clear stuff, you know? They need to clear out positions and be more focused than onto you guys. After that, round by round, okay guys? Focus on round by round, you guys got this.
We need to play 2 with down ribbon.
You guys got this.
Let's go.
I always talk about the next round.
Yes, I'm playing yellow top fire. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he finished up and he still had 10 seconds to spare. So Twister is still so confident in his players. But the one thing that he knows, and again, that's how Lobin got the first 2 kills right here, right now. And it had to have been off a pre-placed drone. And so Twister says, guys, the only way they're gonna really scout back these rounds and try to save the game is by these fast, unexpected plays, although off info, so we can counter it and just be mindful, be ready, even if you probably have to forego a rotate, a wall, maybe a piece of utility, just be ready.
You know what I love from Twister? Because you and I get we
Come on lah,
we know what
Secret harus je lah.
They were just there to just chalk the mental a little, make them sweat a little bit on the other side, knowing, okay, they've had a timeout. Are they going to rush us now? Are they going to do something crazy here to break it over the line? Because like I said, Secret have only got to be right once. Fluxo cannot be wrong at any point throughout the rest of this map. It'll just take something a little bit cheekier. C4, Sport Peak, you name it, and the game can be done.
I mean, on the entry, Lobin getting that was massive. It is the first one in 6 rounds that Fluxo W7M have been able to get. You just have that feeling that Secret, again, just need to fall back to what they've been doing, what they've been working. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go in there, get the entry, and then bully Fluxo W7M with that man advantage, the way that they've then been able to dedicate pairs to play together, to play off each other, to ensure trades, and to keep grinding the Brazilians down. That is, you're just waiting for that round where they get that opener, but Fluxo W7M, that's going to build them some confidence at least a little bit now. Getting that round, and it was in, you know, very confident fashion. They can carry that forward into this. Going to be another one of the slow comeback from W7M.
They expect some aggression to come out there as they're getting themselves ready. It's going to be a fast plan. In they go, trying to look for anyone. No one's home. They're not even here, Tim. Scattered out to the
the high winds. This is their chance to get a plant on down, but Volts, I believe, was the one with the diffuser. That's now dead. They need someone to step back in, but Dodez goes absolutely nuclear on the Zofia. 2 kills to him, and it's a 4v2. Surely they don't start a fight back here.
I wouldn't have thought so. I think, you know, Noah's the one at the minute that's preventing this plant going down. But so W7M aren't really moving him at the minute. They're not positioning themselves to do so until this point where one gets onto the library window. Noah is going to need a little bit of help. They go jumping in. I'm not really sure. Lobin was looking for the kill there, but it might have been a bit of a big play. Parlu, however, does back him up, manages to get the trade. Dodez with the final one. Fluxo W7M, they close it out. There was another second there where you thought Noah might have an opportunity, but no. The fight back could be on.
At what point do you start dreaming?
As Fluxo? Are you saying as Fluxo?
Well, they'll be believing from minute one, but we as the casters, as the viewers, as fans of the game, when do you believe?
This round is going to be crucial, especially for Fluxo's motivation.
Yeah, if they lose it, then they're out.
Well, obviously. But what I'm saying is that overall, I think that's what Secret starts feeling it.
Yeah.
Because 6-3 is still you're double. You have double the rounds. But when they start closing it in, second round, third round, and they get closer and closer to that overtime point, it gets a little bit dicey. It really does. And I really do love how Fluxo attacked that. They wanted to run the blitz and isolate somebody off site, and they were targeting the dining guy. But they realized there's a guy west main holes, there's a guy dining, and then there's another guy from site that followed through. But they had great info, very similar to like Secret on their attack. They counted the numbers and they realized this guy alone is no longer alone. We have to go elsewhere. Numbers game.
Yeah.
Go to the site. Site guys running to help offsite, go hit the site. And it was a beautiful attack.
I wonder if Twister will come back to rue a cheeky, somewhat unnecessary timeout. His boys probably could have cracked on here. He's had his chance to intervene, and if Fluxo fight their way back in, they'll be kicking themselves.
I think if you're Team Secret, at this point you're still comfortable. Like you say, you've got 3 rounds still to get it done. For me, 6-4 always feels like the threshold, because it's then like, you know, if they get one more, they're back in touch with, you know, really facing down overtime. I think this is the round for Team Secret to get it done. If they don't, we start looking at Fluxo and thinking, you know, this is on here for a little bit of overtime. And it's going to be the basement side, which we haven't seen yet.
It's a lineup that I'm excited about here. Seeing the Finker on side, of course, the Rowler to lock down a bunch of doors while the Blitz charges them down. They've got a lot they can do here to hit Secret fast. I think Secret have got great tools to hold on. The 3 C4s, the traps, the Malusi is going to help here, but it is enough to stem the tide bow.
I'm unsure. I mean, the Mozzie can definitely do some damage up top here with his guy in library. Mozzie pests for the drones, but the Blitz is coming. It doesn't matter. They have the Finka. They have the Blitz. All this side of the map is clear. That's a huge win already with no bodies. And so now they have basically confirmed this half of the map is secured and is ours. And now this is like our operating base. We can keep going forward. Continue to hold the aggression, hold the stairs, and now let's see, do we want to clear the whole map? Do we want to go all the way to blue? Do we want to kill the Mez library guy? And do we want to walk into the site with a 5v3 advantage or hold the flank and work a 5v5? But obviously, June is pressing this. He doesn't want to do it. Brower for the flank, but he's already pressuring it, and only the guy on Ego Balk is holding this right now. It's a 1v1 if June commits, but I think he's going to play a bit more reserved and wait for that final window of opportunity to really pressure and really kind of disrupt the execute for Fluxo.
He's just feeling so cheeky here. Of course, that's that C4 we've already spoken about, but does Volts know? He has been rattled so often throughout this game, and it could yet happen again. Slowly steps his way forward, sees the gun, but not the man, and he manages to get by. He steps in and wins the fight. There is a trade there coming in as the Blitz goes in deep at the same time. In classic fashion, explosion between the two. June turns round and Dots deleted.
3 versus 3 then as Secret just try to hold on. They've got a couple of important kills there because they haven't given away that man disadvantage. If we have a look, they've still got Mowgli up in dining as well, looking to play around and hold on to that hatch area that we know can be so important. 45 seconds left for Fluxo W7M to keep themselves in this and find an answer. Adrian is going to take a fight on blue. Is he going to lose some health? Yes, he is. Doesn't lose his life. Will continue to hold them back. 30 seconds for the Brazilians, Des.
We've really got to see Adrian go big here. Absolutely no C4s to play behind as flashes come on through. It could be a freebie, but no. Parlu, the one taking a couple of shots off the back of it, finds June just when his team need him to. Last 15, Adrian, Mowgli, to get Secret through and have this one done here and now. Can't quite find his man, but Bodhi gets rid of one. Palu, diffuser in hand. He refuses to die.
That was absolutely insane. I mean, again, that was a 3v3.
Kalau
Best
one game
rounds
ni
to watch
hantar
ever
engkau,
because
baik
it's just
cepat.
so scrappy. It doesn't matter about your map control, doesn't matter about anything. It all comes down to the gunfights at the very end of the round.
You like that, Tim?
Is that another cosplay of me?
Yes. There's quite a few of them. A few weeks ago, we were talking on WhatsApp, and I said, just
That's
remember
phenomenal.
you said
I
this.
love that, and I love the shirt as well.
The thing is, I think there's about 15 people that have the bald caps. You've seen 2, but there's a lot more for you to find out. So, really. Do you remember a few weeks ago we were chatting and I said, just remember you've said that.
I don't want to get emotional on stream, and I'm not going. No, but I'm gonna make. I'll make a serious point here. Like, you know, genuinely, anybody who watches this back, if you've been here and you've done that, like, that's genuinely mind blowing. Like, you know, I picked up a game and I started playing it 8-9 years ago, and to have people turning up and cosplaying and like, you know, it's all a bit of it's so much fun. You know, personally, I really appreciate it, and there's a lot of thanks for that. That's unbelievable.
One of the many reasons of why we siege, right?
Exactly that. It's phenomenal. It's
Hashtag we siege for Tim.
It's very humbling. It's very humbling. So thank you all if you've, you know, done that. A bit of fun, a bit of, you know, whatever seriousness. It's all good. I love it.
It is, mate. It is. You'll see many more later. You'll be mobbed outside.
Yeah, we'll start dishing them out.
Get a photo.
The Tim army has arrived here in Paris.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I just love Siege.
Well, this could yet prove to be even crazier. Fluxer starting their battle back. They've had 3 rounds on the bounce now. Last round was a bit close. It required a moment of magic from Palu, who said that he's been the most clutch player at the event so far, winning out the most 1v1s, the most multi-kills, the most clutches overall. He showed it in the previous round, but his team will ask from him once again, maybe even twice, that they need these next 2 rounds to get us to OT.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I think if Secret does not close it out right here, right now, it is so rough. And the ever-looming comeback will maybe happen. And I think the Secret players are starting to work it. And I don't know, this is looking like a pretty good solar take out of W7M right now. They're pressuring this bathroom guy. The wall is open. They know that nobody can be closet.
Savage is in a real key position at the minute. He's playing underneath in kitchen. I think he's keeping himself off the radar. He's got impact nades, so he can, you know, deal with that press underneath. If Lobin wants to get in there on the Deimos, he's going to have to deal with Savage first. But with 1 impact nade in pocket, he still is in a position to play that plant denial as well. So Savage is ticking so many boxes for Siege right now. It causes multiple problems for Fluxor W7M. But the thing is, there's one solution to all those problems, and that is to go and take Savage out. He could well feel under some heat
100%,
in the next 30 seconds.
100%. If you look at all the attackers' positions, they're all scattered. They're just waiting and slowly chiseling away and see what they can get. And like you said, if they see Savage, that is the prime target to really get them into the driver's seat of this round. And you already see Volps. Lower Mez, Fireplace, that's huge. He's running around uncontested. Savage, his presence is aware, and now he retakes Solar because he knows if he's stuck Dining side, it's now or never to cross the Solar to help the defense.
Well, here we go. Gadgetry coming out from the Capital Fire to make sure that the Solar player can't step on forwards. They know that he's here, but they need him gone. A flash coming on through, pre-fires, and still wins out the fight against Odez. Adrian going big. There is a kill on the other side, though. June back the other way. It's looking like it was good for Secret for all of the few seconds, but Tim, there's 30 seconds left.
3 versus 2 now, and Fluxor W7M, you feel, just need to continue that aggression, keep pushing that man advantage, but June, he looks to fight back. There's 2v3, Secret could hold on with 15 seconds left to go.
This is all they need, this clutch situation yet again. It's coming out massive. Adrian, a smoke coming on through. All 3 players starting to square up here in the last 5 seconds. He could be the hero that they need. Finds one, blood's going down. Palu!
Apa bodoh tu wah, member lari terus masuk plan tu. Member datang belakang tembak, yakin tu itu nama keyakinan bro.
He will not lie down and die.
Itu keyakinan tu. Mana dapat macam tu weh. Terus lari plan tu.
What a
Tak fikir
phenomenal
panjang
end to the
tu.
round that we see there from Fluxor W7M.
Tahu
The
belakang
tension
member
right now
support.
is off the charts. They have got themselves back to 6-5. They could do this, Des. We wanted Fortress. It might still be in the cards.
I have to go and look at where we go to when we get to OT. Fluxo will start on the defense. When we get there, it is a tall ask, given both teams so far have only won a single defensive round each. That's 4 in a row for Fluxo. It has asked a lot of Palu. 2 big rounds from him has kept them fighting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, 6-5 is absolutely insane. Who would have thought we would be here right now, especially with the beginning of this series? Fluxo on defense. We never thought this would happen, but instead, I think Fluxo is making it really work. Maybe not as decisive as Secret was making on the attacks, but they're still winning rounds, and they are overwhelming Secret's defense like no other. It's scrappy, it's beautiful, but it's happening.
We love an underdog, Tim. Being 6-1 down definitely makes you the underdog. The arena is behind Secret. No surprise. But it's not over if they were to lose here. We have to get through OT and then potentially Fortress if it demands it.
We've spoken multiple times about Fluxor W7M's ability to clutch up in this tournament. They haven't shown us it round to round, but are they going to deliver the biggest clutch of all? That is the question. Just this round gets them back into overtime, gets them fighting. And for the first time in this game, I feel like Secret are really on the back foot in terms of momentum at the minute.
Yeah, I truly think right there, Joom's death is kind of a sign where they're feeling it. They're feeling the pressure. They're like, hey guys, we were up 6-1. We should have been done and dusted. We should be eating food, getting ready for the next series. But instead, you lose your clash. You lose your clash. It is a 4v5, and you invested so much utility and the lack of to go into this clash, and he's gone. And now it's all gunfights, and it's a 4v5.
They know where they are as well. They've had these drones roll on through. We saw them being shot out from the side of Lobin. Last round, they were restricted heavily on the intel game. It's why it was a bit messy at the very end of things. They got the job done then. Can they now?
Here comes the push from the Blitz. Noah, he's going to hold on, manages to get 1 4v4, but it's a flurry of kills. Dots and Lobin, 2 for them. 4 versus 2 now. Adrian and Savage trying to hold on, but Secret, you feel like they see the writing on the wall. It's like this one was written in destiny at the beginning of Chalet, that we would get those few extra, that we would get that tension to feed off. And right now, 4 versus 2, Fluxor W7M, they continue. But I love this from them. They're not getting over-aggressive. They're not going to feed bodies into Secret.
They know that he's here. They've seen him on the drone, and it's from the vertical. It looks so over at 6-1, but all they've done is stick to their guns and battle their way back in. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Bo.
Whoa, wait a second. I just got that. Wait, but that was my name.
Secret memang jual game, weh. Memang jual game.
Now the question
Aduh.
is, do you think Twister's regretting it now?
Iya, kalau dia menang ni, dia menang ni, third game, kalah Secret.
Shoot some drones, closes it out, 30-second timeout, say, you know, basically just have fun. Shoot some drones, boys, have some fun. And now, overtime.
Falcon kena main agresif. Kalau main tak agresif, dia
Looks
kena
like
ni.
she's starting the attack, sorry, so my shoot I was looking at was wrong now. That is very interesting. They've got the favourable side. If they come on to win this, and then push us to Fortress and win there, that will be the turnaround of all turnarounds. A team that looks broken, battered, bruised, mental, completely chalked, couldn't win a gunfight to save their lives. They've got the opportunity to do something really special here in Paris. The crowd won't like it, but my God, will it deliver some amazing siege.
I mean, you know, as an org, Des, you know, W7, Fluxor W7M, they know a little thing or two about comebacks in Siege. You might remember a little match back in 2024. You know, it happens.
Oh, was that a tournament called Six Invitational by
Could have been in Sao Paulo, I think.
And are we at the Six Invitational now, Tim?
We are, Des.
Oh, that's so weird. It's almost like it's a coincidence. I told you the script was good, we just couldn't tell you what it says.
I mean, if there's any event to have a monumental comeback, when would you ever want to make it happen than right now at the Six Invitational, the World Championship of our beautiful game, Rainbow Six Siege?
Good question, Bo, and I ain't got the answer for you. Let's see if they can get it done. They've been on a roll, 5 rounds in a row, and they stay on that attacking side, as mentioned. It definitely favors.
Kami siapa yang kena main apa kena main garang. Kalau dia minta garang kan.
It definitely favors them.
Kena dia.
I'm ready for the flavor train right here, right now.
And that gravy train just keeps on delivering. We've got dots on that shield once again. Admittedly, a really quiet game overall in terms of KD, but you've seen the impact across those last 5 rounds. He's played Blitz for the vast majority of them. He has caused chaos, and this is why you can't always look at KD as the answer. In he goes, trying to soak some tension, pushing the Mez player back here into the waiting arms of a teammate. No one was there from the office balcony. They did not get a freebie in.
Mowgli's going to take some damage there. We see the bullets raining down from the piano window, but Doom, he manages to pick up bolts with the first. That's the twitch down, but he's going to be pressured. Dordes is there for the trade, and this is something that Fluxo have started to do better as the game has gone on. They've been in a position to impact on their teammates' deaths, and we see that beautifully as they keep themselves now in a 4v4. This is the top floor that they're going to be attacking onto, and all that work that they've done has basically given them library and mezzanine. So now it's a case of foot off the gas and continue building, redrone, clear utility, and prepare for an execute.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the only times where Fluxo has had like a reset point where they have 4v4, not a 3v3, not a 2v3. No, it's an even spread. They have great map control, and it's almost like they have a blank canvas. They can determine what they want to do. They can dictate everything with this blitz. As long as they get this wall open and put their pieces in order, I think they can make for a great execute on this top floor.
It's Adrian half-wall that they sorely need. He was in a great spot to clutch up big for his team previously. Here, a lot is being asked of him. He's being left out to dry. He is the bait for his team. They've got the longer angles being held down here, especially out towards piano and bathroom, but they need him gone as we get towards the last 45.
I like this patience from Fluxo. They've not rushed the blitz in there. Instead, they're opening more favourable angles for him to move in through. So he's going to have that bit of cover on his feet from half wall. The last toxic babe canister comes out. That's going to give Fluxo about 10 or 15 seconds, once that's dissipated, to get in there, make a move, and put the diffuser down. That's what they do. Adrian has an opportunity to go big, and does. That's the diffuser down in no man's land, and W7 MDes have got 15 seconds to get in there and recover it, but Savage is down, Mowgli is low. 2 versus 2 effectively. Palu manages to finish off the down player. It's no better for them though, as it's now a 1v1. Palu, he has to stick this, Des.
No one knows it. He's getting the plant down here. Will sure enough be granted his kill. The third defensive sight win of the map goes the way of Secret. One more round to win, boys. And you have a date with destiny against Falcons.
Wow, that is a huge, huge round for Secret. After blundering all those defenses, finally getting one in overtime, nonetheless, and they're back to their much more stronger, favorable side.
I really wish Logan had got the track and just held. He wanted to swing before the track was even active, and I get it. You're excited, but Palu can get that diffuser down. You just got to wait for the cross, that's it. So been given a little bit of a gift there, I feel, and that could be the moment they look back on and say, that was where the series was truly lost.
It's certainly not a criticism here, but Adrian so far in terms of the numbers has had a little bit of a quiet day. He's doing well here on Chalet. Overall, a little bit quiet at times, but he's been doing a lot of that backline work. He's been setting his team up for success. We've spoken about this, but he could not have got a more important kill there. If that diffuser goes down when the blitz goes into half wall, I think we have a different outcome in that round.
100%, and that's the key thing about that half-wall player, no matter it's Dining or Master. Instrumental to the front line defense of a Master or Kitchen setup. If you go 1 for 1, it's a win, because it's such a strong half-wall position that can literally disrupt and kill anything and everything. Great kill for Adrian.
No, it looks a little bit stressed to me at the end of that round. Even after winning that 1v1, they know that this is not yet done. They need a big attacking round here. They've been bruised and battered for many a round in that second half, and now Mowgli concentrating towards the frostbite and finished off.
That is not the way to start it. We spoke about it earlier in the game. He was in ahead of drones, and here, that has punished him. They've lost the Deimos.
There was only one site that Fluxo W7M won defensively. Can you guess where it was? It was Kitchen Dining. They've come straight back, and they've got the entry, a freebie from a Frostmat. Secret really handing them the keys to this round.
Yeah, I do want to point out that Volps was the one that died earlier to Mowgli, and that was so many rounds ago. So a great awareness play out of Volps so long ago, saying, hey, this guy's going fast. I'm going to get off the Nari, which he was previously, and then put a Frostmat on Mowgli's preferred entry. Great play out of Volps. A such small detail, but yet could pay dividends.
And it just shows the fine margins that they're working with. This is one drone missing one window, and that's the outcome.
Absolutely crazy that rounds can be decided by something like that. Of course, it's not over yet. They can still go big, and like that, they found him back, but the
Teamwork is great. Dots is there for the trade. Noah elsewhere gets rid of Lobin. That might open things up a little bit here. Secret can still do this. I'm just slightly nervous about the fact that Palu is on that clash.
Yeah, Palu's going to be playing deep here. He's on solo stairs for the time being. They haven't dealt with the verticals either. If you remember last time when Secret attacked onto this site, they were punished from the verticals, so they need to be aware of that. It's Dordes that's playing up above on the Tubarão. Given the time, given the lack of breaching, you know, yes, Adrian's on the map, but it just takes so long to do that. They go to clear him, but it doesn't matter because Dordes gets one, make it two. Can he find a triple? No. Adrian, a 1v3 becomes a 1v2, but Fluxo W7M, they've played it smart and dropped back to side, but Palu has left his shield up above Des.
Adrian was the hero for his team yesterday, putting on a lights-out performance and almost gets Palu through the floor. Enough damage to put him down to half, but not enough to finish him off.
I mean, I honestly don't even know. Adrian has to get something to even make this salvageable, I feel like. But he does have a DMR, but it's versus a TCSG and a big armored clash here. It's dicey, it's 20 seconds. I really do not know.
Just which way this can ever possibly go. Adrian's got to check every single corner. They know where he's coming from as well. As long as they're stacked up as a pair, this should be theirs for the taking. You've seen Dots up nice and close. Palu slightly offside. Adrian going to go in and try and make the plan happen. Seen on the bulletproof towards his side, and Dots, he steps across. Tim, say that line again.
We're going all the way to 15, Des. This is what everybody wanted out of this map, and I think a lot of us, not all of us, I'm sure the Secret fans, the W7, you know, they might want something a little bit different, but we all want to taste the fortress from these two.
My heart is bursting out of my chest. This has been absolute madness. Just when we thought, okay, this is an attack-sided map, it's an easy win for Fluxo and OT. Both teams have come out and won on the defense. Now where do we go? Where do we go from here?
After 8 invitationals now, I think 7 casting, 8 in attendance. I know when we've got a good game because my hands still tremble when we get to the point of having a great game, and they are going crazy right now.
You feel that? Like, you remember being on stage in these big moments like this?
Yeah, I've sadly played through a little bit too many 7-7s in my lifetime, right? And it's it takes years away from you. Imagine being up here, casting the game and feeling stress. Imagine being all 10 of those players and those 2 coaches and everybody else behind the scenes watching your team fight for absolutely everything.
You couldn't pay me enough.
Really, it's
Tadi yang
well,
meja tu pintu sembilan
in the hospital.
a hammer's a pretty good payment. I don't want to be that guy, but it's kind of nice.
That is very true. That is very true. But of course, if you lose to
Pasti
7,
injek
you don't get the payday.
You're right.
Not that you know that. You won, so it's fine. We're all well and good. Well, let's see then. Can Fluxo get it done on the attack? As you said, this has been a super attacker-sided Chalet. But in OT, both sides have been won. But on the defense, this is where Secret can put their flag in the ground and say, this is our statement map, because, Tim, there'll be some doubters if they get this one done, that they've always got the composure to see it through to the end.
It's such a funny turnaround in overtime that we so often see, and I think it speaks to the stress and the nerves of the players that you get a game that has been so one-sided in terms of the attack, and then all of a sudden nobody can win an attack on overtime, and things just drastically change up.
Yeah, and I mean, against all odds, Secret won the last defense, but now they have to do it once more, and can they? Look for a huge pick, a survive out of Noah.
getting rid of 2. That is absolutely enormous for them. They had a chance to get one back there, Fluxo, but it just did not go their way. 2 minutes to recover, and it's not a 3v3 like you love, Bo, it's a 3v5.
I mean, honestly, really driver's seat position at a Secret. A good funnel on this Ivy Hall. E-Box Mez, it doesn't got it. Trades are working.
Into a
Paris.
the 1v5 for Palu.
The
The most
Secret
cool
win.
player we've
Let's
seen.
go.
He cannot make it happen. Secrets are on the whispers, but these boys roar their way into a dream date with Team Falcons.
What a result for the European side. That is also going to guarantee, of course, a European team in that grand final. There is going to be plenty for this crowd in Paris, not only to cheer about right now, but to continue cheering about throughout this tournament. What a result from Team Secret.
I mean, yeah, an absolute beautiful matchup of Fluxo and Secret. And I don't think any of us were expecting that. Even in the beginning, before the map started, we were both thinking a Secret 2-0 pretty dominantly. By the time the side switched, it was so clear that Secret was just playing lights out. Absolutely perfect game. And then Fluxo switches to the attack. They did what Secret did. Some might say better, some might say worse, but at the end of the day, they brought it to overtime. And even though they fought so hard, it all came crashing down when it really mattered most, the last round of the map.
It's going to be heartbreaking to him coming this close and falling so short towards the final hurdle, but fair to say, they delivered in that second map. They showed us what they're all about and really showed heart. It just wasn't enough in round 15.
They dug deep, and the mental resilience and perseverance that they put on display deserves the respect that they are being shown, not only by the Secret players, but by the crowd here as well. Everybody loves a pantomime villain and the booze, but when all is said and done, these fans recognise what Fluxo W7M have just done in the server, how hard they have fought to get back into this, and there is nothing but respect and love for the Brazilian team. Commiserations to them as they exit the 6th Invitational 2026, but the focus, of course, shifts onto Team Secret. Look at what it means to Mowgli, and look at what it means to his teammates to provide that moment for him, to support him through it, and to continue on this for one more step.
That's what it comes down to sometimes, Tim. One moment can define everything. But for these boys and for Mowgli, that time in front of his stage, his own team, you know what it means. But I hear that down on the stage, we've got June standing by for an interview. Let's throw over to them now.
Well. Listen, we are guaranteed a Frenchman in the grand final of the 6th Invitational 26 in Paris. And this crowd is absolutely loving it. Team Secret continue their run. They will play again a little bit later on. And we are standing by with Joom.
Now, Joom, this is not the first time that you're on a big stage. But for you, what's the difference between playing here as Joom and as a team, performance-wise, between Munich and Paris?
I think the main difference is this amazing fucking crowd. Holy shit.
Pour le traduire, en fait, je ne peux pas tout vous le dire, mais la grande différence entre la performance à Munich et ici à Paris, c'est vous, c'est ici, les Français et toute l'Europe à Paris.
Now, I don't want to be the potential bearer of bad news here, Joom, but I think that this might have been the last time today that you'll experience that level of crowd support. Because up next, you will be playing against Team Falcons. Now, you in Munich, you were used to the home support. Do you think you'll be able to handle the heat of potentially the tide turning against you from a fan perspective here?
Easily.
Sure?
Yeah, for sure.
Bah en fait, bien que dans le match suivant, on va jouer contre Falcons, je suis prêt, même si toute l'arène ici va crier pour les Falcons seront derrière eux. On est prêt, Joom et Team Secret. One thing though, you're known for one specific evil Joom face. Can you give us that to the camera? Just down the line, on the red.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is scary. That is scary. Ladies and gentlemen, parry one more time for Joom and Team Secret!
prepare for contact.
Available now.
We get to congratulate Secret and give them their flowers as well for their continued run in the lower brackets. What an incredible matchup, a 2-0, but let's be honest, it got a little bit close for comfort at the end.
I mean, it started off the right way. If you look at the round one, Secret was pulling a usual clutch.
Yep.
An impossible round to win, and they still managed to do it. It's the beauty of Team Secret. They're in a 4v5 because of that incredible shot from Lobin. And then look at this. Savage once again, leading on the Blackbeard, gets aggressive, sends a nade, gets a first pick. And then at the same time, Mowgli is hitting the backstab. He gets another pick, and boom, it's a 3v3. And look at Adrian. He pushes at the same time behind the Blackbeard. Beautiful pinch on the Ela over there onto Piano. Blackbeard is pushing in. Beautiful play here.
Yeah, it was so good. It's one of Secret's real strengths. We spoke about it the whole tournament, their ability to bring back a 3 versus 5 round, and the fact that they do it so well as a team. They're so good at that. They're also so good at these little pocket cheesy plays that we see them go for from time to time. But the thing that actually really impressed me was their resolve towards the end of the game, because that was nearly a comeback game there. And actually, we've talked about them being a young team, right? Can they handle it on the big stage? I think the veracity of that really got tested today, and they came through.
Yeah, we're seeing that, of course, with the big comeback almost here, facilitated by Fluxo W7M. It kept us on the edge of our seat.
Absolutely, and I think they had the right game plan. I actually think they gave Falcons a blueprint as to how to defeat Secret, because it was basically dots on the shield, pushing them away, creating movement, and then once again, who is the flank watch on the side of Fluxo W7M? Who's the one player that never disappoints? The one player that's always double digits? The one player that wants another grand final? That was Palu. Palu was there, getting the kills every time there was movement. It was beautiful to see from Fluxo. And they came back, they had it in their hands, but it just didn't work out for them because of that player, the Frenchman on the side of Secret, Mowgli. Paris pour Mowgli, fais du bruit! That player made sure there was going to be a Frenchman in the grand finals. And that is the beauty of it. Whatever happens, it will be Secret versus Falcons in the end. But we will have a Frenchman on that stage tomorrow.
The one thing I love about Mowgli is his unwavering confidence. It doesn't matter. The very final kill that we saw there was a kill that he got in Library. That was after Doom had started in Library and was being Deimos tracked. Doom dropped off. Noah then runs in, gets Deimos tracked, drops off. Mowgli was the third player into that room, and he just has the confidence. He has the balls to go for it. His confidence literally carries Secret through it today.
Yes, beautiful performance there. We saw it again afterwards as well. You know, speaking to the players, they've been giving us some really good interviews, but some beautiful moments as well. We talk about Mowgli going off the stage afterwards to go and hug, I presume, his family.
Yeah, it's an incredible comeback story for that player, and look at how much it means for him to be there, to be doing that in front of his family. You know, I got the chance to go to see him in Morocco, and he bought his first place thanks to Siege, thanks to the cash prize he won at EWC. You know, it's incredible to see what this passion can do for you as a game. The emotions that you get, you know, many people will say it's just a video game, but for most of us, it's our life. And so for him, it is a dream come true.
And you know how much sacrifice happens, you know, when you're a pro player, when you're on a team, you give your life to this game. You're 6-7 days a week working. Like you say, it's not just a game, it's a whole way of life. And to get there on the main stage in front of your family, to be one game away from a 6 Invitational final, so much emotion.
And then for Fluxo W7M, they now are eliminated from the 6 Invitational. But I feel like it's fair to say that they maybe defied their own expectations.
Yeah, they went further than I think anyone expected from them. I think that they had a year that was full of stumbles. Yes, they were consistent. They made it to multiple events, but they never really went as far as winning the major like they did the years before, right? And so for me, it is still a resolve. They can be happy about this. They can be happy about the comeback. They can be happy about the maturity on the stage here. Never giving up. Even down 6-1. And there is a beautiful story about these Brazilian teams when they let 6-1. They can have a great comeback.
All right. We saw it happening almost twice inside this matchup. Now, for Secret, after this matchup, especially with how close it got near the end, you'd wish for them to have a peaceful afternoon, relax a little bit. But unfortunately for them, that is not up on the schedule. They have another match. Do we feel like this 2-0 is going to help them, or do you feel like they might have run out now that they've already played such an intense match?
I think we normally see the teams that are in the lower bracket carry that momentum through. I think for Secret, it's about bringing that energy back down a little bit after a big win and then going again so they stay in the zone.
Inside a 6 Invitation, I've also seen a lot of beautiful cosplayers so far. We get to send it to the stage to celebrate them as well.
Back here on the main stage at the Adidas Arena with my good friend Milos. We are celebrating 10 years of 6 Invitationals in the City of Love on Valentine's Day. And there's so much to love about the 3-day weekend of a 6 Invitational. One of the key elements that I think we can all agree makes this event so special are the cosplayers, Milos.
Bien sûr. I'm talking about you guys, all right? They're right here, bien sûr. À chaque SI, on arrive et une grande partie de chaque événement, c'est notre communauté. Et ces 3 jours, on le voit partout dans l'arène et ici juste devant nous, c'est les cosplayers et on va faire un petit runway show. On est à Paris, la ville éternelle, la ville de la fashion.
Oh, you know what? Because we are, of course, with a catwalk behind us, let's put it to good use, highlighting 5 cosplayers right here in Paris. Let's do it. It's difficult to imagine the Siege cosplay scene without this 2024 commendation recipient. Andan supplied countless events and fellow cosplayers with his 3D printed designs. Known for his sledge cosplay, which he started in 2020, you wouldn't be the first one to mistake that hammer for the real thing. A little fun fact for you here as well. It even includes a tartan from a mill in Scotland.
The sky's the limit for no limit! Every one of his skits brings the perfect dose of entertainment, comedy, and relatability. He's here today as Doc, which was originally created as an homage to a friend and fellow Siege player that has since unfortunately passed. He once had the goal of having a cosplay of every single GIGN operator, and so bringing Doc on stage in Paris felt too good of an opportunity to miss.
Please welcome Cam Zoro. Cam Zoro recently showcased the love she's put into her many cosplays at the Montreal Siege exhibit in December. Today, she's here as Paragon Valkyrie. After 2 months of working on it exclusively, it marks the first time she's included lights and her own 3D designs, proving there is no operator too tough for this veteran to take on.
Dawn of Shadow fell in love with cosplay after the very first major at Paris in 2018 and has recreated many operators since then, but none more iconic than Ram. To recreate Ram's boogie, Dawn's mechanical engineering background took center stage. Over the years, Dawn's been a welcoming face at countless Siege events and has participated in many community projects.
Sonagi has been channeling Azami since her first appearance in the Demon Veil. Everything from her blazer to her firearms and gadgets are hand-painted, and every color choice is made to invoke the power and confidence that Azami exudes. Sonagi's biggest highlight has been getting the seal of approval from the dev behind Azami's creation while in the cosplay. Paris, please make some noise for our cosplay community. Love that.
There's nothing like cosplay. Il n'y a rien comme le cosplay. Ça fait des années qu'on le voit et merci à nos 5 cosplayers qui ont été avec nous cette journée et plein d'entre vous qui sont ici avec nous partout dans l'événement. Mais comme chaque Invitational, c'est pas juste les cosplayers, les communautés, mais aussi c'est nos commandations. C'est notre moment pour dire merci, l'honneur aussi à personne de notre communauté. Et bien sûr, on va commencer ce jour-là avec la commandation de la communauté.
Yeah, we're in the mood to continue celebrating the fantastic scene that we have here in Rainbow Six Siege. And it's time to shine a spotlight on another very special individual. It is time for our community commendation.
The feeling of accomplishment, it's something I crave. The competitive side of me really gets scratched. I hate being bad at things. My earliest memories are Nintendo, learning how to read through video games. I think I was 3 years old talking about my Animal Crossing mortgage.
It really started like one Christmas. I remember I asked for the new Nintendo, and Alicia was only 3 and she just took it away from me, and I think that's where she kind of got her love from gaming.
My sister is my biggest advocate. She's always just encouraged me from day one to really do it, you know? I'm her biggest fan and she's mine.
I wasn't familiar with the Twitch platform, so I'd done my research and I said, you need to download this, like this is what you have to do. That's how she started.
I kind of started off streaming Rainbow Six Siege during COVID. That's where the magic happened, and I haven't stopped since, not at all. I just downloaded Rainbow Six Siege to hang out with my friends. It's all they played, and I was like, I want to get in on this action too. You know, I was gold with a 0.3, 0.4 KD for a long time. They would stop playing, but I couldn't get enough. Just because of how ambiguous it can be. There's so many different sides to it, and so many different sides that suit so many people. It's an expression of creativity as well. You know, every round is different. Every game is going to be different. Every squad you play with is different.
At least if this one correct, he might be the best player on this team. All the way now.
When something goes right for you, it's the adrenaline is like no other. My community is probably one of the most things I'm proud of. It's something so special and unique that we've built. We all share one passion, one love, and that's what brings us all together. And I'm always going to lend an ear to people, and I'm always going to listen to them, because you really don't realize who would be willing to listen to you until you speak up. It's just like a relation like no other, you know? It's like a family. And I would never, ever trade that for anything.
Make some noise for Alicia! Alicia, this is your award that you get to keep forever. Forever?
Forever, oh my God. Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you, thank you. You guys are looking absolutely delectable tonight. And yeah, I still can't believe I'm here.
Well, that actually brings me to my first question. Just come over here a little bit, Alicia. So we saw in your video there that you started streaming Rainbow Six Siege during the pandemic. If I would have shown you this scene the first time you streamed, you'd be standing here in Paris in this situation, would you have believed me?
I think that teenager would have laughed in your face or ran away, but honestly, I'm so, so, so grateful, and may I?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, no, I'm seriously, she would have laughed in her face because, I went from being the shy teenager, not feeling like she fit in anywhere, and to be honest, this Rainbow Six Siege community, to receive this community award it feels so fitting for me because this community is where I feel home, and I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way as well. So.
Encore une fois pour Alicia. Bien sûr, elle a commencé quand elle était toujours petite streameuse 2019, 2018, 2020 et maintenant elle est vraiment devant vous tous ici à Paris pour cette commendation. Elle n'avait jamais imaginé que le jour viendra où elle sera ici. Et elle est bien contente de faire partie de cette communauté avec vous tous ici et bien sûr online. Now, my question to you in this case, Alicia, as you alluded to, community is very important. You did get the community commendation after all, but from the streaming space, it's even more important because it is what makes you you. How do you feel your community impacts you and you impact it back?
To be honest, the community that I've built is like the biggest achievement so far in my life, and I can't imagine where I would be without my community. And to be honest as well, I'm so glad as well to share with my community a charm next season. Yeah. Which is also something that I'd never thought I'd reach. It's almost every Siege streamer's dream. And I want to tell you a little story as well about my charm. On the back of my charm, there is the number 7, of course. Not a 6-7 joke. But what 7 means to me was the name of a Siege player who passed away last year, unfortunately due to cancer. But he always said to me, when I had times of self-doubt or insecurity about streaming, no one wants to watch bad aim or something like that. He would say to me, no, you're great, you're doing amazing, and don't give up. And if I have a message for anyone here today is, no, you're great, you're doing amazing, and please don't give up because you can achieve anything. I was just a teenager from Ireland on our Xbox, and now we're here in Paris on Saint Valentin. So yeah, I also want to say that he really, really inspired me to keep going. And in regards to community, it's something I fell back on during those hard times as well. My family as well, who are here in the arena. There's somewhere here for the first time. Yeah, so a special shout out to my family, to my best friend Erin, who I met on a custom in Theme Park 7 years ago. My mother, my father, sister, Dylan, Nick, everyone, thank you so much. To all the girls of Siege as well, I love you all. To the whole Siege community, the girlies, and the whole Siege community. You are all so beautiful, so kind, and you all look like stars today, so merci beaucoup.
I love it. Milos, that's a lot to translate. I mean,
It will be.
You can pick out some highlights, right?
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde ici à Paris, merci à la communauté, à ma famille, mes parents, toute la famille qui est là, mes meilleurs amis et aussi un ami très cher à moi qui malheureusement n'est plus avec nous. Comme des fois, c'est comme ça, le cancer, ça fait ça. Mais il m'a toujours motivé, il me dit « Hey, t'inquiète, les gens sont là pour te regarder parce que c'est toi, c'est ta personnalité, bad aim, tout ça, on s'en fiche, on est là pour toi, tu dois juste continuer avec ce que tu as en tête, ton beau rêve. Congratulations, Alicia.
Paris, one more time for our incredibly worthy community commendation recipient, Alicia!
Congratulations to Alicia for receiving her commendation. Some of my favorite things about the Six Invitational that we really get to celebrate those who means so much to us, who means so much to this game we all love and play all the time. And that's why we get to talk about them as well on stage. A beautiful speech. She looked incredible as well. Yes, but for the community, and also for speaking for myself, for the Siege girls, she has done a lot for us, but in general for the community as well.
It's so important to be able to have safe spaces, and when you're able to find a community member that you relate to, that you're able to share stories with, have fun with, and create a family, a bond. It's something that every viewer at home, I'm sure, understands. It's something that is very touching, and a lot of us fell in love with Siege, fell in love with creators just because of that connection and that safe space.
And I think that's something that everyone that can resonate within them, that, she didn't feel that she had a home somewhere, and then she made Siege her home. The community made her feel like it was home, and that's something I think really we all can agree with, which is why we're here, why we love Siege, why we like supporting each other from across all angles, whether it's players, community, devs. This is a moment of SI where we celebrate it, and it's moments like these where we give these commendations to these individuals who are so deserving of the award.
It's with every speech that I try so hard not to get emotional, because you can really feel how much this game and the community means to the people that get on stage and get this commendation. And just before the commendations, we've also had a beautiful catwalk session with our cosplayers. I've seen some incredible cosplayers all throughout the venue as well, some really unique ones as well. First day I saw someone cosplaying the hostage, which I thought was very funny, very clever. Never seen that before, but also for that, people take this game so serious and hold it so close to their heart that we get to see the operators truly coming to life at an event like this.
Being able to have the creativity, I'm not creative at all, so when someone is able to, out of thin air, create something out of a video game, especially the Paragon Elite character, that was so sick to be able to see with the lights. So someone using their creativity to create life out of something that we've all fallen in love with, and being able to find a home in Siege is something that everybody here essentially has been able to find, and it's something that life, the way, the ups and downs of it, sometimes you need to be able to find an escape. And it's so beautiful that we've had such a good game that has such good creators, good essentially cosplayers, artists that want to fall in love with it and just create more life and beauty for everyone to enjoy.
And then just for you two, of course, having sat at the sidelines during the first game, but having watched it behind the screens, how are we feeling? We've got a pretty tense matchup coming up after this.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect going into today. I was kind of curious how Fluxo was going to manage, and sure enough, Secret, there's no secret there. They understood what the goal was, how they wanted to get to that semifinal and make their appearance, and I can't wait to get on and see what these next matches look like.
That map 2 was close, though.
It was close, I'll give it to them.
That map 2 was close, so that being said, I think the next match will really be a lot closer.
It absolutely was. Of course, with our 6 invitationals, we have really tense matchups. We celebrate the community, we celebrate the people that are so close to us. But as it is the end of our competitive year, that also means we get to look forward. We've had a fun announcement yesterday about the addition of a new region, the CNL, but there is more to share.
Hey Rainbow Six fans, I'm Ollie, Game Director on Rainbow Six Mobile. For the past few years, our team has been hard at work bringing the Rainbow Six experience to mobile. Built by a dedicated team, Rainbow Six Mobile delivers the tension, the strategy, and the PvP intensity you'd expect. You'll recognize iconic operators, familiar maps, and new content created specifically for mobile, all built on the same tactical foundations. In just 1 week, Rainbow Six Mobile launches worldwide on February 23. And if you play Siege, you'll be able to unlock cross rewards in both Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Mobile. Until then, here's a glimpse of Rainbow Six Mobile in action.
Here we go. Time to ring some ears.
Hostiles in sight. Watch your backs. Okay, guys. Time to go.
Let's have a clean up.
Roger that. Just like we practiced. In position. Get ready. Go, go, go! Get your game faces on. Show them what we can do.
Tango located! AyahGAMER, take some place!
Knock, knock!
One shot, one kill.
Shot gun going live. Targets in sight. Stay clear of the blast!
Charge ready to blow! Let's go! Stay with me!
We have to make a run for it!
Cover me!
Initiating diffuser. Stay frosty.
It's great news that we all get to play Rainbow Six Mobile very soon. Now, I feel like, mobile games are really at the up and coming, but also for people traveling out to events like this, when you get that Siege itch, after watching people play this game all day long, there's now at least a way you can get that Siege fix in as well.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Sometimes you don't have the ability to get on your PC or console, and people around the world don't necessarily all have a PC
access
or console.
to an Xbox or PC.
So it's amazing to be able to have it on your phone and click away to be able to play it when you have that Siege itch, that you need to get it out of the way, and it looks very good, and I think it would be very enjoyable to try.
I mean, now I know what I'm going to be doing when it's late at night and I don't have to get out of bed and I can just pull out my phone and pull out my iPad and just chill in bed. So I'm definitely going to be taking full advantage of that on release.
To really look forward towards our year of esports as well. We have a look at the esports roadmap, starting with a special message from one of our partners.
Hi everyone, I'm Fabian, Chief Games Officer of the Esports World Cup Foundation. Our mission is simple: change the game, change lives, build global superstars. People said Rainbow Six is too technical, too difficult, too complex. You have proven them different. 10 years later, we are still up and running. And you helped create one of the best competitive games ever made. And we've seen the absolute mastery of this last year in Boston when FaZe Clan made it through that absolute hell of a lower bracket and ultimately lifted the hammer. And now we are back here again in Paris. We are about to see who has that same kind of grit and who will lift the hammer once again. Today, I've got something huge to share with you. We are introducing something completely new to Rainbow Six: National Pride. Together with Ubisoft, we are officially announcing Rainbow Six becoming a part of the Esports Nations Cup. From November 18th to the 22nd, there are no orgs to stand behind, just the world's best Rainbow Six players and the nations they represent. We are about to find out which nation will make history as the first ever best nation in Rainbow Six.
Now, that is incredible news, of course, to look forward to near the end of this year. Here is some chance already of specific countries, specific players that might really take a big role inside of that. I mean, from the Netherlands, I don't have much to hope for, I fear. We might not even get a full team together. But I look at the UK, I look at France, I look at the USA as well. I mean, there are so many players to pick from to really form that perfect 5 team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what teams come about. I mean, you got to understand a lot of these teams are from different regions, so they won't be able to play with their teammates. They're going to have to make a brand new roster. So it really is going to introduce a plethora of players, a plethora of teams, a plethora of nationalities that we've never seen in Siege before. And I am so excited that we're going to be a piece of this history.
That's the beauty. You're able to root for your own country to be able to participate. And at the same time, for some of the less strong regions, for me, Canada, it's a positive that anybody might have the opportunity to represent their own country, and it's something that, I might need to give it a try to come back and play it one more time.
Might have to.
I mean, I'm thinking of, for example, Brazil as well. Like, I couldn't even start to think of who I'd pick for a roster like that.
There's a lot of names. I think you could go with a lot of different options and still come out on top. Now, that's when you start picking in the US or somewhere outside in Europe. That's where it starts to get a little more difficult of picking teams, but I think Brazil's going to be pretty stacked.
The creativity that you can make different teams, different rosters, whatever avenue they want to be able to play, it's going to create so much innovation amongst the teams in their own inner region to be able to elevate everyone's competition going into the next major, the next tournament in the regular teams.
Now, I know that we're still about half a year away from that competition, but I want to get your early predictions just so later on you can aura farm if you do get it right. Who are our favorites to potentially win the ENC?
It has to be Brazil.
Honestly, I want to say Secret. Just based off that performance and that ferocity that they had in that matchup, they can carry that momentum. From what we've seen, the lower bracket run has pretty much determined every single SI winner. If they can keep that exact same pacing, I could see Secret taking us all the way.
Ooh, all right. Well, of course, we have a look at this, one of our events coming up in the upcoming year, but there's so much more to share. Let's take a look at the timeline of what is to come in 2026.
The 2026 season of Rainbow Six Esports marks the next evolution of competitive Siege. A refined global structure, a rebalanced path to the Six Invitational, and deeper investment across every level of the ecosystem. Today, we're outlining how the 2026 competitive year will unfold. At the core of the 2026 season is a streamlined global calendar built around consistency, competitive integrity, and long-term growth. With the addition of the CNL, the 2026 season now spans 5 regions, all aligned under the same competitive structure, making the road to the top more open, more competitive, and spanning every corner of the Siege ecosystem. The season begins shortly after the 6 Invitational with the Challenger Series, opening the door for new teams to enter regional competitions, with top teams qualifying for all stages of their respective regional leagues in 2026. In April, each region starts off the year with a season kickoff stage, a short and high-intensity opening phase that sets the tone for the year ahead, where teams will earn the first SI points of the year. From there, the road to international competition begins. The first Blast R6 Major takes place in May, bringing together the top teams from each regional kickoff to compete for international glory and crucial SI points in the race to the 6 Invitational. Following the Blast R6 Major, the Stage 1 runs throughout June and July as regional leagues battle for standings, momentum, and SI points. In August, top teams return to the Esports World Cup, which has been integrated into the Rainbow Six esports circuit as the mid-season competition. While the event does not award SI points, the winning team will become the first of the season to secure direct qualification to the 6 Invitational 2027. After a brief reset, Stage 2 begins in September, continuing through October with SI points and qualification on the line for the final Blast R6 Major of the year. The final major arrives in November, where teams battle for one last shot at international success and a decisive SI points boost before the road to the 6 Invitational comes to a close. At the end of the calendar year, SI Last Chance qualifiers return, giving teams one final opportunity to secure their place at the 6 Invitational 2027. In February, the world's top teams, based on the SI points rankings, will meet at the 6 Invitational to compete once again for the Hammer and Siege immortality. But the 2026 season is about more than just the top. We're excited to introduce the Challenger Circuit, a unified competitive ecosystem designed to spotlight the next generation of R6 esport players and teams worldwide. It will include all official Tier 2 tournaments, organized by Ubisoft and partnered third parties. We'll have more information to share with you in March. From grassroots competitions to regional leagues and global events, the ecosystem is built to support long-term growth at every level. And this is just the beginning. The road to the 6 Invitational 2027 starts now.
It is so good to have an idea about what is to come in 2026. Now, my main 2 takeaways for this is, it is so good to have the international event, the major back in May, more international competition coming on there as well. And then even with the addition of the kickoff, it seems like we'll have Siege all year round. And that also means that for our teams, there is no time to slouch or you might miss out on an SI.
That's the beauty of Siege. I mean, everyone loves being able to have one thing after the other, being able to watch their favorite teams play. For me, the 2 takeaways was, 1, I'm excited to see how the CNL competes with the rest of the regions, and the T2 scene. The T2 scene being able to cultivate and grow new players, new grassroots, to be able to then bounce into Pro League and to be able to play amongst some of the top teams and maybe get it on the stage. And somebody at home watching could be in that very position next year.
Yeah, and I think with the Esports World Cup, I think that auto-qualifying for the 6 Invitational is going to be a big one, because as we know before, that didn't have any implication towards SI, towards SI points in general, so teams are going to be gunning for that spot. But also, like you were saying, the grassroots system, in order to have a healthy ecosystem at the T1 level, you have to have that T2, T3 support, and I think it's so important that we do highlight that, because it does showcase these up-and-coming players, that some of these players, this was their first event here, and given next year, who knows who we're going to see on these main stages and who we're going to be talking about. So healthy ecosystem starts with the grassroots.
And we're seeing that here at this 6 Invitational, right? We had Team Heretics qualify through the open qualifiers, a team that spent the entire year inside these grassroots competitions. And something I think that a lot of people here underestimate is how much the Tier 2 teams actually get to play inside of Europe with the primary circuits, the secondary circuits. They all give you points, and even for aspiring players that might be sitting here or might be watching from home, it is a very healthy competition and a clear path to make it at the top and potentially lift the hammer at some point.
I mean, it's so important. You have to start somewhere, and if you're someone at home watching and you don't know where that is, the T2 circuit, finding yourself on a team, making it a friends, trying your best, even just getting noticed by the other teams competing, that's how you get your name out there. That's how you're able to progress and get into the right rooms to be able to maybe approach a main stage like this. But you're right, anything can happen. You know, there's teams, there's players every year that are brand new, and it's something that's so important is up-and-coming spirits to be able to raise the next generation of Siege players.
And just really quickly to touch upon the CNL as well, they're getting a lot of spots inside these international competitions as well. That's going to force that region to, from the get-go, be super competitive.
Yeah, and like I said, if we can get players like Reaps that we know is absolutely dominant against these regional matchups, I mean, they are going to be a threat for sure, but it also is going to be a testament to their own to see how well they can fare up against all these other regions, and I think it will be a slow progress over time, but hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully they just come out the gate swinging and they show how competitive that they really can be at these major events.
Now for another update, we have 3 new additions to our R6 Share partner program.
Wins those every day of the week.
Drexen's got him dead to rights. Drexen goes nuts. Surf with the sidearm will get the ace. He does the whole thing himself. Another one for the young gunner. Look at him go. Holy shit, Ambi. Canadian finds a second kill, a third kill, and it's a flawless end to the match.
Wow, that was incredible to see. We gotta be super happy for Virtus.pro having been in the esports for so long to be part of the R6 Share partner program. Shopify Rebellion with so many fans, but the last one, 100 Thieves, part of the R6 Share partner program. That is incredible.
Way to make an entrance too. Might have been the coolest intro video I've ever seen. You guys are wearing red. And
well, I was going to say, I think we kind of got the theme going for LA Thieves if they're watching.
Yeah, it makes me very excited. The 100 Thieves is one of my favorite orgs, and so to see them join Siege, I'm sure brings a smile to a lot of fans' faces, but at the same time, Virtus.pro, Shopify Rebellion, being able to have something in the game that represents their history in the game is something that is beautiful, and congratulations to them. And now, because of the SR video, none of those players can get dropped. They have to stay at roster forever now.
No, I think it's important that we acknowledge these rosters, these organizations finally getting to be able to rep their skins, rep their charms, rep their drone skins. I think it's that's important. But again, LA Thieves coming into it, I think it's something even for us that when we see new organizations join this league, it really motivates everyone across the board to watch, to participate, to cheer for a new team. And who's going to be on that team? We don't know who's going to be on that team, so I'm super excited for all 3 of them and the entry of 100 Thieves.
With all these announcements, we've really set ourselves up for an exciting 2026. We've given you so much information, but there is one more exciting thing to share.
2026 is off to a great start here in Siege Esports, but our destinations continue. It is time to announce the announcement of our next event, the May. Spit it out already, come on. The fuck? What? He's taking way too long. He's got a point, you know. Milos loves to yap. Take it easy, man. Just chill out. Guys, can you please keep it down? Coming at you live, it is going to... Leo, this is it. It's perfect. Scene, done, absolute cinema. It's like that Malkovich movie when you go into people's heads. It's perfect.
Je suis pas sûr qu'on verrait ça si on était dans ta tête. No offense. Are you offended?
No. What does he mean? Is he making fun of me? Nah, dude, chill. Look, you're a great guy. You got a great personality. You're full of mystery, bro. Yeah, exactly. Full of mystery. Look, never mind. We still have to figure out November. What's the plan there?
I have the idea.
You wanna know what I'm into? We can start with a blindfold. You know, to wash it away. Tell me if you looking to stay. Yeah. Now we can get it in through the daytime. It's hard kept, but it's more than a promise. The way you move got me leaning all on it. I wanna see you tomorrow. Talk to me.
Maybe it's not 100% ready. The most important thing, 6 Invitational.
Yes, 6
Come on.
Invitational.
Where are we going? Okay, we need to call him.
No, absolutely not. No, no, no. He's always like this. It's just too much to handle.
Listen, it's the dude.
Hello, Ian speaking.
Hey, Ian, what's up?
Hey, Leo, how you doing?
Good. Do you know where the next R6 events are?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Just give me 1 second. Get ready for the first major. Salt Lake City, USA. For the November major, we go to Japan. And the location of the 6 Invitational 2027 is... Actually, I'm gonna let my brother tell you.
Estamos de volta no Brasil!
Vamos fazer barulho!
Okay, he's on it. I told you he's the dude. He is the dude. The dude. The dude.
We are traveling the world in 2026 for Rainbow Six Siege Esports with our events all across the globe. And I feel like the most anticipated one, the one that the crowd reacted to most.
Salt Lake City.
Has to be the November major. Maybe overdue, long awaited. We're going to Japan.
Oh, it's so exciting to be able to say that we're going back to Japan. The last time we went was in 2019, and it was such a humbling and amazing experience to go there. And it's something that the whole community has been waiting to go back to. And I'm so excited that we'll be able to hopefully go back and have an amazing Siege tournament there and see the community and the fans because it's so loving.
I think we're going to extend our stay. Yeah. I think that's one event we're extending our stay.
In Salt Lake City.
Yes, in Salt Lake City.
I'm excited to go to Salt Lake City too.
And then going back with 6 Invitational to Brazil, I mean, that has to be absolutely huge as well. We know how passionate their fans are, how big Siege is inside of Brazil as well. Incredible.
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Whenever we go to Brazil, the community always is representing Brazil with the utmost respect. They show up, they're there, they're loud, and it's an event that you never want to miss. And we've had some of the most historical moments in Brazil, so it only makes it sense to go back to SI in Brazil.
I mean, we've also had some fun events as well in Brazil, whether we were lounging for some of them, whether we were just having a good time, or like you said, we were making history at the most recent one. I mean, I can't wait for this calendar year.
No, me neither. I mean, that concludes all of our announcements on the upcoming year when it comes to the esports. But we'll stick with the esports for just a little bit. We'll send it back to the stage to commend a person that is very special to us.
Oh, thank you, and I think we're all super excited about the year to come. The roadmap for R6 Siege is looking incredible. Milos, will you dance again for us here on the stage, or?
No, only if you dance with me.
Okay, don't make me judo slam you, all right? Listen, we want to continue the celebrations here on the main stage. It's what makes SI stand out as such a pinnacle of our year. And I think the next commendation is touching for everybody here and for us as well, personally.
Bien sûr, il y a beaucoup qui va se passer dans la scène e-sport de Rainbow Six en 2026 et dans le futur ici, d'ici d'un an, au Brésil. Mais en fait, on continue avec nos commendations. La prochaine, c'est quelque chose de très proche à nous et à vous ici en France et à Paris. C'est une personne qu'on adore, c'est la commendation e-sport.
It's time for our esports commendation.
Je veux qu'on devienne l'e-sport le plus intéressant à regarder, que les gens apprennent constamment des choses. Je veux qu'ils puissent venir à des tournois et se dire « Waouh, ça a été un des meilleurs souvenirs de ma vie ». Moi, ça me faisait rire de jouer à la guéguerre. Je jouais tout le temps. Et quand je pouvais tirer en jouant à la guéguerre, c'était fou. C'était le max. Rainbow Six sort. Moi, j'arrive là-dedans. Je retrouve exactement ce que j'aime dans l'aspect shooter que j'adore. Et en plus, il y a des opérateurs qui ont des gadgets, donc je peux faire de la stratégie. Je grind le jeu tous les jours sans m'arrêter pendant 10 ans. C'est R6 pour la vie. Non-stop. C'est mon jeu de cœur, je vais devenir joueur pro dessus et j'arrêterai pas tant que je serai pas joueur pro.
En fait, quand il a commencé à entrer dans ce jeu où ça tire de partout, etc., je lui ai dit, écoute, ok, mais surtout, ne perds pas ton lien avec ton cœur. Et il l'a pas perdu.
Donc la meilleure chose que je peux dire, c'est se défoncer, travailler à fond, se donner les moyens de réussir et surtout, être juste quelqu'un de bien. Ouais, c'est trop cool d'être joueur pro. Mais les gens, rendez-vous compte de ce qu'il y a derrière aussi. Il y a une pression mentale de dingue, on est tous jeunes, on vit des choses de fou, mais on vit aussi des choses négatives. Arrivé au bout de ça, j'étais lessivé, et arrivé en Europe, je me suis dit soit je retrouve une équipe top européenne, soit j'arrête, parce que c'est trop.
Puis à un moment, il se retrouve, voilà, c'est fini, donc il revient à la maison. Donc c'est là un moment où il se pose beaucoup de questions.
Ouais, en fait, je rentre chez mes parents, j'ai en fait 9 mois où je passe de je suis une star internationale sur le jeu où je jouais à je suis le fils du paysagiste et je vais l'aider à tailler des haies. Ça remet les choses en contexte. À ce moment-là, j'ai rien qui me garantit une place sur le desk. J'ai pas fait d'études, je l'ai arrêté. J'ai 22 ans, il faut que je fasse quelque chose de ma vie. J'envoie des messages aux gars que je connais chez Ubisoft en disant les gars, je suis un ancien joueur pro et j'aimerais beaucoup faire des choses sur le desk. Et donc Ubisoft France m'embauchera. D'un seul coup, j'ai devant moi une plateforme où je peux vraiment raconter ce que c'est qu'être joueur professionnel. Et à partir de là, ça a été un terrain de jeu incroyable. Et depuis 3 ans, j'essaie de construire là-dessus, de toujours arriver avec des nouveaux segments et des nouvelles idées.
What an excellent play!
So getting him now with all of that experience on an analyst desk is something that you will rarely ever find.
See you all in Munich. It's going to be a hell of a time.
Mon premier major que je fais avec Blast, j'ai Bertrand et Nelson qui sont des personnes qui comptent beaucoup pour moi parce que c'est eux qui m'ont donné ma chance sur le desk. Parce que quand j'arrive, je suis un joueur e-sport, j'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est qu'être en face d'une caméra et de donner un show. C'est eux qui ont pris le pari de me développer. Et du coup, je deviens ce gars du Téléstrator et je le maîtrise à fond. Je crée des segments de plus en plus compliqués et de plus en plus tactiques qui ont toujours pour but de venir rapidement vulgariser un play et apprendre des choses aux gens.
Léo, je dirais que c'est un analyste qui est d'abord humain, ouvert, qui a une profondeur d'analyse qui est vraiment différente de celle de tous les autres.
Je me suis vraiment inspiré de quelques joueurs professionnels sur d'autres e-sports qui sont devenus analystes. Des Sponge par exemple, qui était gros joueur australien de CS, tu vois, Seb, une star absolue sur Dota, un joueur incroyable, mais qui vient raconter ça sur le desk de Dota, et à chaque fois avec des idées super intéressantes. Moi je voulais vraiment viser ça et être cette personne-là pour Rainbow Six.
Je pense qu'une des grandes qualités du coup d'un analyste, c'est créer ce lien entre ceux qui vont faire le match, enfin jouer le match, et ceux qui vont le regarder, comprendre ce que les uns et les autres vont ressentir et savoir ce qui va créer de l'intérêt en fait, ce qui va créer de l'émotion.
J'ai eu beaucoup de chance d'avoir une bande de potes aussi profondément ancrée. On se connaît tous par cœur. Et du coup, c'est des gars qui m'ont poussé à fond, quoi. Et ouais, c'est vraiment mon noyau dur, quoi.
Il fait des trucs de ouf tout le temps. Il y a une semaine, il va être à Copenhague, l'autre, il va être à Rio de Janeiro. On sait jamais trop où il est, mais quand il revient à camp, c'est toujours le même.
C'est une personne qui est hyper attentionnée, il prend soin de tout son entourage.
Je dirais que sa principale qualité, c'est d'être bienveillant.
Alfama is the kind of guy when, whether he's playing on a team or he's here on the broadcast booth, he makes everybody around him better.
I think he's very passionate. You can see that in people's eyes when they're really passionate about something.
I think he is the hardest working member of talent I've ever met in my life.
C'est magnifique comme métier. Ton objectif, c'est de parler du jeu qui a changé ta vie et de convaincre les gens d'aller le tester. Il y a quoi de plus, franchement? C'est incroyable. Je caille, moi. Je suis le seul qui caille.
Ouais.
Par contre, faut qu'on se dépêche parce que j'ai la traite des vaches après. Viens. Viens là. Viens là, Mimi. Elles sont trop bien, là. Au grand air normand. Là, c'est la petite pissouille.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paris, it's your esports comedy, AyahGAMER, faites du bruit!
Congrats, Leo.
Leo, this is, I mean, just standing here next to you, I can't imagine how it must feel to be stood on this stage in front of your home country, friends and family here. Does it feel like a dream?
It feels like a dream. I will say this, the last time I stood on a stage in Paris was, I guess, during the French League finals when I won my first event. And the French crowd was there and they were always cheering and they were always full of energy. And it is amazing to be here in my home country to celebrate Siege. En fait, je le sens comme si c'était un rêve. La dernière fois que j'étais à Paris, c'était là, à la PGW. Je jouais, j'ai gagné la Coupe du 6 en France. Et bien sûr, c'était toutes les personnes françaises qui étaient avec nous. Et bien là, je suis de retour comme membre de talent. I never thought I would need a French translator. Wow. It's my honor. Pretty good. Well, Leo, I have to ask you something myself, because for me, you're Mr. Worldwide. You've been all over the world. We've seen you as a player and now as part of the on-air crew. How do you feel that has changed you as a person and impacted you to get to where you are today? Well, I guess when I left, I was 18 years old. So I left quite young, and I went to live in the US. I was 19. Then I went to live in Asia. I was 20. So it completely changed everything I believed about myself and also kept me open-minded. It was, I guess, for me, a beautiful learning about values. And the fact that Siege brought me to all over the world is just such a gift. And it goes to show if you pursue your passion, if you really believe in yourself, you can achieve amazing things. En fait, quand j'ai commencé, j'avais mes 18 ans, j'étais en Europe, puis je suis parti aux États-Unis, je suis allé après en Asie quand j'avais mes 20 ans et je suis revenu ici. En fait, c'est des années formatives et ça m'a aidé à me former à la personne que je suis aujourd'hui pour être et faire partie de toute cette communauté ici au Six à Paris.
Right, that's enough from me and you. Yeah. Leo, AyahGAMER, the microphone is yours. Take it away.
I just want to say thank you so much for everything you brought to me through the years. I'll say first a few words in French because you guys deserve it. Je vais passer en français parce que c'est grâce à vous que je suis là aujourd'hui. Merci d'être vous, merci d'aimer ce jeu, merci de montrer à tous que la France est un grand pays sur Rainbow Six. C'est grâce à vous que j'ai commencé sur ce jeu. C'est grâce à vous que j'ai été joueur pro sur ce jeu. C'est grâce aux premières LAN françaises. C'est grâce à la Ligue française. C'est grâce à toute la commune française. À chacun d'entre vous qui aimait ce jeu. Merci beaucoup. And to all the English-speaking fans out there, I hope you will continue to follow your dreams. Yeah, you'll follow this game as well, your passion. I will say this, thank you so much for making me live from my passion. It's been 10 years, absolutely crazy. I got to travel the world, meet amazing people thanks to you. I made a family here with these guys, everyone on this, the guys on the studio, Jack, the production, the teammates, the former coaches, the former players that I faced. All of that to me is a family, and I will forever be thankful for that.
Amazing. Leo, I know that right now, in this moment, it's about your commendation. You're not technically working, but I'm just going to be a host for a second. You're going to be the analyst. Who's taking home the hammer?
Either way, it's a Frenchman.
Good answer. Ladies and gentlemen, Paris, please make some noise for your esports commendation recipient. One more time, Alfama!
We are so incredibly proud of Leo for getting the esports commendation for this year. Almost losing my voice because of all the screaming and cheering there, but again, a very touching speech talking about his career as a pro player, which you two obviously can relate to, having traveled the world for that already, and then getting to share his passion with all these people here, all these viewers from home as well. And I mean, I said it in the interview, you can see it when someone is passionate about something in their eyes. You see that with Leo all the time. He talks about the telestrator, he shows about these clips, and it's just that little twinkle and just sometimes the ramble of words because of how passionate he is, and you can see how much this game means to him.
Just by having a simple conversation with him, you can understand how important Siege is for him. And it was such a beautiful speech. And I'm gonna have to make fun of him in a second because I'm gonna start crying if I don't. But I remember playing against him and thinking, this guy's a free win. There's no way this guy's gonna beat me. And now to transition to watching him grow as an analyst, and his telestrator segments is just so beautiful, and the way that he's able to storytell is something that inspires me to not only be better and grow, but I'm sure inspires everyone at home who wants to be able to do something like Leo and be able to share a bigger picture on what's important in your passions, and his message at the end of the day, to follow your dreams, I don't think could have been said better himself.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't think of any other words to describe Leo. I mean, he's just such a wonderful character, a wonderful individual, to say the least. I mean, as you were saying, he's so inspirational. The way he does the telestrations, the way he conveys his thoughts and his breakdowns on the desk. I mean, he's really inspirational to me, and that says a lot for me because he's younger than me, and just to see him thrive in this environment really pushes me to better myself, to work a little extra harder, and I'm glad to be able to call him a friend, a brother, a member on this desk to share. He is truly an honor for him to get that, and he is so, so, so deserving of that award.
I'm so glad to see him get all the support from our fans out here as well. I mean, little anecdotes. I remember sitting with him for his very first event, and he was so nervous. But I feel like since then, he's really come a long way. You see how passionate he is when he gets on the telestrator. We were talking about it earlier as well, just doing a little bit of rehearsal, but he is so gosh darn good at his job. It's an absolute pleasure to have him here in the studio with us. Esports Commendation of the Year, Leo, a massive congratulations once again. And we've commended quite some people already so far. We've had a whole bit about esports as well. I feel like it's almost time we get to continue with our games here on the stage.
I mean, I'm definitely ready to get into some of these games for sure because they've been quite the barn burners so far. And like I said, I want to jump into it.
I can't handle another emotional speech, man. We got to get straight into the games.
Yeah, we do have to. We'll take a bit of a break, and then we have our lower bracket final, Falcons versus Secret. Welcome back to the 6th Invitational here on Valentine's Day, where we have one more heart to break. It is that of Falcons or Secret, as they watch their chances of lifting the hammer tomorrow slip through their fingers. I want to start this matchup by looking at the bracket, because there is a potential of something brewing here. When we look at Team Secret and we look at their incredible lower bracket run so far, the slayers of this lower bracket, that could very well come to a halt here.
They absolutely can, and what we've seen time and time again with these SIs, the team that wins SI comes from that lower bracket run, and Team Secret right now is off to a good start to replicate that same success that all these teams had previously throughout these years.
Funny that you mentioned it. No SI winner besides SSG in 2021 has been able to win from the upper bracket. They have to fall down into the lower bracket. They fall very early on, and they build up that momentum all the way to the finals to be able to use that momentum to steamroll to lifting the hammer.
And now Secret are fresh off the back of a 2-0 victory earlier today. It did get a little bit close in some of these games. They must have got some energy though from that game, despite that second map especially almost slipping away from their fingers. The fact that they've made it so far must bring them energy.
I mean, the way the Secret have been playing, you can really tell that that momentum from being in that lower bracket has been carrying them relentlessly, because not only have they been playing so strategically throughout the group stage and fundamentally sound, but individually as a whole, we've been seeing Noah be coming alive. We've been seeing Savage, everybody on the team, Mowgli, has been performing exceptionally well individually. So not only do they have an amazing young IGL and Savage to be able to lead the team, but they're able to individually show up when it matters most and have those hammer lifting plays that a team needs to be able to make it to the final.
I mean, that was a beautiful ace from Jim, but we do talk about their individual prowess, and they absolutely have it. They have that teamwork, but the clips that we're watching here is just big heroics from individuals on this team, being able to get 3Ks, being able to get 4Ks, that were just really carrying that momentum from round to round against Fluxo, W7M in that matchup. And this is what we're going to need going into this matchup versus Falcons, because you're going against a familiar opponent. You know their idiosyncrasies. You know everything that you need to know going into this matchup, but you need to deliver on that same firepower that they had against Fluxo Esports.
Now, we commended Fluxo for being such an aggressive team, the most aggressive team in the tournament, and being able to play passive. Now, what happens is Secret, being one of the slower teams that is able to be methodical, out-aggressing Fluxo, and being able to show that a team that can do both is so dangerous to play against, because they can flex whatever they need to do. And again, it's safe to put your faith in Savage's hands.
Now we've heard the fans in the arena get loud, and there is good news, because regardless of the outcome of this matchup, there will be guaranteed a French player in the grand final tomorrow. That'll either be Mowgli with the side of Secret, or Shaiko, another Frenchman with the side of Falcons.
I mean, you can't even compare the two at this point, at least when you're looking at it from a statistical standpoint. I mean, 200 kills already. Mowgli's on a tear. I was talking about it in the series with a couple of the guys in the back. Mowgli is so scary as a player because he is a risk taker, and that is someone that you need, especially in moments like this where big risks make history and can make you an SI winner. And he doesn't care if he's on 1 HP. He's going to swing you. He's going to challenge you. He's going to bring it into your face. The ferocity that he brings on this Team Secret roster, that's exactly what everyone can get behind. You see players like Noah, you see players like June be able to bounce off of that. That's what I want to see Mowgli doing time and time again, regardless of them understanding how Falcons play.
And then for Falcons, they have lost that extra life that they had yesterday with a close series against Falcons. I would love to be a fly on the wall in their team room, listening to how much pressure they feel right now. In front of their home crowd, they want to lift that hammer tomorrow.
They do, but the pressure keeps killing them, man, and that is the downfall for Falcons. How many times have we seen them in a position like this? They're able to make it time and time again to a finals, and then they crumble. And yes, the match yesterday was very close against FaZe, until it wasn't. That was the biggest downfall. And it's the exact same thing that we saw in the last SI in Boston, where FaZe was able to beat them. We saw it start very early on, and I'm sure you can agree, Lax, they lose steam so quickly as the pressure amounts, as the time is ticking down, and they run out of lifelines. That is where Falcons' pressure disbands them and makes them look like a hairless bird.
And that's what worries me, because that is where we do see them choke time and time again. Now, it is a little early to say that they can't make a grand final appearance, but here are the stats comparatively to last year at Boston in that grand final, to their most recent match against FaZe. And again, you have to look at the maps, and where we're looking at the last map that they just recently played against FaZe, they completely ran out of steam. And you have to think, in a best of 5, when you get to that grand final, it's a best of 5. You have to run a series. It's a marathon. And the fact that they're losing steam in a best of 3 this early on, they need this win over Secret to get that fire lit from underneath them, to see the hype the anguish that they can bring onto their opponent. We need everything, everyone firing on all cylinders from the side of Falcons, or their run will end here today.
Now, Lex, the biggest thing for Falcons is, as a viewer at home, you can see it in their faces. When they're winning, when they're starting off hot, energies are high, everyone's screaming, but immediately when things get difficult, the pressure on their shoulders, they don't have many lifelines left. And that's where we see Falcons, everybody's face cams completely, the energy gets sucked out of them. They're playing slower. They're talking to each other a little bit more aggressively. The energy is not there, and that's something that a lot of teams struggle with. Now, if you're Falcons, you've made it time and time again to a main stage final. This is something that you have needed to be able to get over by now, or else it's no more excuses. There's only so many finals that you can potentially throw before something needs to change.
Yeah, we look at this team as a team that gets really hyped with each other, that starts barking at each other when they do win rounds and when the momentum is on their side. When we were looking at the stats earlier, I mean, you gotta kind of, give them some slack for that final map of yesterday. That wasn't 0-7, but in general, I mean, you two having been on that side of a pro player, losing a game 0-7, I bet you learn so much more than winning it 7-0.
It's very difficult, and sometimes you can only fix mistakes when you play it in a game day scenario and you're able to lose it. But after losing this many finals and throwing this many games, at a certain point, that's something that needs to be the main focus for Falcons.
And for a 7-0, it's not just one player. It's a lot easier to understand where things are going to fix going into the next game.
All right, some of these players on stage might be playing their most important matchup of their lives so far, a best of 3, and I would love to see where this matchup will take place. Team Secret have the first pick.
Yeah, and we're going to be going to Border first, which is an aggressive pick from Falcons, and it's a good map for both of these teams. At the end of the day, when we go to a map like Border, it becomes a matter of gunfights. This is where we're going to see a Mowgli versus Shaiko battle. Who will be able to find the entries? Who will be able to find the openings? And Secret, we highlighted it yesterday that they had a very good understanding on all of the maps, on how they wanted to play slow, when they wanted to play fast. On a map like Border, being able to play slow doesn't always get you round wins, but it sure is a benefit if Falcons try to turn the Jets on.
Absolutely. I mean, Chalet, we already saw this match during upper quarterfinals. This is where Falcons would beat them 2-1. They would beat them 7-3 on Chalet. And again, they just recently played this to make it here, to be able to challenge Falcons. There's not a lot that you can change from one game to the next. So it's going to be heavily and reliant on Secret to be able to make those pivotal changes, to be able to move pieces around. And then not only that, for Falcons to have that prep, to understand how they want to deny Secret from getting any bit of entry, fall back into those layers, and make Secret feel uncomfortable on that attacking half. It's going to be so crucial for Secret to understand how they can change and shift that tempo at any given notice in that series.
But now I feel like we've said it many times that in a situation like this, it doesn't matter what map you're going to.
It doesn't.
The pressure is on the shoulders of Falcons. The stadium is filled cheering for a Frenchman to be able to make it forward. And that being said, this is where the pressure is heaviest most. And if Falcons is unable to be able to win that first map or use the energy that they have to get an early advantage in the lead, I don't believe that we see a full 3 maps.
All right, the pressure is on for our players. Who will get the support from the crowd? There are no more room for mistakes. No more extra life either. The lower bracket final is ready to start.
It's back to business on stage here at the Adidas Arena for myself and Milos. We've celebrated the past, we've looked at what's to come in the future, but it is time now to bring it right back to the present. 2 teams have an opportunity ahead of them to face off against FaZe Clan tomorrow for the Hammer. A grand final spot is at stake here, Milos, and the tension here in the arena is high.
Bien sûr, il n'y a rien de préconnu quand on arrive au SI ou n'importe quel événement du circuit R6. Mais il y a une chose qu'on le sait pour l'instant, c'est que FaZe Clan attend dans la finale. Il ne reste que 2 équipes qui vont s'affronter et ça arrivera dans quelques moments. Secret, Team Falcons, pour la chance de jouer contre les champions de l'année passée, FaZe Clan à Boston. Et c'est l'histoire qui essaye de le faire ici, en direct à Paris.
Paris, this is my first time in front of a French crowd, and I've heard a lot about you guys. I've heard that you are incredibly loud. So listen, you've got Team Secret and Team Falcons waiting behind our beautiful stained glass doors there, and I want them to hear you scream.
Paris, on a 2 équipes, Secret Falcons qui attendent derrière notre très belle porte ici. Mais il y a une chose qui va les faire sortir, c'est tout votre bruit. Donc, tous les deux, how about we do it together? On 3. 1, 2, 3, faites du bruit!
Merci Paris. Let's bring out our first team. To fall at this hurdle would be devastating for Team Falcons in front of a home crowd, desperate for them to make it for another shot at victory and another shot at the hammer. We know that they've got a lot of support. Their opponents do too. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
Ils étaient à peine connus il y a un an, réformés en 2025, sur les grandes scènes du monde, gagnant à l'IWC. Au final, à Munich, et ici, de retour, et maintenant à Paris, la grande histoire de Team Secret qui continue, Mowgli à sa tête. Et il y a une chose, un grand match qui attend contre les Falcons, mais il n'y aura qu'un seul gagnant qui va affronter FaZe dans la finale.
Mowgli, Licky Fat, come and join us here. All right, this is what you want, isn't it? Okay. It's all love. It's all love. It's Valentine's Day, but listen, one of these two teams will drop out of the tournament when this best of three is done. Two Frenchmen in front of incredible home support here. Mowgli, why are you going to the grand final of the 6th Invitational?
I don't know. We will see. I'm not even sure he's gonna... Can I talk in French, please?
Yes.
Allez, les gars. Quoi qu'il arrive à la fin du match, il y aura au moins un Français en grande finale, c'est le plus important. On va tout faire pour vous donner le meilleur match possible et que le meilleur gagne.
No matter what happens, one of us, a French player and French team, is going to make it to the final, and I want you to cheer for us. No matter what happens in this game, we will give you our all. That I can promise. Very hopeful words from the other side of Mowgli. You've faced off against Secret a million times now, Likevag. What do you have to say before we get started?
Yanis, il a tout dit. Je suis très heureux de jouer Secret parce qu'au moins il y aura un Français pour représenter la France en finale. J'espère que ça sera nous, mais que le meilleur gagne et que la France gagne.
Like Mowgli said, it's guaranteed no matter who takes this game that there will be a Frenchman in the final. I hope it's going to be us, but regardless, we will give you our all. May the best team win.
Paris, are you ready? Let's do it!
Thank you so very much. There are 10 players on stage, 2 European teams, and just one spot in the grand finals. The loudest this barn has been all weekend, and they are ready to blow the roof off the place, even though they seem to have chosen their favorite in the Falcons. By far and away, not a foregone conclusion that the Falcons will make it back to the grand finals, Jesse.
Yeah, Parker, the Falcons fans are out in full force here in Paris, but of course Secret have their base as well. It's always special to be playing at a 6th Invitational, even more so in the lower bracket finals, fighting for that spot to go up against FaZe Clan. But when it's an all-European matchup here in Paris, it means so much more for these players.
The crowd speaks for us. There's nothing we could say to take away or even add to that moment. It is electric here in Adidas Arena. It has been a weekend of incredible matches. This whole event has really been a feast for those who love to dine on good Siege. After what we saw at a Secret in their Fluxo W7 matchup earlier today, from all we've seen of these two teams over the last calendar year, I think we're in for an incredible matchup, no matter who ultimately goes on to face FaZe tomorrow.
Yeah, Parker, we've seen these teams go head-to-head so many times in the past. Falcons and Secret, this is the top two teams from Europe who have battled all year long, and there's no secret about it. Falcons have been the better team. They have consistently defeated their European rivals. But what did we say when we saw Furia versus Fluxo W7M? The exact same thing, and the underdogs came out on top. Despite the history, despite the recent results, Fluxo W7M bested their regional opponents. Could Secret do that same thing again today? I think there's a good chance.
I mean, streaks were ultimately meant to be broken, Jesse. I'm sure that's an idiom here in France. I know it is at least in North America. An incredible feather in the cap for French Siege, a region that has for so long dominated the European scene. Back when we first started pro play, half of the teams in Europe were French, for crying out loud. The other regions have caught up.
Yeah.
But the dominance that we have seen, some of the best players in the world playing under French orgs, playing amongst their countrymen, oh my. And of course, you've got Mowgli's performance, you've got Shaiko's performance. Jume has now stuck into that conversation. Of course, you've got Solitov as well. There are so many offensive threats on these teams, Jesse. They will collide. One last all-European battle. I'm ready for it. Are you ready for it?
Parker, I can't wait to get into things. Falcons and Secret, the battle in the lower bracket finals.
Incredible stuff. Border is about to be queued up. The community giving a slight edge here to the Falcons. Do or die. The lower bracket finals. They're heavy. There is an expectation on your shoulders. There is a weight on your shoulders, and you have to shake it off. If you have not played in front of a hostile crowd, if you have not played in front of a friendly crowd, you are not prepared for what that adds. It's a variable that you really can't predict.
Yeah.
And teams will tell you after events are finished. I mean, hell, go back and talk to the teams that were not from Brazil, who played in Sao Paulo 2 years ago. Ask them what it was like playing with the crowd against you.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what the crowd does here today, we're going to know that whoever wins this battle will have the crowd behind them in the finals versus FaZe Clan. So there's a reward if you can win this game.
And an unbelievable map for us to start off on. Very affectionately referred to as Hell in a Cell. And you know when these two teams get locked in the cage, they're locked in there with each other. Let's get things underway. Falcons versus Secret. They take flight in map 1.
Parker, it is Valentine's Day in the City of Love, but I promise you, there will be no love lost between these two European rivals. We start on Border, one of the most attacker-sided maps that we have in the pool. Now, mentioned on the desk, this will be Falcons starting on defense for all 3 maps today, so they will have a bit of an advantage in that attacking can be a bit harder with the nerves. It can be a bit more awkward sometimes if you have that pressure, which certainly the players will be facing today. The crowd loudly making themselves known as Falcons fans fill this arena, hoping to see their team lift that hammer tomorrow. Border has long been one of these maps where Falcons have found success. They're 2-1 here at the 6th Invitational, beating Elevate and FaZe, but a 7-0 loss to Wildcard might give them a bit of pause in this match against Team Secret. It's not a bad map for the mixed European team either, 2-0 at SI, but both games were close with wins over Weibo and Wildcard Gaming. Border will, of course, be the first of our 3 maps, followed up very shortly by Chalet and, should we need it, Cafe Dostoevsky to finish things off. We got to see the operator bans very quickly. Parker, the Azami are removed immediately by Team Secret. That is a favorite of Shaiko on this map. If it was left up, he'd be playing it for sure. forced to a secondary operator of the Legion instead, and then the Mira band following it up alongside Monty and Dokkaebi.
I mean, how many times have we seen teams deliberately counter Shaiko?
Yeah.
If you can nullify one of the greatest strengths and advantages of your opponents, you will take that opportunity every single time, and I do not blame them one bit for doing that. Legion, of course, is a great operator from a utility perspective, brings a terrifically good gun. I mean, Joom got that impressive kill that we saw over on Chalet in their previous matchup against Fluxo W7M earlier. Action can happen at any time on a map like Border, so you need to be prepared to grab it and harness that energy. And it's gonna happen, and it's Shaiko to get the job done first.
Who else? Of course, it's gonna be the top player from France that this game has ever seen. Gets things going, taking out his regional rival of Mowgli. How else would you start it? East stairs control, under the firm control of Secret though. The space they have is not insignificant. A little bit of stall coming out from Lickifak. The first of 3 Toxic Babes go out. He's in a dangerous spot now. Players lurking all around trying to shoot out that second Toxic Babe, but he gets it off anyways. The Falcons need to be able to stall this aggression, Parker. The primary brunt of this push is coming east, but you've got players in the north, you've got players all around this map, and the close range of Bride with this shotgun will be the next target that they need to take out.
To get the job done, they've allowed Bride an escape now as they go for the double swing. Maybe bites off a bit more than he can chew. Joom eliminating him. First kill on the board for Secrets. Bride's usually the guy you hang your hat on at the end of the round. He's not the one that's supposed to die first, Jesse.
Well, they want him on the mute. They need him in that aggressive spot. They push in through the office, and that's what they're going to fight. The C4 just goes over the head of Joom. He survives with about half HP still remaining in his kit. Now, the Falcons players have a lot of map control, Parker. Shaiko still in break. Solitov still in security. No longer a great angle from Joom.
Part of the reason why you like those lower bracket runs is exactly what Joom is showing. You are already fired up. You are warmed up. This Falcons team spent much of the day before this match preparing in their own private room. Joom on a fraction of HP, yet still with a gun in hand. That is as lethal as ever, and now time for that utility to get put to good work. Uses anchoring this position inside the bomb site has reduced this Secret team to just 2 members. Shaiko still upright as well. Leakyfat getting in on the fun. Savage will search for something. Diffuser is down. Hughes is still tied in this position, and he will punish them for it. Falcons take round number 1.
It was a great take of open, but Parker just not quite enough in the end there. This crowd already getting excited on their feet for the first round from the Falcons, taking their first defense on Border. Once again, starting defense on every single map here today. So sometimes if those nerves are affecting you, as they may for Secret, that'll slow you down. It starts with Shaiko. How else could it? Gets that pick inside a break room. He never really gets taken out of that position. Can stay there for the entire rest of the round. And then it's the site players of Lickifak and Uses who are able to lock things down. The fact that the radio wall never got opened up made things so awkward for Secret. Without that extra angle, there was really no way for them to force Lickifak out of that tight angle in the bomb site. All had to fight on that breach. There were some really nice shots being hit by Secret, but in the end, Falcons just had better positioning and they won the round.
Phenomenal stuff by this Falcons team. This is a gauntlet of a match. So endurance was something highlighted by the desk, Jesse. The endurance of this Falcons team. As matches tend to go on, I don't want to say it, but the Falcons team seem to not be able to glide as long as they would like, and that is obviously a major concern when you are going up against a team that is well practiced, very warmed up. Fluxo W7M have played far and away the most rounds at this event. They have tons of experience, and because of that, most of the players on their team are the top in most categories. But I mean, this Secret team's played a lot of rounds too, so you're going up against an opponent that has tons of experience, not only through phases 1 and 2, but here today specifically. There was about an hour of turnaround time. Fatigue should not be a problem for Secret yet.
No, not quite yet, Parker. You hope to see Secret firing out strong here, and I think we will see that bounce back after round 1. Some great hacking coming through from Joom. He gets a ton of utility, usually thought of as one of the hottest fraggers in Europe, but can get the util job done when he's required to. Already an upside-down angle from Adrian, also hunting for his first fight, but it'll be Noah who finds Shaiko. So the French players highlighted by the desk, opening deaths in round 1 and 2. I think that sets the pace for this match pretty nicely coming out from things. You can't just rely on your star fraggers. It's got to be a team effort. If Shaiko goes down, if Mowgli goes down like we saw at the start of round 1, everybody else on these teams needs to be able to come through.
Nitro Cell goes out.
by nothing. Adrian, who has been so good this tournament, quite the turnaround for him over the last calendar year. Easily the most growth that we've seen on this Secret team, but honestly, that whole team has made leaps and bounds to match with the fury of a great region and remain among the best teams in this esport. Solitop will equalize things. Noah, who's also been quite good, the first body buried on the side of Secret.
Yeah, great kill to come through. That's just inside of security. You can see the jump in was attempted by Noah, and then Joom, after all of that util work, does get cleared out. Now, Licky Fact dies as well, so we're equal at 3. Top floor still being controlled by Falcons. They've got 2 players up here, Usis and Solitop. They have to deny more time, Parker, before they drop.
Mowgli has one more in his line of sights. Falcons will surrender 2 picks. Secret finding them so easily, and now Bride is on the run down below in the bomb site. He's got a gain on the player, but Mowgli will swing in. My goodness, Secret finding ways around this Falcons defense and surprising them almost every step of the way.
Parker, you talked about Mowgli at the start of that round. You talked about how good Fluxo W7M had been with all the rounds they've played. Well, if you take them out of the equation with nearly 100 extra rounds played on Secret, Mowgli leads this tournament for the most number of kills, enters in this game with 212. Absent in round 1, a high impact player in round 2 once he stays alive, clearing through that top floor. Everybody excited now as the Secret fans also getting active and getting loud. Setting ourselves up very nicely here on map number 1. It was a spawn peek attempt by Shaiko that punished him early. I do like to see that. You worry sometimes in lower bracket finals that players might be a bit more cautious coming into things because of those nerves, but the fact that you're seeing these spawn peeks attempted, the fact that you're seeing risks being taken by the Falcons shows that they're in a high spirit, that they've got the energy to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to shake off all of the pressure that's on your shoulders. I mean, said ad nauseum that there are French players on both of these teams, but there is no doubt that Falcons is France's team.
Yeah.
It's a Saudi Arabian organization, but their identity is still in France. They've got 3 French players on this team. You know that they want to bring the hammer home, and every player will tell you that while the ultimate goal is to lift that hammer, the better goal is to do it on home soil. There have been a couple teams that have been able to do it. You want to add your name to that list, and I think the bigger thing for Falcons that might weigh on their mind, Jesse, is they don't want to be losers anymore. Sometimes you get tired of losing, Jesse, and unfortunately for Falcons, they have done an awful lot of it recently.
Yeah.
Expectations are going to be high because of that.
Well, trying to stop those Selmas from going through, but they can't quite find it. But Mowgli continues to find value on the score sheet. That's a second opening death in a row from Shaiko as he goes back-to-back as the first person down inside the server. Mowgli now 3 kills straight for the last 2 rounds after being the first player to die in this series.
I mean, Mowgli himself has had consistency issues. The highest rated player, or the highest rated and the highest kills on a player who isn't on Fluxo W7M, by the way. Once again, going back to how they've been topping the charts because they have played, Fluxo W7 has played over 100 more rounds than Secret. Crazy stuff. Mowgli has been sensational, though. A good game from him, well, that's going to be hard for Falcons to grapple with. It's already hurt them this round.
Licky back, hoping to get into a gunfight here, equalize the numbers, just playing towards the top of Break Room, and it's the Nitro Cell that does find Mowgli. A late answer, but an answer nonetheless. Joom finding his way in the bomb site. They need to see Falcons respond.
These Nitro Cells missed in the first round, but they're making up for lost time here. 2 explosive demises for these Secret players.
It's behind the chassis.
Savage dropped. Joom sitting over top now of that chassis with Diffuser running away. Leaky Fack in a do-or-die situation. Things were looking good for Falcons for about a split second, and now they might just be running out of time. Noah, a great perch on that top floor, finds the final kill, and Falcons are in a bit of trouble, Jesse.
Absolutely, Parker. It's a great round from Joom. You saw him roar there after winning the round. In his signature hoodie, he runs hot. He likes to sweat in these games. That's what he said earlier last week in the great interview that we had here on the broadcast. Really was able to step up and get that plant down. You're asking me for a response now for the Falcons squad. I don't know if there's any particular attacker that's been a problem for you. They'll take out the Nomad, maybe implying they want to get more active in these rounds. Maybe they want to go for a bit more of those flanks, try to disrupt this push before it can come through. We can often see teams calling attack timeout after the third round. It doesn't happen here for the Falcons. Coach Julio trusting in his team to lock this one down. And I just want to go back to this round quickly, Parker. The entry that we saw from Joom into the site, not the opening pick, but his ability to find that plant inside of Tellers, an incredible plant. The second fewest number of plants on this team, only ahead of Mowgli, but still able to get the plant done when he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody dies, especially the person that you think is going to get the defuse kit down, sometimes you need to take matters into your own hands, right? Not all hope is lost. This is Border. It is a map that seems to defy the stats quite often. Chalet, I would also argue, is in that category. What do they say? There's lies, there's damned lies, and there's statistics. Chalet and Border are both very unpredictable maps. Lots of soft destruction, both vertically and horizontally. You can take a lot of engagements on both of those maps from the outside. You saw so many great examples of that on Chalet, with Secret going up against Fluxo W7M on that final map just an hour or two ago. Now here we start on Border. There are a lot of similarities between them. You can go for aggressive clears, but both of these maps are going to be very good for direct site hits. But you need to be concerned as an attacker of how the defenders can almost play offense on defense.
Yeah.
Secret have not really feared that from Falcons. They did it round number 1, and Shaiko showed them exactly why. But since then, Secret have been taking engagements, almost welcoming those opening duels and punishing Falcons for it. Another early death or a couple more early deaths from Shaiko, and I do worry that this first round might end up out of reach for Falcons.
Well, Noah's been on the Nomad for the last 3 rounds, Parker. With it banned, he goes to the Lion instead. So we're starting to see a different look from Team Secret. Unlike the office clear we saw earlier, they're going relatively direct. A couple of players down below, including Joom here in office and Adrian already creeping into Archives. Do they know he's here?
And on Ash, sitting on that mute jammer while the gas lingers in front of him. He was hoping for clear passage from those Grim Bees that were used. Savage using most of his utility at this point in time. Noah dies to use this, so first blood struck by Falcons. A little bit over half of this round to go. That's what you like to see from the team in green.
Yeah, slow start beginning here. We might see a rush from Team Secret, but it didn't come through. Now they're calling to back off, Parker. They were going direct to site, but as soon as they lose Noah, they can't keep that up. Now Soltov, a great shot with the Scorpion, finds the head of Mowgli. They've yet to win a round where Mowgli dies early in the round like this. It happened just the same back in round number 1.
Adrian was hot in his match against the Brazilians. He needs to pick that up now as he's still without a kill, and now with 2 fewer players by his side, Team Secret will share those 5 players on Falcons across what remains.
60 seconds. This is getting a little bit brutal for Team Secret. Everybody on this east side of the map hoping to get him through the staircase. Soltov being pinched a little bit down here in security. They know where he's at, but he's a difficult target to take out.
And he's got uses for support as well. 2 outlines. Solotov finds a second kill. EFAC on the board. They will look for the German of Joom, and the swing will be had. The captain of the team gets the job done, and Falcons will pick up their second round in very confident and flawless fashion.
You go back to some of those earlier picks, Parker. The opening duel has been so important through this map so far. We thought it was going to be the Buck of Joom down below getting a flick onto a player that they had a hard ping on. But in the end, Noah dying first, I think, gave Secret a little bit of pause. Forced them to reconsider a little bit, deciding to go for plan B once they were in that 5v3 disadvantage, and they just didn't have time to make the recovery happen. Those opening gunfights are going to be critical to track through the rest of this series. They've already been important through the first 4.
Track, you say? Well, we are currently tracking for a 4-2 half, Jesse. So far, Falcons have only looked comfortable on that top floor armory bomb site, which, again, if you are playing a more conventional map where we look at the statistics and we go, okay, if you're defending and the defenders have an advantage, you're going to win 2 bomb sites and lose your tertiary.
Yeah.
Things have been flipped upside down here, though, because right now you are not looking at a defender-sided border. You are looking at a very, very good attacker-sided map, albeit a flawless end to that second defense of Armory by Falcons. That might be enough to change the calculus a bit. I don't really see it as such. But I mean, if Falcons can only scrape out victories on that top floor map, again, a little bit of cause for concern for their chances. This is Team Secret's map, so you don't sound the alarm bells yet, but Falcons got to choose to defend.
Yeah.
You don't choose to go to a side knowing that you're only going to win 2 rounds. So at some point, you got to tighten it up Unless things go horrifically here, I suspect Julio will keep that timeout in pocket and save it for the second half.
Well, when these two met in the upper quarterfinals, it was a 2-0 Parker for Falcons, so they are very capable of taking their opponent's pick. Secret certainly aware of that when they chose an aggressive and unpredictable map like Border. They start with a Deimos target onto Ela. We've got a bit of a spawn peek watch happening, but there's nobody actively playing security because Saltov has started to give that up already. The long angle, a nice try, but not going to find much. This drone will now discover that security has been vacated. They can see the Ela just inside the hallway. She enters back in. Saltov was so good from this position in just the previous round. If he can get another double kill, that should be enough for Falcons to take the lead.
Two ways to clear out Saltov in this position. Stack somebody up on that CCTV window or get him from below, or you sweep at the same time, but then you risk losing a one-for-one trade before then you can trade Saltov off. A really strong spot to play in, and clearing out this position of CCTV security is going to be a challenge for Secret. The bigger question now is how much time are they going to commit to this, Jesse? Half of the round has been done. They get Shaiko on the run, an almost impossible position. They have completely negated Solotov for the time being. I like this change.
Wow.
And they find Solotov when he gets out of position over towards 90. A triumphant entry from Secret.
And Mowgli continues his strong game, Parker. 4-3 now, but high impact as his nade is the one that forces the player off of East, forces that kill onto Shaiko, who's only got a single to his name through 5 rounds. Now it's a 2-man lead for Secret. 70 seconds to convert this execute. Full top floor control from them. Nobody else on the Falcons have remained up on this top floor. So they can start to look towards this site. They've got plenty of positioning, plenty of time, plenty of bodies as well. I mean, no real disadvantage for the mixed European squad.
And they've taken this top floor by force now and are quickly sweeping through it. EFAC on the run as that death mark is about to expire. Final 40 seconds and still time for Savage to take care of utility work on that IQ. I love the way that Secret are using their gadgetry with how little time there is left. That shows me so much confidence here with how they're gonna go about pulling off this execute.
All right, we need a bit of a miracle to come through. One Nitro Cell from Bride could be a difference maker. They spot another one too. Both Usis and Liquifac have theirs pre-placed.
There's the drop. It looked a bit ugly. EFAC pulls it off. Down goes Adrian. Uses on the board as well. The captain sweeps through, but the guns from Secret are just too good. Bride cannot get the job done. If you don't kill him early, he's gonna make you pay for it, and Mowgli strikes a dagger through the hearts of Falcons on that round.
He is feeling himself today, Parker. Mowgli has been so important to this team, one of the most aggressive players in all of Rainbow Six Siege, and a nightmare for the Falcons to deal with on a fast-paced map like Border. Comes into this with a 0.9 KPR, one of the highest in the tournaments, and having more than 200 rounds played, a ridiculous stat to be maintaining all throughout SI. His consistency here in Paris has been something to marvel at. The French player on Secret has a lot of fans here in this crowd. Oh boy.
They always dog on the North Americans for the let's go chance, but I mean, hey, you bring people at SI from all around the world, and well, they're gonna default to what they know. Team Secret have just been improving, like a fine wine, just getting better with age, and the deeper they go into this event, the scarier they get. There is a feeling, I don't want to say of inevitability, but there are times where you see a team and you just think, there's something in my gut that tells me this is gonna be a miracle run. Now, obviously,
oh no. Parker, I'll tell you what, he seems to know ball. It's 3 kills to 1 at the moment between the star fraggers of both Falcons and Secret.
Joom did enter with a higher, with the exact same EPS, but more kills. But again, kills are not always the be-all, end-all, because if you play way more rounds, you're probably gonna net more kills. Again, nobody's gonna look at Fluxo W7M, who've played over 100 more rounds than Team Secret, and go, well, why do they have fewer kills?
Yeah, of course.
I wonder.
Wow, we're gonna have to see Falcons battling back against that. Secret have had a long run through the lower bracket just to get here. Falcons a little bit easier, only dropping down to the lowers yesterday in that upper bracket match against FaZe Clan, now fighting for the rematch. We've got our first shield coming through from Savage, who has often relied on these operators through this event. He's farming through the top floor now to hopefully get an early pick.
He's disoriented for a bit by that Fenrir gadget. Ubisoft not active in the engagement, but he has slowed down the shield for now, and that's good intel for Falcons to have. They're still fighting their way in, though. EFAC gets baited into an engagement. There's no help from Ubisoft. Himself playing quite a bit passively, missing most of his shots. Joom still posted up now, sitting at 4 kills for the German. Mowgli shutting down Ubisoft. What did I say again? You don't take out the Frenchman early on the side of Secret. He is going to ruin your day.
Just such a threat, Parker. In with that Deimos pistol. Util's been amazing. Now we've got Hills of Fury on both sides. Gets things a little bit closer for Falcons. Shaiko doubling his kill count and retreats back to the bottom floor. Bride.
He had 1 kill.
Doubles nonetheless. Could go for a triple or even more.
Adrian will need to be perfect here as Shaiko and Bride are boxed out. Savage shield on his back, getting this one down. Shaiko swings for the fences, but he misses completely. Secret allowing this Falcons team to pick the side, and yet Secret still take the first half. Dire straits for Falcons here halfway through map 1.
Yeah, a bit worrying to start off your lower bracket run like that if you're the Falcons, but you got to keep in mind it's a long series. That man, Mowgli, has been the MVP. There's no doubt about it, Parker. His entry play has long been touted as some of the best in all of the world, even going back to the days where he was on some of those Wolves rosters, back on different cores. Earlier this season, of course, made that transition over towards Secret. It was a big move for him in his career. There were a lot of conversations about whether Mowgli would be the right fit or not. There have been some haters of this young player across the community, but man, I think he has really shown up for this squad, was a huge part of their EWC run, and now here in Paris as well. Such an important player.
I mean, I feel like there are more players on Secret that we've asked the question, does this make sense? Then there are not at this point in time.
Yeah.
Adrian had one of the worst performances for a debut when he played on LAN years ago.
Yes.
You and I got a front row seat to that. And I remember even asking on the broadcast, not that we shouldn't do this as broadcasters, but asking, like, what is Adrian accomplishing at this point in time? They need to either fix his roles or he needs to grow into it. And boy, oh boy, has he grown into it. And he's been great. The craziest thing is, he really wasn't much of those 4-1 rounds by Secret. Secret winning 4 rounds without Adrian doing much at all. That's an incredible thing for the depth on Secret.
Came in at the end of round 6 there, Parker, but it shows how much of a team game it is, especially for Secret. They've never relied on one individual. They've never had to just have one player popping off. Falcons, you could argue, in the past have kind of relied on Shaiko to be that guy. I think in the Likifac era, and especially with Saltov coming onto this team, that is no longer an appropriate criticism, but certainly you go back a couple years and Falcons, then known as BDS, could be criticized in that manner. Now, though, it just feels like they're such a deadly roster. Everybody expects them to make it to the grand finals. It'll have to be the second attacking half that gets them back in the game if they don't want to go down 1-0 early in this best-of-3 series. Starts with an East clear.
FaZe awaits the winner of this matchup in tomorrow's grand finals. A great tweet by our colleague Dez went out last night after FaZe Clan made their 3rd consecutive SI berth, basically saying this has to be the greatest team of all time, right? They haven't made any roster moves in 3 years. They consistently lose to the grand finalists in other events. And I think, yeah, I mean, when you look back on the entire history of our esport, I think the biggest reason why we don't talk about this FaZe Clan team enough is because they don't really have a big online presence. They stick to themselves, they do their talking in the server. They're not flashy like Furia.
Yeah.
They're not a bit egotistical like that old Penta team. So you look at them and they show up, they do their job and they leave. It's hard to invest in a team like that when all they want to do is kill and win things, but boy oh boy, no matter which of the teams emerge here victorious, FaZe Clan will be an unbelievable challenge. Joom has been incredible so far this event. He keeps it up on the second half. He guns down Shaiko, who's having quite a poor start to this map.
Yeah, what a delay from Joom. Wasted nearly half the round and takes down Shaiko. You can't ask for much more than that on the East Stairs player. Had Mowgli supporting him a little bit from up on that top floor, but will retreat now back towards 90, conceding a bit of that ground to the Falcons, feeling good about the time they've already wasted. Noah, a bit of a rat spot you can see inside of security. Might not engage with him on the side of Falcons. They're going for an office side take, but Solotov drones him out now. So the information is there from the Falcons. A missed drone is averted. They'll know his position. They don't need to go for a clear if they don't want to. Of course, with they siege control, but the options are there. The time is running out.
Time and time again, we see these Scorpions in close quarters engagements and how much they shred. Add a T5 to the mix, and you're not having a very good time, but Mowgli reads the room wrong. Noah is there to salvage things. Noah looking for more. Adrian suddenly finds his own double kill, and Falcons are in free fall. The Brit of Usis now to hold this one together as Noah bleeds out. Only 2 targets to find. Will they show some patience here? Oh my goodness, goodbye to Savage. This is eminently more winnable. A missed opportunity onto Noah, and now he sets himself up for a 1v1 engagement with Adrian. 2 kills so far in the round for Adrian. Searching for Usis, case in hand. He will try to bait him out. Adrian taking it. Usis goes off, Nitro Cell goes, and the explosion gets him a 3K from Adrian. The round goes to Secret, their lead grows ever more.
And what confidence, what composure coming out from the youngest player left in this tournament, just 20 years old, and Adrian, once somewhat criticized for his play internationally, will step up and be that player.
Okay. I think what to do was fine, to be honest. I think we should just keep with the plan, stick with the plan. For me, the problem is the first step, you know. They're not putting a lot of problem in the first step, and we're taking too long. Like, clearing this guy is, you know. We are gonna isolate kills. We're gonna play mode for the next round. I think it's good plan, okay, guys? Yeah. And remember, mid round, okay, the full retake us, okay, the full refrag. If they keep playing like this, you can even rotate. Remember what we see on the prep. But for now, I think we just follow the prep. Shoot down, guys, but be objective, you know. Let's isolate kills faster, okay? Especially with Ponte. Let's push with Ponte faster. Let's isolate kills faster. Let's take hits faster, okay? Because they can have time mid-round so they can retake.
Running out of time, a bit of miscommunication there. Nowhere near the fury that we heard from Julio yesterday in his timeouts.
No, I think that's intentional though, Parker. I think the first 4 words of that TAC timeout were the most important. Stick to the plan. He wants to calm his players down. I got a great chance to chat with Julio a little bit earlier in this event, right after the group stage ended. And we started talking about how some TAC timeouts, you hear Bobby and you hear some of those coaches get very active, get very loud, get very animated. Julio says that's not my role. Even if my heart is pounding, even if I'm nervous and freaking out, when I'm in my TAC timeouts, I want to be calming down my team. I don't want to let those nerves be shown to them. I've got to make sure that their mental is under control. Just hoping, I think, refocus things a little bit for the Falcons. Let them breathe for a moment. Get them back into this game. Even if he didn't get everything out that he wanted to, I think he got that message across, and hopefully can calm down the Falcons for these next few rounds.
I mean, obviously, Julio is an incredible player, former SI champion himself.
Yes.
He's been very good at diagnosing the problems for this team. He's been all around the world. He's seen different eras of Siege. If there's ever somebody you want to rely on to right that proverbial ship, it's going to be Julio. Now, to that point, if you think the structure makes sense, but your guys are just not warmed up yet, just keep going. Not cause for concern yet.
Yeah.
You're gonna wake up. Again, Secret's already played 2 maps. They are warmed up. Falcons are coming in cold. It might take a couple more rounds, maybe even a full map, until they're fighting on the same level as their opponents. Now the problem becomes, when do you start to run out of time?
Yeah.
You've got your map up next. That's a bit of a saving grace. But you know how momentum works in these best-of-3s, especially with this much pressure on their shoulders.
Well, the goal is always to win every map you play, Parker, and for that to happen, this kind of feels like a must-win round for Falcons right after their TAC timeout, down 5-2. Going for a bit of a direct take, it feels like there's a lot of pressure just outside the Vets bomb site, but Liquifac now here inside of Tellers as well, hoping to hunt down the player on East Stairs. This is Joom. He was so good at wasting time and killing Shaiko last time he was in this position with a Nitro just under the doorway. There's no way for this Monty to walk in. That threat is so strong from Joom, and the reason why it's been pre-placed is just as a warning. Do not try to walk in. You will regret it.
This is an interesting spot for Joom at the moment, as another logic bomb will go out from EFAC, and they will know that somebody is very, very close. Joom still persisting on this angle, waiting for somebody to walk through that passport door. Nobody from Falcons will give him the bait, at least for the time being.
Parker, I think they're giving up on East. They're all rotating off.
I think they are.
They realized 1 minute and 40 seconds, and then they just give it up. That is not the start Falcons needed for this round. They've got to switch to a plan B ASAP.
And they've been a terrific attacking team. They've been very quick with their execute, so the fact that they've been bogged down and are now letting the clock go away from them. They've allowed Joom to scare this entire team.
And he just took 50 damage from Liquefact, so now he knows the Dokabee's position. Joom has just done so much to help Secret in this round.
Bride has to worry about Noah, who's watching from above. There goes Shaiko. Shaiko putting up one of his worst performances so far at this event, and it's the worst time for him to do that. Now it's EFAC under fire. Joom gets dropped, finished off. Good patience from the captain of Falcons. Only 30 seconds remain in the round, and back to even footing we will go. 4v4. Solotov walking in, murders Noah. Down goes the Swede. Adrian looking for a potential follow-up. Flashbang will go out. A pre-fire, but it finds nothing for it. Falcons still worried about this clock. 10 seconds to go, Jesse. Adrian dies. EFAC with yet another. Now down in the bomb site. Mowgli will need to keep this one together. He almost gets it. But it's the captain to save the day and throw out a life preserver for the rest of his teammates. Give this man some help.
It is not clean. It's not easy. It takes them almost the full 3 minutes. What a ridiculous round to come through from Falcons. We'll get a tack timeout from Secret.
Hughes. We've got a call in actually coming in from Laxing and Hot and Cold.
Howdy, gentlemen. Yeah, I want to take a look at what Falcons is doing because, Matt, both me and you were talking back there. When you're down in this situation, you see a team is playing similar to what you were doing on their attacking half. They're slowly taking control. They're trying to isolate these players. They're getting these picks, especially when you're down in the round count for the side of Falcons. What do you do to maintain this position, to regain this lead? What do you do in these moments?
I think in these moments, one thing Falcons doing very well is they are using the Montaigne to push, people out of positions very slowly. I think Secret is also, they're just holding their spots. I mean, that's kind of what you have to do against like slow takes like that. So I think one thing that Falcons need to do a little better is just pick a position and just go for it. Get a 3-2-1 going. It doesn't seem like they're really doing that. They're pushing a little too slow, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, guys, and good to see Hot and Cold's expertise and knowledge brought here onto the broadcast. He himself, a champion, a major champion, not an SI champion, but a major champion. They did have that fabled run at Boston just a year ago where they made top 4 on the unwanted team after they'd been dropped from their organization, now finding new life with M80, and of course winning the Munich Major just a couple months ago.
Yeah, and of course, Manchester before that. Hot and Cold has accomplished a lot over the last couple of years. Early exit this event, so he's just on the sidelines, but so much still to play for. Falcons and Secret now. We're hoping to see them just go for something. That's what Hot and Cold want to see. Pick an area and take that map control. They've still got Bride playing here on the Monty, just as Matt was saying. So we can see if that slow pace continues from them. So far it has, 60 seconds deep. But you can also see the focus here, right, Parker? They want to get in through security, they want to get in through break, and they'll find their opening with Mowgli going down first.
Many of these rounds, Jesse, how Mowgli goes, so goes the round.
Yes.
Take him down early. This is a huge boon for Falcons. Julio might have been onto something when he said just stay the course. They found a second kill now on the side of Falcons. Adrian will gun down Uzis. Almost pays for it with his life as now he has to retreat. Double duty coming in as Liquefact with 12 kills. Looks for lucky number 13. Running away from an explosion is Secret now. Trailing in numbers, down goes Noah. Falcons working together. Here's the pace that they needed. Much more confident and much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I think even just Joom on East Stairs going down so much earlier, that shows a big difference in the attack from Falcons. This is the cleanest round that I think they've played all game. Shaiko, another onto Adrian, putting it all to the shoulders of Savage.
A 1v4 is a real heady task. Savage is a great player. He's not usually the person who's relied upon to get the most kills on this team. He does enter with the lowest rating and the least kills, but that comes with the territory, that comes with his role. A little bit under a minute to go, and he has to play his targets so well. Solotov shuts him down. Falcons ever closer to tying this up. 2 very good rounds in a row.
Really nice start to come through from Falcons. They bounced back in this series. They are very much alive on border, hunting for that 2-0 and giving a bit more life to this arena. Adidas Arena filling up quite nicely, Parker. We had probably above 50% capacity on Friday. Usually that first day is a little bit lighter. Today it is really filled out, and it has been loud for this all-European matchup.
I suppose if you're... Oh, never mind. Let's hear what Secret has to say.
Armory right now, nothing much, but for the other rounds, just set the priority through the verts over there, you know? Instead of playing to hold someone else into other area, you guys that are playing on CC or other areas of the map, play for Adrian to be able to play only onto verts, you know? Remember guys, if they want to do horizontal or direct into site, they're fucked. We still have top floor and we can abuse into that, okay? And again, same thing, they need to enter the map to kind of fuck us up, you know? So just play into these mid rounds over there and it's been perfect. They are even trying to abuse the Monty, but right now they can't, so they are fucked.
Just watch out, guys. I think Liquefact is gonna want to switch up the pace and maybe go for a rush or something like this.
Maybe, yeah. But you guys do anti-rush and you guys are good, honestly. You guys are just playing better.
Just don't want to move, guys, too much.
Twister may be paying attention to that hot and cold call out as well. That call-in we got, mentioning that Monty and focusing about how it can be so important, but reiterating that space that they can hold on to, right, Parker? If they've got the top floor, use that. They're still in the lead on this map. They're still in a strong position defending here on border. It's been a couple of clean rounds, and it feels like Falcons have done a great job at problem solving. Security used to be a big issue for them, but they cleared it out with the Monty. East used to be a huge issue for them, but Joom ended up dying so much earlier that time around. These are the adaptations we're seeing from Falcons that are starting to make an impact. It's up to Secret to give a bit of a response.
Jesse, this isn't really related to the game, but the audience is doing the wave?
Oh, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I thought I'd seen it all. I'm sure somebody will have a video of it as the wave sweeps through this arena. To your point, usually Fridays are slow. I was quite impressed with the turnout. For those of you that are watching, I suppose many of you that speak French and are watching from France or surrounding areas, probably watching the French stream, but in the odd chance that you're watching or listening to us, Ubisoft did announce, along with Blast, that there are last-minute tickets available. So if you do want to make it to the 6 Invitational tomorrow for the Grand Finals, FaZe Clan awaiting one of these two teams. Check online, see if there are still some available. We would love to welcome you here in this actually very well air-conditioned arena.
Yeah, it's a great vibe here in the Adidas Arena, and it's been a ton of fun with every game delivering so far this weekend. We are once again focused on East Stairs, as we have so many times before, with a lot of these Falcons players trying to make their move. Liquefact not really with his team. He often plays this lurk role on the opposite side of the map from everybody else, trying to find a bit of a gap, trying to find a bit of an entry point, already with 13 kills. But the East clear remains the focus. They are desperate to take down Joom, and ideally do it before that 1 minute mark hits on the round.
Joom now falling negative. That is a rarer sight than me getting out of plat, Jesse.
Bit of a missed fight. They do see him for a moment. His position has never been a secret. It's all about rooting him out of this tough spot.
Nitro Cell will go out Solitov, shutting down Noah. Joom playing this very tight angle, but he's overpowered by Liquefact. And Falcons ever formidable on this entry. They are just getting better the longer this matchup goes on. That's a scary thing. Falcons pushing you to the brink of your own map when Falcons still have Chalet to come. I'd be a bit worried if I was Team Secret at this point in the game.
Oh, the nade just forces Mowgli out. He was so good at the start of this game, but he hasn't been there the last few rounds. Breeday will find him, and Adrian and Savage, the support duo for Team Secret, are the only two that remain in the 2v5. Falcons threatening this 5-5 scoreline to tie the game, and it will just be Savage, just like it was before.
Liquefact carried them to a flawless round just in the earlier first half. He won't get it this time. He was the one to get the final kill. He'll be removed from the equation by Savage.
Hold on.
This is doable. 3 down now for Savage as Solitov and Shaiko still remain. Breeday left to hang. Solitov almost goes by the wayside as well. Savage still has the lineup here doing more damage to Solitov. You've got Shaiko in reserve. Things are a little bit tight. He had a slow start, but Shaiko has found his footing, and we've got a tie game on map 1.
And now things are really starting to heat up on border. Secret, their attack timeout, it has no effect. They've been unable to stop Falcons from getting key areas of the map, Parker, over and over again. We're seeing Mowgli on we're seeing Joom on East Stairs getting cleared out faster and faster every time. We're seeing Noah inside of security cleared out faster every single time. Secret are giving them many of the same problems, the same operators in the same positions being played by the same players, and it feels like Falcons have cracked the code. While the call-out coming through earlier from Julio said, stay the course, I wonder if plans need to change on the side of Team Secret, if something has to be different for these last 2 rounds of regulation. If not, a 7-5 for Falcons seems like the direction we're headed.
One thing we do know is for certain we will need all 12 rounds. My favorite round coming up, Jesse. Winner of round number 11 will move to map point.
Yes.
The crowd getting back into this one. But again, fans for both sides. Louder for the Falcons, but still quite the chorus of cheers here for Team Secret. We know tomorrow will be far more clear-cut. I have not seen a lot of Brazilian flags in the audience. I don't suspect a lot of Brazilian fans made it all the way out here. It was announced just before this match began that we will be going back to Brazil for SI 2027. I would argue the most passionate fan base in this game, and I mean, SI in Sao Paulo just a couple years ago was so legendary. Why not run it back? We don't know the city just yet. I kind of like Sao Paulo, but you know what? Rio's kind of nice that time of year too.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of options down in Brazil.
Maybe go to Brasileira.
Yes, Brasilia, a great city as well. This top clear, going to be the focus for Falcons once more. They have swapped things up. Look at Joom now playing on the Wamai East Air, so deciding that the Sentry wasn't going to be for him. Doesn't need to keep playing that same operator. This is the mix-up I was asking for, Parker. It's something new being tried by Secret, but Falcons, potential for something new as well. With Ligifak on this Capitao outside the sandwich window, it opens an opportunity to go fast. The Sens wall threaten much the same, but for now they're just hoping for somebody to overpeak, waiting for that opportunity to get the first kill, but it hasn't been found yet.
Shaiko under fire from his position, looking into security window. Those ROU projectors thrown out a bit hastily by Brede to cover the armory wall. Noah fighting in this angle, fighting his demons, fighting Shaiko, but Shaiko was the real demon all along. Another opening pick for Falcons, and Shaiko will find another. Two's all he'll get. Savage shutting him down. 3 remain for Secret. Falcons with a single-man advantage.
Shaiko's been so good, Parker. He's come alive. Joom has to do the same now. He hits the pipe. That will stop the aggression up the east stairs, but he's still got a 1v1 to the north door. Uses on the other side of things, holding the AK, hoping to be able to hit that shot, but it's not being given up by Joom. He knows he doesn't have to take this fight.
He's managed to evade those flames. They will pay for it. Kill 200 from Joom as he and Mowgli combine. Tying things up in terms of man count, still fighting from this position. Joom will now turn and look towards 90. Solotov now on the run. Case in hand for Brede. Falcons cannot lose the clock. It's been an incredible 3-round run. Back-to-back-to-back victories.
Reloading!
Of course, it's a very tight round. Map point on the line. Who moves to it? Brede, last one standing. He gets shut down. He was the one who killed Solotov. A huge blunder. And it's an opportunity that does not pass by Secret as they move to map point, breaking the round streak that Falcons were on.
It's only a single team kill, Parker. It happens, but why did it have to happen now? It gives map point over to the mixed European team. They will take that every day of the week, that 2v2 that we were seeing coming out from Falcons as they rotated off of East over towards the Lockers bomb site. It felt like the right decision, it felt like the right call, but it was also read so beautifully by Team Secret, understanding what the Falcons were trying to do, clawing back that man advantage. It was a patient round from Joom. Joom has not been the kill leader through this lobby. He's got the fewest frags of any player on his team, but his play East has been so instrumental in giving them these rounds. Shaiko seemed like he had found the answer. He had destroyed the bomb site. But as Falcons readjusted their focus, as they all went over towards East, it delayed that time. Things got messy in the execute, and a team kill is their undoing. One more round to decide between overtime or 1-0 Secret.
And with that round, I said it in the midst of all the kills that happened, but Joom will break 200 frags on this event, joining a very, very elite set of players. I believe he's only the 6th one to do it so far, but again, kills are sometimes just the amount of rounds you play in the role that you play on. Joom has been very efficient, and his rating has always been sky high, so you know how good he has been. We don't need to say it all that much more. Next in line is Noah, actually, just 2 kills away from himself breaking 200, so we'll keep an eye on that, but Noah's been a bit stuck.
Yeah, I mean, Noah's had to play the security position. It's been a really tough one from him. He's back there now as the clear comes east side from Falcons. They find Joom one more time, playing the same spot as he has every single round. Over towards east, now towards the bottom. He has been pressured by 100 different angles, it feels like, across the map from this spot. But the mind games, the chess pieces continue to move, and he will sit still in that eastern position, trying to work with that player of Noah who's in security. That's what Saltov is hoping for a pick on now. I would say the security spot from Noah's been a little bit less successful. He's been a little bit less tight. Has died without getting kills a little bit more often, but so far has been able to hold on this round. Mowgli, the link between the other 2 aggressive players on his team, trying to protect them as the site players continue to put up reinforcements. This push from Falcons, so focused on the east, and it pays off. Brede, the opening.
So badly did Falcons need a motivator in this round, and they get it. Brede consistent as ever, playing that thankless role, showing up huge to give a bit more breathing room. Half the round already gone by. Things will quicken from this point onward.
Yeah, and you start to wonder who's going to step up from Secret if they want to win this map here and now. Who's going to get that man count back? Bomb site's a floor below, don't forget it. So these top floor players, they can fall off, and many of them have already chosen to do so. Noah still in security. Shaiko was looking his direction, but Noah will go and meet up with Adrian to hopefully try to play a 2-man hold just above the bomb site.
There go the logic bombs. You can feed off this if you're the Falcons. Noah will finally find his 7th kill. Adrian jumping over, immediately looking for a second fight. 200 kills for Noah now. They heard us talking. Jesse, Noah taking quite a bit of damage. Solitov maneuvering from his position. A 3rd kill for the Swede. Leaky Fact with 15 kills. He's been carrying this team on his shoulders. He'll stare down the shotgun. This first map on the line for Falcons, and they are giving him so much space to work with. Secret have backed away completely. They likely know he doesn't have that defuse kit, and he is running out of time. Falcons are running out of time.
Oh.
Adrian will swing, but still, Leaky Fact just simply will not be able to get this done. Jesse, seconds remain. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Team Secret are 1 map away from the grand finals.
And a crazy round to end things out from Noah. He stepped up exactly when he needed to, Parker. Wasn't a player that had a lot of impact early in that series, but then going up to link with Adrian, so incredibly important. From Stockholm to Paris, Noah gets that done. He gives them the map lead, and he puts Falcons just a single map away from elimination.
It was a valiant effort to close the gap, but in the end, it was ultimately Secret to take their own map. Job's not done yet. You're expected to win your own map at this point in time in a tournament. Now you look towards Chalet, map number 2. It's the favored soil for Falcons. Can they start the reverse comeback? We'll find out after this break.